Okay, we could begin just by sitting quietly for a while, just relaxing and opening and not interrupting whatever is occurring, allowing life to be as it is. Okay. So we have a little bit of time together to explore and practice Dzogchen. Dzogchen means the great perfection or the great completion. If something is complete, it would be a mistake to add anything to it. If a painting is finished, to keep adding colors and strokes is not very helpful. Nowadays, people are concerned to have good natural food without any unnecessary additives. This is the basic principle for meditation. When we sit with our own selves, we find we are very bad cooks. We're always adding a little bit of extra stuff. This is the most basic principle of Dzogchen. When a thought arises, it is what it is. It doesn't need anything more. But we add another thought and build up thought pictures and have narrative construction. Our social being in the world with others is greatly mediated through our use of narrative. We build up stories about ourselves, stories of other people, of the meaning of life, of politics, economics, and so on. And in occupying or inhabiting these stories, we are able to give meaning to new events as they occur. In order to do that, we build up more and more pigeonholes, more and more sites of identification, so that as new experiences arise, we can locate them inside these particular sites of meaning. By the process of making meaning, we keep very busy, and we also don't quite see what is there. Our tendency is to try to improve something because we see the possibility of improvement. And through that, we avoid just staying with what is there as it is. So the entire focus on Dzogchen is to do less. And as you do less, the locus or the site of activity, the true site of activity, starts to reveal itself. We all have a sense that our lives are up to us, that we are responsible for ourselves. And it's clearly true that if we don't do our tax return or get to work on time and so on, we have problems. But in order to get to work on time, you manage yourself. You look at your watch, you think, shit, I better run. Thought and action are flowing together. Who is the one who is running? I'm running. How do you know it's you? Because you interpret what is occurring in relation to ourself. You can run without having a notion of a self. It's quite possible. It's, according to all the Buddhist schools, the notion that there is a continuous, enduring, individual self-entity, some essence inside me, which is the basis or site of my existence, the ground out of which I move out into the world to be with other people. This is the primary delusion. This is ignorance. Actually, we are swimming in a sea of energy. We are energy moving in energy. The energy of the breath, of the sense organs, of thoughts, sensation in the body. These are all transient arisings, coming and going, with patterns. The patterns are both, or can be seen as both intrinsic and extrinsic. We seem to see structures which are there in themselves, because when we look around the world, look around this room, we see recognizable forms. If you've been here before, you recognize some people's faces. Their name might arise in your mind. Is that a form which is truly existing out there? Because as soon as you say, oh, this is Mary, some memories of Mary come up, that her dad was sick, or this or that. That is your sense of Mary. So you know something about Mary, but Mary has maybe changed in many ways since you had the last conversation about her dad. So there are a million Marys, but you've got a little freeze frame of one moment in time when you sat having a cup of tea and she told you how she was worried about her dad. By staying in the flow of experience, we find that maybe you could just close the window for the noise at the moment. Thank you. As these events and experiences are arising and passing, we find ourselves chasing after them, trying to work out, what does it mean? In general, this is the orientation which generates what is called samsara, an endless movement, one thing leading to another, to another, to another, as we try to get to the bottom of what it's all about. Why are we here? What shall I do with my life? Who am I? What does it mean to be kind to other people? The field of interpretation has no end. However, Dzogchen is pointing to the fact that if you simply relax the excessive movement of this energy, each moment that arises is complete in itself. The next arises, complete in itself, complete in itself, without either excess or lack. It's enough. It's okay. Dzogchen means it's okay. It's fine. It's fine as it is. Oh, but what about all the starving children in Africa? That's not fine. Well, the starving children in Africa for us is a concept. We're not in Africa, we're not children, and by the look of it, we're not starving either. So this is a thought about something else. It may well be a compassionate thought, but it functions as a displacement. Instead of observing your own actual situation, it's easier to go on a journey and think about something else. So instead of staying with the precise topology of your embodied existence as it's part of the evolving environment, you go off on a built-up story. What shall we do to help these people? Okay, so we'll collect some money. Now, where do we send the money to? If we send it to the government, maybe some government minister will buy a new car. If we send it to an NGO, maybe they have to pay some bribe or bakshish to get some of the money through. If we send some food, maybe it will be put in a store and allowed to rot in the heat because they don't have the distribution. It's quite difficult to help other people. The idea we should do something, we should help people, is a beautiful idea, but the relation of the idea to the lived situation is not an easy one. So part of the practice is to start to become a little bit suspicious of the seeming clarity about our own ethical position. Life is very, very complicated. We try to help people, but there are many factors moving in the field of shared experience. Before we tilt towards manifestation or shared activity or what we might call compassion, maybe we first need a little bit of wisdom. We need to see what is the actual situation, what is the ground of being. When there is clarity in that, when we're settled in that, then as energy manifests into the world, it's likely to be with more clarity. But if we start simply with conceptual elaboration, one thought piled on another, we can build all sorts of interesting pictures, but it's very difficult to know what to do. Now we have a war in the Ukraine. Ukraine's not very far away. What shall we do? Should we send planes to bomb the Russian tanks? Should we send guerrilla soldiers into fight? Should we send money? Should we send ammunition? What should we do? Who is the enemy? The enemy of what? As soon as you start to think about that, it's a big headache. What shall we do about Syria? Maybe get some scissors and cut a line and hope it floats somewhere else. Syria's not very far away. Now there are a lot of people coming in boats from North Africa. Should we bring them into Europe? Should we send them back? What should we do? This is how a lot of time is spent by good-hearted people, wondering and worrying about all the problems in the world. As soon as you solve one problem, another problem arises. What shall we do? From the Buddhist point of view, the answer to the profound questions of existence don't lie in concepts. Concepts mushroom together, build up like summer clouds, more and more and more. Every situation in life is complicated. And therefore, if we are quite complicated, inhabiting a world of conflicting views inside, oppositional emotions, I want to be generous, but I don't want to be taken advantage of. So I'm going to have to set a limit for you. So why don't you accept the limit I set you? That way now I get angry with the person I'm trying to help. That happens very easily, as we know. So, firstly in Dzogchen, is that how do we settle to be with the first expression? This thought that arises, singular, as it is, here it is, and now it's gone. But there's something I want to say about it. No need. It's already gone. But it wasn't quite right. Never mind. Who is the one who wants to correct the thought that is already dead? This would be like trying to practice plastic surgery on corpses. You go out in the middle of the night with a torch to the graveyard, open up the coffin and say, I think the nose is not quite right. Leave it to the maggots. Time is the great maggot. All the thoughts that you've had in your life have already passed. They are gone. But we chase after it. If only. Oh, why did I do that? I wish I'd never said that. Now my mum's dead. Why didn't I tell her these things? These are great sources of sadness, but they exist inside a matrix of stories. If somebody's dead, they're dead. Final, gone. Can't speak to that deaf ear. Finished. But if only. We live in time. Time is merciless. Absolutely merciless. You cannot reverse time. If you don't do it when the door's open, when the door's closed, you can't get through. It's just like that. And this is the painful learning we've all had in our lives. Opportunities opened and we didn't take use of them. Then they're gone. So Dzogchen is concerned with entering into time to experience yourself as time itself, that you are the center of time. Time is being. Our existence is this moment and this moment and this moment. The real time is now, is just this present moment. This is what you have direct access to. The rest is mediated by concepts. You can think about yesterday. You can think about the journey, how you came here. You can think about what we might do this weekend. These are journeys in thought land. They are not in the actual shared experiential field. Most of the time we are not here because we are elsewhere. And where we are is nowhere. The past is gone. The future hasn't come. So we are actually exiling ourselves, making ourselves refugees from the one place which is our true homeland, which is the present moment, in order to go and live in these lands which don't exist. When you see pictures of refugee camps in the Middle East, it looks terrible. You wouldn't want to live there because these people have no rights. They don't have passports, they don't have visas, they're dependent on something else. When you go into your thoughts of the past, what rights do you have? You remember a friend who's dead. You can't speak to them. They don't exist. You have a little conversation in your head. Oh, I remember when. They can't hear. They're gone. You're as powerless as a refugee because it's not where you live. You're squatting in cyberspace, in nowhere land. The only place actually for real functioning is the present moment. And we experience this in meditation when a thought arises or a feeling or a sensation or vibratory sound coming in from outside. And we do something with it. We cook it. We elaborate it. Oh, it's the church bells. They're going on a long time. It's Thursday. Perhaps they're practicing. All kinds of thoughts can arise in your mind because you want to work out what the hell are they doing? Why are they disturbing us? And if we just stay with it, it's very strange. What is that? It is But what is it? It's So this highlights our basic problem, that we are lost in familiar places because of the familiarity of our world, because of our incredible capacity to make everything familiar by filling in the blank spaces with our own thoughts. We become lost. Lost because of our knowledge. We make ourselves lost by telling ourselves about what is happening. The alternative is to be at home in strangeness. When you sit and you just allow existence, being here, it's very strange. If you don't cook it, if you don't add familiar spices, you get tastes which you wouldn't normally have. Normally we have quite a restricted kitchen. A few things we like to add. So when an experience arises, like the bells, we might like it or not like it, or there could be memories of childhood or whatever it would be, but we're usually making sense of it according to habitual patterns of our own interpretation. You stop doing that. It's strange. What is it? Strange, the stranger, is something which is not known. You meet someone for the first time, you just see them. Oh, hello. Don't know anything about them, just hello. Anything is possible in that moment. You don't have so much capacity to hook them into your world. Once you know a little bit about their name or what they do or where they come from, oh yes, they're like that. I've been there. I understand what you're talking about. You incorporate them into the familiar. But if you just stay with the absolute strangeness, it's very fresh. This is, in the Dzogchen, it talks of the mind as being naked and fresh. When the sound was vibrating in the meditation, if we listen with a naked ear, an ear that's not covered by our interpretations, it's something amazing. Oh, it brings all sorts of sensations in the body. We don't know what's going on. It's okay. We don't die. After a while it stops, something else happens. What shall we do with it? There's nothing to do with it. It's clean. We were there, and it's gone. The we who were there with it is also gone, because awareness is fresh. Some new kind of sensation is arising. So this is the heart of the practice, is to allow the strangeness or the freshness or the newness or the rawness of experience to arise, and trust that it is workable as it is. It doesn't need a kind of veneer, a kind of patina or covering of attributes that will make it familiar to us. Because if we do that, we're pulling the world into ourselves. Actually, the wonder of the strangeness of the world is it releases us from the prison of our own self-familiarity, our own habit formations, opinions, judgments, and all the rest of it. As Namkhai Norbu often says, don't enter into judgment. Now, what does that mean? It means not adding anything on to what is occurring. To say this is good, this is bad, I like it, I don't like it. Just try to stay with the what isness of whatever it is, whether it's biting into an apple or drinking some tea, looking at the blossom coming out in the trees, looking at someone's face. Just, it's this. It's this. What is it? This. What will I do with this? Nothing. Sit on your hands. If you sit on your hands and don't do things, then your mummy will say you're a good girl. You didn't do anything very bad. Maybe you didn't do anything very good, but anyway, you didn't do anything very bad. So, this is a general orientation in our practice. In order to do that, the back of Dzogchen is, certainly in the Nyingma tradition, is that it's one of the 9 vehicles towards awakening. The Buddha, the awakened one, awakened from the sleep of the belief in duality, in reification, that is to say, in the perception of truly existing substances. Awakening from the elaboration of the world as he knew it, the building blocks out of which he constructed that world dissolve. As it says in the Dhammapada, very early Buddhist text, which is shared in all the different schools of Buddhism. It says, the house is broken, the roof has fallen in. There is no more construction. So what are the basic building blocks out of which we construct the world? Firstly, it's the belief there are truly existing entities. Then it's believing that these entities have values inherent in them. Red grapes are tastier than green grapes. My belief. I don't buy green grapes, I buy red grapes. That's my belief. Other people buy green grapes. They must, because the shops are full of green grapes. So some people have a different belief from me. Deluded fools. Why do I like red grapes? I don't know. But anyway, that's what I like. So inside my frame of reference, red grapes come to me, green grapes stay away. This is how we construct our world, bringing towards us, gathering what we like, pushing away what we don't like. This is a central theme in Dzogchen meditation. The texts say again and again, don't push away negative thoughts, don't pull in positive thoughts, or negative feelings, positive feelings. That is to say, don't edit the world. Because when you do that, you're sitting in the particularity of your own historical construction, and you take the taste in your mouth to be the truth. These green grapes are really sour. Well, I don't like them. Someone else, their palate likes that. My truth, my truth is relative. It's not absolute. It's not infinite. It is contextual to my way of being embodied. But if I live inside my relative positioning and take it to be true in itself, then when I'm sitting in the meditation, I don't like to be the kind of person who has this thought, so I'll try and get rid of it and distract myself into something else. This thought has occurred. Is it good or is it bad? Is that judgment inherent in the thought? Is there some particular quality of that thought which would require everybody who had such a thought to say, no, it's terrible? When the sound was coming in the window of the church bells, I'm sure that different people here had different responses to it. We interpret according to our history. This is why judgment is dangerous. It's not that you have to be stupid and have no discernment out in the world about whether food is ready to eat or not, or whether the car driving in front of you is going at a speed you can overtake or not. These fine discernments are necessary in life. But they are embodied and they are immediate and they are connective. The judgments we make about I wouldn't be me if I had this thought is the biggest restriction in the world. In the field of psychotherapy, core negative beliefs are very, very difficult to deal with. Because once a person develops strong identification with the thought, I am unlovable or nobody really likes me, it's quite difficult for them to let go of that, because that has become the foundation of the edifice of their sense of self. And if you take out that foundation, all that they've created in terms of how they've related to people for many years, the choices they've made or not made, that whole edifice starts to collapse. So this over-invested negative idea, which their friends don't believe is true, which their parents probably don't believe is true, but which they are hanging on to, this is the prison of their existence. This is a terrible thing to experience. Many of us will have experienced this in ourselves, that we are the prison guard of our own existence. We are the person who limits us by saying negative things about ourselves, by being frightened and afraid to do things. Even when we see other people doing these things, they don't get arrested, they don't get shot, but I couldn't do it. Why? Because this shape, this construct, wouldn't allow it. I would have to change. I wouldn't be me. So, as we know, Buddhism spends a lot of time putting into question what is this felt sense of the givenness of me, this structure which we feel to be somehow internally defining. So that's one of the things that we will certainly be doing, because once we start to see that we are a rich potential, a potential which can manifest in different ways, in different patterns, according to circumstance, there are two freedoms. One is we are ungraspable. Nobody can ever get our number, a final decision about us, because we manifest in different ways in different situations. Secondly, we have much more access to the world, because the more you can manifest different forms in different situations, the closer you get to different kinds of people. You come here, many different people with different beliefs and histories and so on. How are you going to relate to these different people? If you sit down at mealtime, what will you say? If you sit in the box of, I don't know anything about that, then it's a bit uncomfortable. But you just look at your phone. Well, you think, oh, here, this person is breathing in and out. Must be some basis for shared humanity. Then there's the possibility of curiosity. Curiosity takes us out of ourselves towards the other person. But what will I say? We don't know what we're going to say. We just speak. But maybe they won't like what I say. Then you can apologize. Then you can change what you're saying. Then you can have an argument. This is the flow of existence. So what we're concerned with is over-definition, solidification, the creation of the castle of the self, which stands in opposition to the environment around it. And how can we start to loosen this up and dissolve it? So we're going to be looking at some pages from the text by Chetsangpa, which is in the Simply Being book. And we can check out later if you have a copy of this. If not, we can Xerox some of the pages, the relevant pages. It's in the third section of this short text. It's the section on Dzogchen, but I think it would be useful to begin by looking at some of the earlier sections, and I'll just summarize them for you, because you can read them yourself in detail. The first part is concerned with what you might describe as the Hinayana view, or the general Buddhist view about the nature of samsara. This position says the world is dangerous. The world is dangerous. So there are two aspects to awakening. You can awaken from something, like awakening from sleep, but you can also awaken to the fact of something. A lot of the time we are asleep in a kind of complacency. We don't actually see what's in front of our face.
What's complacency?
Complacency means being at ease with what's there, saying, oh, it's fine, life goes on, never mind. You know, all these, sometimes these ships sink, you know, in the Mediterranean, but these things happen. People are always dying. They're dying all the time, never mind, have a beer. In that way, we stay untroubled. we see signs which are contradictory, but we don't want to pay attention. So the famous story here is, of course, Siddhartha, when he was a young prince or son of a noble family, and his father has made a decision to protect him from life. He's made it very pleasant. He's made it easy. And then one day, this young man is out on his horse and he sees a sick person. He says, oh, what is that? Why is that person not standing up? He sees an old person. Oh, why are they not running? He sees a dead person. Wow, people die. And he doesn't just brush it off. These perceptions come to him and they start like a worm eating into his body. He's disturbed. Fuck, what is this? I have food to eat, I have a wonderful palace, I have everything I need, but it's not going to last. I can get sick. My dad's going to die. My mom's going to die. I'm going to die. What is this? And there's a kind of shock in that. And that's really the first basic level in Buddhism, that we should be shocked by existence. So in Tibetan tradition, we look at these 4 thoughts that turn the mind from samsara. We have, they're ordered in different ways according to different traditions, but we have death and impermanence. It's very shocking that we are going to die. Now we're alive in a lovely time. It's springtime and it's warm and we hear the birds singing and they're flying around making their nests and so on. It's delightful. The earth is, the fertility of the earth is showing itself, all the buds and shoots coming up. But it wasn't like that a few months ago. And in a month's time, it won't be like that either. This is a moment in time. This is what we always have access to, moments in time. We can't grasp it. There's a show called Oliver, based on Oliver Twist. And it has very nice songs in it. And in one, this poor boy, he's singing in this beautiful morning, and he says, who will buy this wonderful morning and put it in a box for me? You know, we are lucky we have cameras. People are always putting beautiful things in a little box so they can look at it later. But of course the moment has gone. You cannot take anything out of time. We are in time. That is the key thing. Time is not a commodity. We are now in the high point of consumerist capitalism, which is based on commodification. Anything can be turned into a commodity. And time is turned into commodities. Memories are turned into commodities. The computerized media resources are endlessly able to store things so that your past will always be available to you. This is a madness. Past is not available. A picture is not the thing. You look at a picture of somebody who's dead, they're not there. They're not breathing. You can't hold them. You can't kiss them. You can't tell them you love them. They're gone. This is a shadow. This is a ghost, an echo, a replica, a simulacrum. It is a deception. It is a fantasy. And people spend a lot of time chasing these fantasies as if they would be true. Not there. All we have is this. So, impermanence means if you're not here, you didn't get it. That's really what it means. If you want life, be alive, be present. Thinking about other things, while you're doing that, your life is passing away. Your life is passing away. When we get caught in a neurotic stroke, when we're upset, teenagers are often upset. Stay in their bedroom, playing computer games. Life is going by. these months, these years will never come back. It wasn't all that interesting to be playing computer games. Computer games are the fantasy of mastery. If you're a teenage kid, how are you going to have mastery over a program that's written by someone with 3 PhDs? Not possible. You have greyhound racing, and the dogs are running after a rabbit. But of course it's not a real rabbit, it's an electric rabbit. And as soon as the dog's getting near the rabbit, they just speed up the rabbit. The rabbit can always go faster than the dog. These computer games will always be running ahead. It's a highway to nowhere, and life is going by. So impermanence means, what tunnel do you live in? What have you been investing your life in? Was it an environment that allowed you to be in it and awake at the same time? Because sometimes the price of belonging is to be asleep. There are many kinds of jobs, like working in an abattoir where they kill the animals. You wouldn't really want to be awake. I am killing animals. I'm cutting their throat. Ooh. What does that mean? I'm just doing a job, fuck off. To really be aware of what you do. You work in a factory. I remember working in a factory with this continuous production machine. You can't think of it. There's a lot of noise, it's difficult to think anyway. What am I doing here? I want the money. I want the money. But why am I here? I want the money. The reason I'm there is for something else. It's a means to an end. I'm selling this bit of my time because I want the money. That's all. This is shit, but that'll be gold. So in that way, life goes by. So impermanence is really the call to be present in time, moment by moment, with the unfolding of existence. Because if you're going to be present, you have to be light. If you step out of time, you can march. You can march through shit. The factory I worked in was one that made paper. They made the cardboard boxes for cornflakes and things like that. The machine itself was about 0.5 kilometer long, and trees and old clothes and old paper went in at one end, and cardboard boxes came out at the end. And underneath there was a trough, and every now and then the paper run, which was very, very broad, would tear. And so this hot pulp stuff was down in the trench, and I was down in the trench with a shovel digging it out. Why was I doing that? I wanted the money. I wasn't there. I could have been there if I had been a bit more awake to the aesthetics of, this is performance art. I could have made a video of it. But in those days, I just wanted to get back to India, and I needed some money, so that's what I was doing. I didn't know how to inhabit it. And when I look back in my life, a lot of it has been spent as an alien, doing things involved, producing things, but not quite there, not fully in that just vital moment. Because that moment's gone. So this is really what impermanence means. It's not a punishment. The fact that we're going to die is not some horror. It's an invitation to be alive, to be actually present. We have this gorgeous little girl present here, and she's a good teacher of that because she's quite there. When she's doing something, she's moving it around. I'm sure she has bad tempers too, but today she was on excellent behavior. And it's so delightful to see just the absolute commitment to whatever's there. Now, of course, we, in our work situations and so on, have to employ a lot more concepts than she's having to do. We have got frames of reference in which we are accountable to different things. But these frames are arising, if they're necessary, they're going to be arising in the moment with us. So it's not that concepts are bad and to be expelled, so we live in this kind of empty space. That would not be very useful. It's to bring the concept into time so that it's integrated into the moment, rather than there's an experience and then you think about it to make sense of it. Because there you have the duality. You've got the object which is arising and then the subjective response to it, and they tumble over each other. So death and impermanence are things we can observe all the time. Every time you breathe out, that breath is gone. That breath itself won't come back. Breathing, it won't come back. You take a step or you move your body, that particular posture will never come back. It is just this, just this, just this. That is to say, the continuity of experience. What is it? Does it rely on a narrative thread? Let me tell you about my life. I was born in that kind of place, with that family, I went to that school. All of us can do that. We take certain events from our lives, and according to who we're talking to, we make a pattern of them, and then string them together to say, this is my story. That's the normal way we make sense of our life. But each event of our existence was perfectly in place. It wasn't like a kind of marble, a little ball that's rolling all over the floor and has to be gathered. It was precisely where it should be. So all the events of our existence are already strung in space, in what in Buddhism is called the Dharma Dhatu, which is means like all-encompassing space, or infinite space, or the infinite hospitality of the coterminous nature of space and time. Each thing is just what it is, where it is. Perfect. And then the next, and then the next. It doesn't need to be arranged into a pattern. It's already where it should be. Oh. Therefore, we can let things die. One of the concepts that's a lot in Dzogchen is rangrol, or self-liberation. Rangrol essentially just means impermanence. It means everything goes. Rang means self, a drol means liberate. It's self-liberating. You don't need to get rid of your thoughts. They go by themselves. You breathe in, you're going to breathe out. You drink, you're going to pee. You walk, you're going to sit down eventually. You know, everything has its time, and then something else happens, and then something else happens, and then something else happens. So what is required is to be present in this particular moment. There's this. There's just this. There's a period of time when you meet someone. Then there's a period of time you get together. Then there's maybe a period of time when the woman gets pregnant. Then there's the time when the baby's growing in the body. Then there's a time when the baby comes out of the body. Then there's a little baby that doesn't sleep at night. And then there's trying to work out what school to go to. And that's life going by. And it was moment and moment and moment and moment. You can put it in a narrative. Oh God, remember when she was doing that? That was so cute. Da, da, da. Oh look, I found one of her little booties. Oh, sweet. And gone. And if you were really there, if you drank the joy of that shared experience, you filled up with it. You got enough. There's nothing more to get. Looking at a photo is not going to give you any more. You got it. That's really what self-liberation means. Because the cup keeps emptying itself, you can fill the next moment right into it, right up to the brim. then it goes out, then up again. Each moment is full, then it empties. Full, empty, full, empty. If it only emptied halfway, the next moment you'd only get half of it. And then you can only get that out 3/4, so the next you only get a quarter. And a lot of our lives can be like that. We're so full, we're so constipated with old shit from the past. We couldn't digest it and we can't excrete it. It lives inside us as unresolved structures. No wonder we're a bit not sure whether we want to get involved anymore. Oh, sometimes I'm a bit lonely, but being with someone, God, leave us all. I've had enough of that one. And that's okay. Fear comes into the body. There's a retraction. In that stasis is, of course, a lie. There is no stasis. There is just movement. Stasis is a phantasm, a conceptual phantasm. So that's really something we might want to think about. So, reflecting on impermanence, we can do externally by looking at changes in nature, changes in our body, our breathing, but in particular, it's clear in meditation, the movement of thought, and that this is occurring all the time. So, there's a thought and I observe it, but there's a thought and I am it. Now, when we're in a thought, it's likely to mobilize us into doing something else. So you can fuse into a thought, or you can stand apart from the thought and observe it, maybe having an opinion about it. The middle way between these two extremes is to be present with the thought, neither merged nor apart. And this is what we'll be practicing in the meditation over these next days. Too much internal space easily takes you into judgment because you start a running commentary on how you're doing. Merged into the thought is you're just jumping from one thing to another to another. But spacious awareness, which is not running a commentary, which is just receiving, is precisely there, but not fused. You can have hospitality, which doesn't block the other, but doesn't become merged into the other. The traditional example, of course, being the mirror. The reflection is in the mirror, but it doesn't taint the mirror. It moves out of the mirror very easily, but it's not something apart from the mirror. Okay, I would suggest we take a short break, get a little bit of fresh air, and then we'll come back. And we have food at 7, so we'll take a break just before 7. So we have a break now for 15 minutes. Okay, so the next of these 4 basic reflections to turn the mind from samsara is the freedoms and opportunities of a precious human birth. Not all human births are able to access the potential which is in the human form. People can be born with very difficult diseases, with kinds of paralysis and so on, making inabilities to speak, to communicate, and therefore to learn. This is a great limitation. You can be born in a family where there are extreme behaviors, like prostitution. If your mother is a prostitute and you're inducted into prostitution at the age of 10, you're already being corrupted by a view of yourself and a view of other people that makes it very difficult to have a space for reflection. So there are many situations in the world where the external environment is very disturbing and corrupting. As we know, there are child soldiers in Africa, there are many groups all over the world where children are forced into labor in mines, in factories, and so on, in which they don't have the education or the training or the cultural support to be thoughtful about the nature of the mind. We are fortunate to have some access to Buddhism. We have that access because other people became refugees primarily. If the huge cultural changes that occurred in the East hadn't occurred in the last century, there wouldn't have been teachers willing to come out. Probably if the Second World War hadn't occurred, there wouldn't have been so many roshis going from Japan after the Second World War to America and the start of the many, many Zen centers and so on. So also the social reflection which occurred after the Second World War, where people put their traditional cultural values into question and thought, you know, can we continue with this familiar way of thinking about our place in the world and our validity in terms of Western European things, opened up a space, a possibility for Buddhist centers and so on to develop. So due to causes and circumstances, access to Buddhist teaching becomes possible. There are so many places in the world where that's not possible. How long it will remain possible, we don't know. The number of younger people who are coming into Buddhism seems to be getting less, certainly in my experience of traveling around. So it may be there was just a cultural window of opportunity which will turn out to be something that was a bit of a fashion for a while, and there will be a very few people who continue with that sort of practice all their life, but many people will have had it as a passing interest for some time. That's also possible. So freedom from restricting conditions and opportunities to meet with the Dharma and to practice it are quite rare in this world. Even when we have this situation, it's rare for us to give our full attention to Dharma, because we need to earn money, we have family responsibilities, aged parents or whatever it would be, that eat up time. This is particularly the case if our understanding of Dharma is that it's a special activity on the side, that it's something apart from daily life. Then we often become sad because we think, oh, I've been involved with Dharma for 10 years or 20 years or whatever. What have I actually done? What have I actually achieved? I have all these books on my shelf, but I haven't read them. Or if I have read them, I've forgotten what's in them. And I don't really know how to apply them. So the outer basis of the potential of a precious human life needs to be activated by a sense of its impermanence. If we don't make use of this opportunity, it may be difficult to gain it again. The traditional examples are that it's as rare to have a precious human birth as for a great turtle that swims in the great ocean to rise up to the surface and put its head through a floating yolk. It's as rare as stars that are visible in the daytime. It's as rare as the number of peas that will stick to a hard stone wall if you throw them at the wall. It's very, very rare. It's very rare. Why is it rare? Because we are easily distracted. Because in samsara we make meaning. In order to make meaning, we collect things which are interesting. We are like magpies. You know this bird with the black and white? Yeah? It's quite a good thief. It takes shiny things like milk bottle tops. So we are the same. We're always taking things to make our nests very interesting places. We make our minds very interesting because we go to the movies or we hear a bit of a conversation. We get fascinated. We get excited. And then we're old and we're tired and we die. Western intellectual life is like that. Endless fascination. Seminars, new books, meeting people, study groups, political action groups. And time goes by and then we die. From the Buddhist point of view, the problem with that sort of activity is not in terms of compassion and ethics. It may well be a very compassionate activity. It's that because it's looking at the surface level of manifestation, there's no time to really understand the deep structure behind it. The fact I'm fascinated in this political issue because not of the object, not because this is truly fascinating, because if this was truly fascinating, we would all be fascinated. I'm fascinated because I want to be fascinated. I'm sick and tired of being bored and disappointed by life. I switch on the television and it's all shite. It's rubbish. I read a novel and I think, really? You got the movies? Why? Huh? So when you find something exciting, give me more. Give me more. But there's not many vitamins in concepts. Intellectual life is not truly satisfying because it's always processional. It's being part of a conversation. If you want to write an academic paper nowadays, a paper that's 20 pages long, you've probably got to have 100 references to show that you've read this and you've read that and that links to that and da da da. So you're taking your place in an evolving field as part of the infinite conversation, which is fine, but you won't get to any final conclusion. And in fact, of course, Western science is very opposed to the idea of a final conclusion. Everything is a hypothesis. Buddhism would say something quite different. They say the Buddha, when he awoke, got a direct perception of the structure of how it is, and he shared that, and we also can get that. And as it was 2,500 years ago, it's true today. The basic structure doesn't change. But Western intellectual life is very different. So in that way, there are many, many ways to use up our time. Many of them are pleasant. Being healthy. When I go to my local park, when I first went there 25 years ago or so, people would sit in chairs and kind of open a can of beer and look around, not much going on. Maybe watching a dog poop on the grass. Nowadays, dogs are not allowed to poop on the grass, or you have to put it in a plastic bag. And everybody's fit. People are doing things up and down, this way and that way. And of course, the fitter you get, the more you have to take your top off to show your little tight leotard to show your gorgeous arse. And of course, what's the point of having a gorgeous arse if people don't see your gorgeous arse? You've got to be out there in the park every weekend, making sure that people can see how fit and healthy you are. It becomes an end in itself. And of course, if you stop exercising, the muscle does a miraculous anti-alchemy and transforms itself into fat. So you're back on the track. And the whole of life goes by. Going to the gym 7 days a week. A lot of people are doing that in order to be fit. Fit for what? Fit for fit. So this is what we can do as we look around. It's not about entering into negative judgments of other people's lives. It's trying to see, everybody is showing what they're fascinated by. Some people are fascinated by football. Some people are fascinated by pornography. Others are fascinated by foreign holidays, by interior design, by having a nice garden. These fascinations bind us into time in a particular way. They bind us into a selective attention so that we're predisposed to privileging this, to saying this is good, this is more important than that. So thinking of, now I have an opportunity to practice Dharma, what are the obstacles and enemies for that? If I am coming to Germany and I'm in the airport, getting on a plane to South America would be an obstacle. So getting on the right plane is good. The fact that I'm coming to Germany determines the plane I should be on. When I wait in the airport and I look at all these different destinations, I think, wow, I'd be off to India. There's a plane leaving in half an hour. Maybe I'll switch my ticket. But no, I'm coming to Germany, which means all these other destinations are irrelevant. They're interesting as a fantasy maybe, but they're functionally irrelevant. I'm looking for German wings coming here. Okay, that's the one I need. So as soon as you think the ideas in Dharma seem to be meaningful, they seem to connect with a deeper understanding of the world, it seems to help me to be more at home in myself and more available to other people, that orientation de facto, out of itself, means that some other ways of spending the time go off the menu. Not because they are intrinsically bad, but simply a plane to India is not the way to Germany. Spending a lot of time observing football matches is not a way to practice Dharma. Learning a lot about Chinese cooking is not a way to practice Dharma. Learning about the history of particular groups or nations is not a way to practice Dharma. It doesn't mean that these things are wrong or bad. It just means you don't have much time. You sleep, you eat, you have a shower, you go shopping, you do the laundry. Life maintenance takes up a lot of time, especially now with emails and all the rest of it. People spend a lot of time in communication with people who are far away. All of that means how much time is there a day for doing practice? Formal practice, probably very little. Even remembrance of Dharma and bringing it into an understanding, quite rare. So this is very important, isn't it? That we have to start thinking, what shall I do with my time? Then the next aspect that's reflected on is cause and effect, or karma. The word for karma in Tibetan is lejumdre. Le means activity, action. Ju means cause, and dre means result. So it's actions which are a cause bringing about a result. And this result is not the immediate result, it's the energetic consequence. So if I kill you, I get arrested and I go to prison. That's the immediate result, but that's not the karmic consequence. The karmic consequence arises from seeing you as an enemy, deciding I don't want you to live, or you're a threat to me, and killing you, and then in particular being glad that I've killed you. So I'm fully aligned with my action, which I have carried out against a truly existing person. Firstly, I believe you're real. I believe you're my enemy or dangerous to me. I believe you have to die. I act to kill you, and now I'm glad you're dead. Then you get the full whack, not as a punishment from outside that someone's saying, oh, it's very bad to kill. But if you just track through that orientation, you are really existing. So I'm now living in a world where I am real and separate, and you are real and separate, and you are real and separate, and I like some people, and I don't like other people, and I don't like you, so I'm going to fucking kill you. Why? Because I don't like you being here, and I don't feel safe with you. That's a great intensity, isn't it? Some peacemaker could come along and say, hey, James, sit down, have a cup of tea. This bloke's not so bad. And we could find a way forward. And some of that intensity could dissolve. But once the intensity is building up, I feel I will only be safe if my enemies are dead. And we can see all over the world that there are many people who believe that. It's really happening to a lot of people now. People arrive suddenly in the middle of the night in a village and start killing everyone. Because never having met these people, they are still able to know these are my enemies and their death is good for me. That is an amazing structure to have. That this stranger, whom I know nothing about except that they belong to a particular group, is somebody whose death is better for me than their existence. So what karma is the inner topology, the shaping that allows the orientation that says killing you is good or stealing your money is good. Similarly, we have good karma. I'm going to build a hospital for lepers. That's a good thing to do. That involves an orientation. What is the orientation? There are people who have leprosy. That is a terrible disease. They need help. I will help them. On the level of ethics, we'd say that's very good. The problem is there are real people who really have leprosy. Now, clearly, that is the case. Some people have. You've traveled in hot countries, you can see what it does to the fingers and toes and face and so on. It's a horrible condition to have. How real is it? What is it? Our body is changing and forming all the time. Things grow on our skin as we get older. Little tags grow out of the skin. Hair falls out of the head. Mutations occur. Mutations can run riot as many different forms of cancer, different diseases can come to us. This body, my body, is full of illegal immigrants. I have been in touch with Mrs. Merkel and have asked her to have a pan-European antibacterial policy. It is outrageous. Unfortunately, research has shown that the only way to keep the buggers out is to stitch up your nose and your eyes and your ears and the lower holes as well. Safe, safe. We are going to be invaded because we are a space. Just as we move in the space of other creatures and push them out the way, other creatures inhabit our body. And their way of inhabiting us has consequences for us. Different diseases and conditions come into our experience, and we don't expect them. I remember years ago hitchhiking in Pakistan, I got a lift in a lorry, and it stopped in a plum orchard. And I was really happy, and the guy said, just eat as many plums as you want. So I was traveling with this friend, and we're eating these plums. Then later the truck was going to take us from near Peshawar down to Lahore. I was sitting there. Suddenly, and the driver stopped and said, you have to get off, because I was starting to vomit. So I'm in the middle of nowhere, and they took me into a little village, and they had a village dispensary, which was basically an empty room with a raised bed made of concrete. So they put me on the bed, and I'm going into convulsions. I shot off the bed, crashed on the ground, as I was starting amoebic dysentery. All given to me by a plum. The plum was sweet. The plum was lovely. I love these plums. But they betrayed my trust. It's like that, isn't it? It's like that. Something comes into us and our life is transformed. It takes quite a lot of effort to get rid of amoebas. They come and live in the body and they say, we like it here. Plenty to eat. We belong here. So what we say is my body is a body that's shared. It's part of the environment. And you have to work very hard. Your inner defense mechanisms are working all the time on border control. Blood systems working really to try to keep a balance of what's benign and what's hostile. This is our lived situation. So we are very vulnerable, and so we want to protect ourselves. But the basis for protecting ourselves is that this body is not ours. This body develops due to the conditions of our early childhood, our genetic inheritance, which from a Buddhist point of view is determined by the tendencies and proclivities coming from previous actions. And it's an unstable basis. So when I say, I hate you, if I reflect that my moods change quite a lot, my opinions change quite a lot, my physical sensations quite a lot, what is the secure, defined basis that will allow me to take out my knife and stab you? How can I know that a year from now I'll think it's a good idea, especially if I'm in prison? I'll probably think that was not a good idea, but it seemed a good idea now. And that's one of the key aspects of karma, is that when we look back on our lives at all the very strange things we've done, we think, well, it seemed a good idea at the time. I'm not sure why I did it, but it must have seemed okay when I did it. That is to say, we are out of control. We are at the mercy of assumptions, habits, impulsivity, confusions. We're certainly at the mercy of our death wish. The desire for destruction is very prevalent in the population. Certainly something that psychotherapy reveals a lot. So many of the people I've seen over my working life have been quite oriented in self-limitation, but also in self-destruction. Through excessive use of alcohol, through crazy driving, through suicide attempts, through entering into violent relationships, through quarreling with a boss so that they lose the job. There are many, many ways in which people build something up and crash it down, build it up and crash it down. What is that self-destructiveness? Why would I want to destroy my life? Because I am not a first person singular. I, just as my body has all kind of creatures moving around my gut and so on, I have hospitality to self-states or aspects of myself or impulses. So I can have a tenderness, but also a cruelty. I can have a generosity, but a me first. And this rich domain of self-positionings are triggered and activated by aspects in the environment. So somebody who's very nice and loving to their family might go out, have a few beers and stab someone. You fucking looking at me? Fucking show you. Because the person who's getting a bit drunk has collapsed into an attitude don't you mess with me. And at home they might be very sweet. We know this from the war. That plenty of soldiers do ghastly things, but they're also quite nice to their friends and family. How is this? That somebody can be total shit, can be completely cruel and exploitative, and also charming and sweet. This is how karma operates. And this, it would indicate, it's not enough to just make a firm moral decision. I will never do this again. It doesn't really work. There's the old saying, the road to hell is paved with good intentions. Because an intention is a concept, but an impulse is something different. The impulse has already grabbed you and you're gone. Right, okay, I'm not going to have a drink for a week. Oh, well, never mind. Who poured the glass? Well, the wine would have gone off. I'd already opened the bottle. There's all kind of excuses you can give because the intention, I'm not going to drink, is just a thought, which is true in the moment that it arises. And once it's gone, there's a space. And who's going to come into that space? Let's have a drink. Another thought comes. This is why it's very difficult from a formal level to, especially if you're going to have an interactive life, to be very simple and ethical in your life. Which is why early on the Buddha created the Sangha, particularly of monks and then later of nuns, where people, in order to practice, would avoid social situations. Because being in the world with others in the matrix of social obligation is like being part of a spider's web. There's always something that can trigger you off. If you live apart in a monastery with other people and everybody's kind of very different and cooled and keeping an eye on each other, the paranoia of that environment will keep you safe to a certain extent. But if you live in the city, you just take a bus to the other side of town, you do what you like. You can get away with it. So karma means all of that. It means, first of all, don't do bad things. But if that's really your decision, I don't want to do bad things, then you need to find out a bit more, who is it who does the bad things? Because basically I'm a good person. What I don't understand is, why do I get lost? Which of course is what happens in meditation. You decide, I'm going to sit and I'm going to observe my breath. I have decided. I am in charge. And after 1 minute, where are you? You've gone somewhere else. Who went somewhere else? I did. Why did you do it? I don't know. But I'm in charge of my life and I'm an adult. This is why Dharma is very, very interesting, because it shows that the basis of democracy, rational, adult, mature people voting after considering difficult issues, is very strange. This is a fantasy that we like to have. We are actually profoundly divided, not against ourselves, but we're divided in ourselves because we are multiple. Now, that multiplicity is very interesting in relation to Dzogchen, because the multiplicity can be like fragmentation, like taking a big sheet of glass and dropping it on the ground and it just scatters into all these fragments. Or the fragments can be richness and potential. You work as an artist in a studio and you're going to make mosaics. We're going to make some random mosaics. You take the glass, drop it on the ground, okay, we'll use these bits. The fact that it's gone into these patterns triggers your imagination. The unpredictability of the outcome of the fragmentation turns it into rich potential. If what is fragmented is not you, then you can work with the pieces. If it's energy which is fragmenting or diversifying, in the traditional example, like light going into a crystal, and then coming out in the rainbow colors, what was potential, hidden inside the white light, is now revealed by the refractive index of the crystal structure, which spreads out this rainbow light. In the same way, we have rich potential. We can do many different things. We have all different kinds of moods, impulses, which can be very appropriate if they're arising in the non-dual situation. Sometimes it is helpful to be able to shout at people. Sometimes you need to stop people in their tracks. Sometimes you have to be very soft and sweet. So having that full repertoire is marvelous if it's fitting, if it fits the actual situation. But if you're just doing a number, I'm like this, I will shout at people when I get drunk. Well, you're shouting at them because you're drunk. There's no reason for you shouting in their behavior. Nothing in their behavior has triggered it. It's just when you get drunk, you become a nasty bastard. Is that right? Yeah, I suppose so. I have met many people like that. When they've got so much anger inside them, when they get drunk, they become dangerous. They say, fuck you, you looked at me off. Fuck you. Because now it's simple. Now, that energy, which could be very useful in stopping some dangerous situation, is now just an indulgent nonsense which is creating chaos in the world. So this is how karma makes us think, who is the agent? Who is the one who does good things or bad things? Where does that thought come from? What is its nature or quality? So on the outer teachings, we're concerned really with the level of manifestation, just trying to make this shape, which is good, occur more frequently than that shape, which is bad. When we go more into the Mahayana teachings, we're concerned with the structure which is underpinning the manifestation, that is to say, with emptiness. And then in Dzogchen, we're concerned with the ground. What is the basis out of which both the structure and the manifestation come? So it's very useful to get to see how complicated you are. If you try to simplify yourself, you're likely to be doing a violence to yourself. So you can take sort of vows of various kinds. I'm never going to have sex, I'm never going to get drunk, I'm only going to eat one meal a day, I'm going to wake up at 3 o'clock in the morning, and so on. These constraints will give a defined patterning to your existence, but it will stop some of the flexible responsivity which would allow you to make real connections with different people. And so that's why the Hinayana teachings, or this outer level of teachings, are concerned with danger. The world is dangerous. Avoid any triggers that might get you into doing bad things. But of course, separating yourself from the world makes you artificial. If you shave your head and wear monk's robes, everybody who sees you as having a particular role in society, somebody who is governed by particular rules, and there is a kind of artificiality in how they relate to you. And so you become like a protected species, like putting an elephant in a zoo, which is good if you want the elephant to live a long time, but it's not really having a full elephant's life. Full human life means dealing with complexity because we are complex. The next element in relation to karma is the sufferings of samsara. So in the traditional cosmology, which is painted in the tankas that you can see around here, are the 6 realms where you have the upper hell realms, then the jealous gods, then the humans, then the animals, then the pretas or the hungry ghosts, and then the 18 hell realms. And these are elaborated in great detail in the cosmological text. What it means is that we are human beings. We think, I'm a human being. Because I'm a human being. My mum was human, my dad was human, I'm human. It's like that. I'm not anything else. Huh? From the Buddhist point of view, due to causes and conditions, our potential manifests in this form for a while. And then we will die, and our potential will manifest in other dimensions in samsara. Maybe as a frog, maybe as a dog, maybe as a god, maybe as someone in hell. We probably will never see our parents again. We probably will never see our friends again. Because each of us is being blown by these karmic tendencies, these energetic tendencies, which we have built up in our own history. This is pretty scary. It's quite difficult in life to make friends, to find people that you can really hang out with. Do you think that's true? So when you die, you lose the few people who you can actually sit and have a beer with and get into opening your heart with, and you're born somewhere else. We know, even among humans, children are abused. They're raped. Children of 1 year of age get buggered. And it happens. All sorts of things happen. Being human is not necessarily safe. But imagine being a pig. Not very nice. Somebody comes, if you're a little boy pig, they come with their little clippers and they clip your little testicles off. They don't do that for your welfare. They do that to get you fattened up for the market. You can't stop them doing it. There are no police if you're a pig. There's no army. There's no passport. There's no visa. You are owned by someone. You're born into slavery for the factory. That's all it is. It's a terrible situation. The situation of animals is appalling. So, that's what links back to the precious human birth. In samsara, there are many, many kinds of suffering. The basis, luckily, the basis of the suffering of a pig is not the fact that it's a pig. That is the manifestation of the consequences of the basis of its suffering. That is to say, the suffering of the pig, or the suffering of the child that's abused, or the suffering of people killed in wars, or all the species that will die due to ecological change, climate warming and so on. All of these manifestations arise due to tendencies. The tendencies are located in the ground cause, which is ignorance. Ignorance of what? Ignorance of our own nature. A frog, a dog, a pig, a human being all have the same Buddha nature, which is to say they are sentient, they are alive, they have a mind which has experience. That is to say, all these living forms are experiencers. Who is the experiencer? This is the central question in Dzogchen. We sit, who is the thinker of the thought? Who is the one who is here? Now, pigs can't, as far as we know, they can't ask that question. Chickens can't ask that question. Ants can't ask that question. They are all experiencing something. You just drop a little sugar on the ground, all the ants come out, they found something exciting. They're clearly experiencing that sugar is more interesting than stones. They've got a kind of, oh, wow, spread the news, we're having a party. So they're excited by something. That's an experiencer. The root cause of samsara is our alienation from the ground of our being. That is to say, we exist in the duality of I am a subject in a field of objects, making selective choices, as pigs and frogs and dogs do, to try to get more of what I like and less of what I don't like. What they're not able to do is to question, who is the one who is making this choice? What is the ground nature or the basis of the subject? Subjectivity is our patterning of thoughts, feelings, sensations, memories, hopes, fears, and so on. What we call our personality. Where does that come from? Well, normally, psychologically, we'd say historically it comes from the developmental processes in your family and schooling and so on. From the Dharma point of view, all of these tendencies inside ourselves are movements of our potential. Why are we bothered by them? Because they impact us. Who do they impact? The experiencer. The experiencer in its displaced form is my subjectivity, my individual ego self, my consciousness. I don't like it when you're horrible to me. This is my experience. I need to tell you, don't speak to me that way. I'm standing up for myself. That makes sense. As you're saying that, you're aware that you're saying it. Who is the one who's aware that you're standing up for yourself? Because now you go back to your therapist and you say, hey, something really different happened at the weekend. You know, my boyfriend, he's always saying, I told him, if you do that again, it's finished, you're out. And he was really upset. It was completely different. He was really sweet to me. Oh. So that's wonderful. It means that the person has more confidence in themselves, but they're still not asking, I was aware that I was doing something different. What was that awareness? Because I was speaking, my body was different, my voice was stronger, this was me, I was in it, but the light was on, and I saw what I was doing. Who was the one that saw what was going on? This is what we mean by awareness. The awareness and the consciousness are very close, but they're not identical. The consciousness is the involved form of our energetic being in the world with others, which has a lucidity, but awareness is the revealer. It is the clarity, the luminosity. So that being able to awaken to that starts to be the process of freedom. But when you look around at all the different kinds of beings, who has that opportunity? There is a lot of suffering and people don't know why they suffer. You hear these, if you're out in the country, you hear these terrible sounds. They take the calves away from the cows. And the cow's going crazy. Whoa, whoa. This is a mother and a child. And the farmer says, no, I'm going to move them apart, separate them now. The calf doesn't want to be separated. The cow doesn't want to be separated. That's real suffering. They don't know why it's happening. The person that's separating them is the person who feeds them. That's pretty difficult. That kind of conditioning, is what generates the Stockholm syndrome. That the person who takes care of you is also the person who treats you very badly. Very confusing. So the opportunity to observe one's own situation and to be aware of the subtle movement of perception through the senses, responses of thought, feeling, sensation, and so on, to start to see this is a non-dual or an integrated movement of energy within a field of clarity. I'm here, I am a participant, I am embodied movement, but this is rising in an unborn field of awareness. So there's technical terms in that will get a bit clearer as we use them more. But this is the basic direction in Dzogchen. So the reason we do these basic reflections is to make us aware. Our time is short. It's easy to get distracted just with interaction subject to object. our culture is encouraging us to do this. We will be rewarded with money or status if we're good at interpersonal relatedness. But there is no final freedom in that, because one situation leads into another, into another. The key point, the point of liberation, is to sit and be aware, who is the one who is experiencing this? What is this presence? What is this awareness? So that is what we should be looking at. And now we will explore the mystery of dinner. And then we meet back at 8 o'clock and do some more, we'll do some practice. Okay. So in the, according to the Tibetan tradition anyway, in the Hinayana system, they talk of the 3 marks of conditioned existence: suffering, impermanence, and the absence of inherent self-nature. We've already looked at impermanence and suffering, so we look a little bit at the absence of inherent self-nature, and then I'll show you how that links into the basic meditation which all the schools of Buddhism do. When we look around the room, we see people. That's normal for us. We see people, we see men, women, we see younger people, older people, people who look healthy, people who don't look so healthy. We see people, people with qualities. As soon as you see a person, you assess their qualities in various ways. The most basic assessment is in terms of sexual attraction and danger. Are they going to kill me? Am I going to kill them? Is there some sexual interest or not? And then there are various other elaborations that move out from that. So in the ordinary sense, for us, the perception of people is irreducible. And a great deal of our democratic way of thinking, with its humanistic basis, is saying the basis of happiness in our world is mutual respect between human beings. That is to say, you should accept the authenticity of the other as they are and not try to make them some slave of your own fantasy or clone them into a representation of yourself. But as much as possible, you should live and let live. So if you're this kind of a person, good luck to you. If you're that kind of a person, good luck to you. So the personness of the person seems to be a given. It's a basic. The fact that you're a human being means, oh, I accept that. I respect that. On this level of Buddhist analysis, it says, no, this is not true. What appears to be a person is a construct in our mind which arises on the basis of these 5 factors, the 5 skandhas or heaps. So we have form, we have an immediate feeling tone response, which is positive, negative, or neutral. We have a perception which is already selective and slightly interpretive. Then we have our associations, our memories, our cultural signifiers, which is the sort of the formational energy which brings a kind of composite into something. Oh, you're a woman. So there's a kind of something seems to exist there. I've come to a conclusion, and I feel that my conclusion is outside. I feel that I am giving an accurate description of what is there, and I don't think I'm implicated in it. No, Any of you can look over there, there's a woman sitting there. It's obvious. We don't think, oh, woman is a construct in our mind, that certain features are presenting themselves, but without our mental operations, the conclusion, this is a woman, would not arise. So we've already objectified our own projection. We seem to be talking about something pre-existing or self-existing out there, rather than a form which is emergent as a co-emergence of the potential in the situation and our way of responding. And then our consciousness is the way in which we then take that conclusion and use it to build up pictures. Oh, I remember that woman, I met her before in another town. And we're back into the narrative and the location. The Tibetan word for consciousness, Nampa Shepa, means like form, or how it isness. And Shepa means to know. So it's knowing something as it is. It's the assumption that I am relating to self-existing phenomena. Now, clearly it would seem strange to say to someone, actually, you should be nice to me, because if I'm not thinking about you, you don't really exist. You need me. Without me, I don't know what you are. Something potential. And because I like you, you're lucky, because I'm going to make you a nice boy. But that's how it is. That's how it is. That's why we have friends and enemies. The friends see aspects of us which the enemies don't. And the enemies see aspects of us which the friends don't. We have a selective attention. And what Buddhism is suggesting here is that the selective attention is formational, because we come into being with others. We are relational creatures. We're not self-existing monads, but we are called into being by the way someone looks at us. And therefore, we feel a freedom to respond or not, depending on what's revealed in their face. So our potential and the other person's interpretation are not two separate continents, but there are an interweaving or a flowing together which gives rise to the lived potential of the situation. If somebody is very lonely and they go to a club and they try to chat someone up, they have to be very, very drunk when the other person says, listen, fuck off. They continue trying it on. That's pretty big sense of self-esteem to keep saying, yeah, but you want to come home with me, baby. Because somebody says, hey, piss off. We feel it. Oh, okay. There's a retraction that goes on. That is to say, our permission to show ourselves in specific ways is co-determined, unless we're not quite present. Does that seem fair to say? So this is very important, isn't it? It means the revealing of my potential is a field phenomena, not an individual personal phenomena. And therefore the qualities of the field determine how I become. I mean, this is mainstream in terms of developmental psychology. If you grow up in a family which is full of restrictions, you're going to have lots of interruptions to your capacity to come forward into the world. So what it's suggesting here is that a person isn't a thing. In fact, there are no things in the world. What there are manifestations or showings which show themselves according to the unique momentary terrain of qualities of the energy going towards them. That is to say, I have form, I have my feeling, perceptions, associations, and consciousness. So if I'm walking down the street, some incredibly beautiful person could be coming towards me, but if I'm preoccupied with my thoughts, I don't see them. So lots of things can be in the world, but if I'm in myself, they're not existing for me. Do they exist? How will I know? You say, hey, didn't you see? She was gorgeous. But where? How? What? Gone. Where does she exist? Not here. So there was a moment in which there's a revelation of something. And if you're not there, it's not there. And now how it reveals itself will depend on your availability of your emotions, how you are in your body, and so on. If you've got a headache, you're not so interested. So what this is suggesting is the interplay of what we take to be ourself and what we take to be the world, or including other people, is unfolding and changing. That is to say, it's inseparable from emptiness, or we'll leave that to side, inseparable from impermanence, and therefore we cannot say anything definite about ourselves or others, because we fluctuate and change according to circumstances, and so do other people. So whenever we come to a conclusion, whenever we say something definite about ourselves or someone else, we are actually stepping out of time like a river flowing, and as the river flows, the water ripples and moves with new patterns forming inside it. We step out of that into the world of ice. We freeze it. Oh, we're going out on Friday night. Yeah, I think John's coming. Oh God, not John. He's always the same. In that way, some definition has formed, some idea. He is like that. He was like that last week. He'll be like that next week, because he is always like that. You know him. So what we're agreeing there is we have come to some conclusion extrapolated out of a few hours of somebody's whole life experience. And having come to that conclusion, we now make a decision. I'm not so sure I want to go anymore. This is what in Buddhism, what they mean by attachment. You bind yourself into a particular reading of what is essentially an ever-changing process. Having acquired the pseudo-clarity of your definitional reading, he is like that, you now get a kind of confidence. I have some ground to stand on. I know what he's like. You tell me that, I wouldn't have expected anything different. I know where I stand with this person, but it's just a world of construct, because there'll be other people in that person's world that don't experience them in that way. So the analysis of the 5 skandhas is designed to put into question our assumption that we can have definite knowledge of people and things outside of time. For example, I was just reading a little review of a book. After the First World War, or during the First World War, many trees were cut down in Britain for the war effort, because in wartime everything is turned towards the war. So after that, they started planting more trees in Britain, and they made definite decisions about what they were going to protect, and the forests, and da-da-da. Then the Second World War starts, and immediately they're cutting the bloody trees down. All the old oak trees have been cut down. This is life. You know where you are. This is our position. Circumstances change. I think we have to revise our decision. Governments do that all the time. Governments do it very clearly. Now listen, Greece, you had better behave. This is your final warning. Next week. Now, we're coming up to the time of the final warning. You'd better be careful. Because what are you going to do? It's an impossible situation. So people keep speaking and then swallowing their words. You know, sometimes you see dogs on the street eating their own vomit. This is the life of the politician. And everybody says, yeah, but you said. But life changes. So then the real question is, why do we say so much? Why do we come to these very definite conclusions when we're proved wrong again and again and again? So there's something about the idea of the absence of inherent self-nature means tread lightly, walk gently. You know, when we, see, extreme right politicians with these heavy dogmas, like, whoa, like a big wall. These people must, whoa, it's very scary, isn't it? Wow. But we're a bit like that as well, because we have our definite opinions, our fixed ideas. And they're just like a wall. It's implacable. So starting to see ourselves and other people in terms of a kind of marketplace where these various factors of our existence come together in various rearrangements according to the seasons and the weather and so on, allows us to have more sense of, well, in my experience, sometimes John is like that. That's so much softer, because it leaves a space for the possibilities that at other times and outside of my experience, John is many other things. I'm saying all that I ever have is the view from here. And the view from here is just quite limited. You see other things that I will never see. So it brings a kind of hesitancy, a tentativeness. If you imagine it's early winter and the ice is formed on the pond near you and your feet just want to go out on the ice, you put one foot and your ears become very big like an elephant. You're walking lightly. Is it safe? Is it not? So that would be a way of being in the world. And in a sense, that's the beginning of compassion. Because it means I'm not going to pull you into my assumptions about you. I'm going to attend to you. I'm going to be listening very carefully. How are you presenting yourself? Because how you are today may not be how you were yesterday. I have my idea of you, and I have how you are. The map or the territory? My map. I like my map. This is the big issue. This is ethics, isn't it? If you can allow yourself to have your map rewritten by the actual state of another person, you start to come into something quite intimate, quite connected. Because how you are is more important than any thought I have about you. And how you are, all I know of that is how you show yourself, which is changing. So it's a much softer way of approaching life. So the key danger that's being highlighted here is that we rest inside our habitual assumptions, inside our beliefs, and we use these as a means of cutting up the world into territory which seems knowable and predictable. And we exclude attention to any other details. I mean, you see that in its extreme form in psychiatry, where sometimes if somebody gets a diagnosis of a psychotic condition, every reaction towards that patient is then mediated through the diagnosis. It's very difficult for a fresh reading of their potential to be revealed. But we often do that. It can happen with racial prejudice, religious prejudices, ethnic prejudices, gender prejudices, and so on. So how does this relate to meditation? What it's suggesting is looking has to be privileged over assuming. It has to be privileged over thinking. Because usually the first foot, this foot we go forward on is our thinking. We want to establish the territory. So the basic meditation for this is what's called shamatha or shine, which I'm sure most of you will know quite well, where shine means to become calm or to stay calm or to stay at ease. It means not being excited or distracted by the flow of thoughts, feelings, and sensations that arise. So in its most basic form, we take an object or a focus of attention, for example, the movement of the breath at the end of the nostrils, and we formulate an intention. I am going to attend to this and nothing else. This, for the next half hour or so, is what is important to me. And then whenever our mind wanders off on something else, we just very gently bring it back. The breath is very boring. It's not interesting. And we're not trying to think about our breathing, whether the breath is regular or not. We're simply tracking a slow dynamic movement. That's all. No interpretation is required, no adjectives, no adverbs, no knowledge of philosophy or history or anything. Simply just observe some very simple thing and see how it is. This is a way, if you like, this is the inner form of being a monk or a nun. The nun decides, I'm not going to wear any makeup, I'm not going to try to make myself look attractive, I'm going to shave my head, I'm going to wear these plain robes, I won't listen to music, I won't dance, and many, many things I won't do, because I don't want to be distracted by these possible doorways. So the inner form of this is to say, I'm going to focus my attention on the breath, and all these other thoughts, which ordinarily would be so fascinating, I'm going to let them go. I'm not going to be enthralled, caught up in, taken away by the familiar objects which excite me. So essentially, this is a meditation which is part of the path of renunciation. I'm renouncing the ingredients which make the soup of my life delicious. I'm just going to have a bowl of hot water, the breath. No herbs, no pepper, no curry powder, nothing. Just simple. Then we start to feel these invisible tendrils coming out of us. Amuse me, interest me, excite me. This is boring. But what is it? It's a simple, pure attention. It's the settling of the subject and the object. The object is moving, the breath. So the subject has to keep refocusing and refocusing and refocusing. That's a very simple task. Simplicity is being privileged over complexity and richness. Whereas in ordinary life, the richness may be life-enhancing, bringing some joy and meaning to us. For the purposes of the meditation, this richness is distracting us so that we never get a clear, simple sense, oh, I'm here when nothing's happening. Because if you have that experience of focused attention, you can then more easily start to look at who is the one who is here. But if your being here is zooming around, following after different thoughts, and then you want to say, who is the one who is following after thoughts? It's much more difficult. It's like going out in the garden with a magnifying glass trying to track a butterfly. The butterfly is not going in a straight line. So it's very difficult to see precisely. So this is why in all the schools, this is the most basic meditation. We need to develop more capacity for focused attention where the focus of the attention is based on the subject, not on the object. That is to say, usually we pay more attention to objects which are emotionally invested, whether positive or negative, than to objects which are neutral. Because it's seemingly the hooks in the object which are pulling our attention. But now, by having a simple, indeed boring object, the only way we are going to maintain that attention is by having it as the energy of the subject being directed again and again. So our tendency to divergent thinking and thought proliferation and free association and the richness of the symbolic and our creativity, that outward movement, we're trying to catch it into a diamond formation to bring it back to a point, back onto the breath, onto the breath, and doing it in a very gentle way. So if we get distracted or move all over the place, there's no need for criticism or examination or inquiry, just very gently back to the breath. Does that make sense? Are there any questions about that? And you see how it follows the logic of the views that have been set out. Okay, so let's do this practice for a while. You sit in a comfortable way, getting the spine to take the weight of your head so that your muscles can relax, opening the shoulders, hands one on top of the other in front of you, chin is slightly down, the gaze is running down the line of the nose, eyes are slightly opened, mouth is slightly opened, with the tongue turned on the upper palate. Okay. Okay, so we just run through the program for tomorrow. At 7 o'clock in the morning, there'll be some walk or movement and some practice with Eva. Do you want to say a bit more about it?
Yeah, if the weather is fine, we will go outside in the fields. We do a meditative walk to the fields and then do some body movement there, then come back and then afterwards have a normal sitting meditation like we did now. And if it's raining, we start with a sitting meditation here and afterwards movements. And we will do some Lutong movements.
Great. So that's at 7 o'clock. Then at 8:15 there's breakfast. Then we meet in here at 9:30 till 1. Then there's lunch. And then in the afternoon, Jayachita is going to do some movement in the upstairs room. Do you want to describe it a little bit?
we'll do some movement improvisation. So it's about being with the mind and being with the mind, how it's constantly changing through movement, in movement, improvising both for ourselves as well as in partner exercises. And it's fun as well.
Hooray!
3 o'clock, 3 for an hour, 3 to 4.
So, it's very helpful, I think, because we do a lot of sitting and focus study to do the movement as a compensation, but also in itself, it's a major part of the practice to find the body as it's ever changing in its relation with the environment. So, I would strongly recommend that both these approaches. And then we meet together here at 4:30 till 7, and then from 8 till 9. And we're going to focus on these pages in the Simply Being text. How many people don't have it at all?
With them or?
With them, yeah.
With them.
Yeah, with them. Homage to the bookshelf. Okay, now we also need to, is it easier for you to have it in English or in German? In German. So how many people want it in German?
I think count the English, that might be.
Count the English. How count the English? Oh, quite a lot. 1, 2, 3, 4. Half. Okay. Do you have a copy? Do you want to use this one?
Yes.
I've written the page number on the front,
Perfect.
and then you find the equivalent in the German. Great. Thank you very much. Any questions about the program or things you're uncertain about? Good. Well, have a nice evening, and see you in the morning. What it's suggesting is looking has to be privileged over assuming. It has to be privileged over thinking. Because usually the first foot, this foot we go forward on is our thinking. We want to establish the territory. So the basic meditation for this is what's called shamatha or shine, which I'm sure most of you will know quite well, where shine means to become calm or to stay calm or to stay at ease. It means not being excited or distracted by the flow of thoughts, feelings and sensations that arise. So in its most basic form, we take an object or a focus of attention, for example, the movement of the breath at the end of the nostrils, and we formulate an intention. I am going to attend to this and nothing else. This, for the next half hour or so, is what is important to me. And then whenever our mind wanders off on something else, we just very gently bring it back. The breath is very boring. It's not interesting. And we're not trying to think about our breathing, whether the breath is regular or not. We're simply tracking a slow dynamic movement. That's all. No interpretation is required, no adjectives, no adverbs, no knowledge of philosophy or history or anything. Simply just observe some very simple thing and see how it is. This is a way, if you like, this is the inner form of being a monk or a nun. The nun decides, I'm not going to wear any makeup, I'm not going to try to make myself look attractive, I'm going to shave my head, I'm going to wear these plain robes, I won't listen to music, I won't dance, and many, many things I won't do, because I don't want to be distracted by these possible doorways. So the inner form of this is to say, I'm going to focus my attention on the breath, and all these other thoughts, which ordinarily would be so fascinating, I'm going to let them go. I'm not going to be enthralled, caught up in, taken away by the familiar objects which excite me. So essentially, this is a meditation which is part of the path of renunciation. I'm renouncing the ingredients which make the soup of my life delicious. I'm just going to have a bowl of hot water, the breath. No herbs, no pepper, no curry powder, nothing. Just simple. Then we start to feel these invisible tendrils coming out of us. Amuse me, interest me, excite me. This is boring. But what is it? It's a simple, pure attention. It's the settling of the subject and the object. The object is moving, the breath. So the subject has to keep refocusing and refocusing and refocusing. That's a very simple task. Simplicity is being privileged over complexity and richness. Whereas in ordinary life, the richness may be life-enhancing, bringing some joy and meaning to us. For the purposes of the meditation, this richness is distracting us so that we never get a clear, simple sense, oh, I'm here when nothing's happening. Because if you have that experience of focused attention, you can then more easily start to look at who is the one who is here. But if your being here is zooming around, following after different thoughts, and then you want to say, who is the one who is following after thoughts? It's much more difficult. It's like going out in the garden with a magnifying glass trying to track a butterfly. The butterfly is not going in a straight line. So it's very difficult to see precisely. So this is why in all the schools, this is the most basic meditation. We need to develop more capacity for focused attention where the focus of the attention is based on the subject, not on the object. That is to say, usually we pay more attention to objects which are emotionally invested, whether positive or negative, than to objects which are neutral. Because it's seemingly the hooks in the object which are pulling our attention. But now, by having a simple, indeed boring object, the only way we are going to maintain that attention is by having it as the energy of the subject being directed again and again. So our tendency to divergent thinking and thought proliferation and free association and the richness of the symbolic and our creativity, that outward movement, we're trying to catch it into a diamond formation to bring it back to a point, back onto the breath, onto the breath, and doing it in a very gentle way. So if we get distracted or move all over the place, there's no need for criticism or examination or inquiry, just very gently back to the breath. Does that make sense? Are there any questions about that? And you see how it follows the logic of the views that have been set out. Okay, so let's do this practice for a while. You sit in a comfortable way, getting the spine to take the weight of your head so that your muscles can relax, opening the shoulders, hands one on top of the other in front of you, chin is slightly down, the gaze is running down the line of the nose, eyes are slightly opened, mouth is slightly opened, with the tongue turned on the upper palate. Okay. Okay.
Ich weiß auch nicht, was so vorhin geht. Das ist mal und so durch. Kann ich
Okay. So yesterday we were looking a bit at the sufferings of samsara, of the difficulties that are around and how easy it is to get lost. With an understanding of that, it becomes important that we have some kind of refuge. There are many false refuges in life. It doesn't mean again that they're bad, but it refers to the capacity that the refuge has to transform our situation. So if you come home at the end of the day and you're tired and you have a glass of wine, that's a kind of refuge. It shifts your mood slightly, it makes you feel better, but it doesn't last for long. So what you're doing is you're in one state and you're adjusting yourself into another state. And then you need to adjust yourself again and again. So it's a kind of self-management technique. But the object is transient because all phenomenal appearances are impermanent. And so you need to do it again or you need to find something else. When we take refuge in the Buddha, the Dharma and the Sangha, we're taking refuge in something which is reliable. The Buddha is the one who awoke from the intoxication with the transient manifestations of the world into the open spaciousness of the mind. In the traditional example, here we are caught up in the endless waves of samsara, one experience after another after another. And the Buddha, experiencing these waves, just sat still. Not moved by the waves, he found the depths of the ocean. And he realized that the ocean and the waves are not two separate things. But as long as you're caught up in the waves of hopes and fears, good and bad, winning and losing, and so on, all you have is this turbulent movement. And inside that, the micromanagement of praise and blame, of rewarding yourself or punishing yourself, doesn't really make much difference. So when we take refuge in the Buddha, we're taking refuge on an outer level in the fact that somebody found freedom. On an inner level, we're taking refuge in our potential to find that freedom, in our Buddha nature. This can seem like something hidden deep inside us. So on an innermost or secret level, we're taking refuge in the fact that at this very moment, while we're here, we are aware of what is happening. We're also conscious of all the toings and froings, the different experiences which are arising. And that's what normally catches our attention. But the calm, open awareness is always present. So when we take refuge in the Buddha, this is what we take refuge in. The Buddha taught, that's called the Dharma. Dharma also refers to what he was talking about, which is the actual situation that we find ourselves in. Not a fantasy, not an interpretation, not a cultural theory, but that which is there by itself when no effort is made. If you think of your life, everything that you do requires effort. This is why we get very tired. We have to hold our life together. We have a lovely breakfast, but some people are running around cleaning the plates and putting them away. Not so easy for them. There's always activity. You wear nice clothes and you have to clean them. You want where you live to be tidy, so you have to tidy it up. Work is necessary because we're maintaining patterns. But the Dharma is referring to that which is there by itself, effortless. So how do we find that? By our study and practice. This is the meaning of the Dharma. So this is a reliable thing to refer to. Because just having a tidy house, or having your hair just right, or having nice clothes, or getting promotion at work, none of these things really bring much happiness. If you get promotion at work, you get promotion to new responsibility, to more responsibility, to more people who can slap you about. So on one level it's good, on another level it's shit. This is our life. The complexity of the world is not going to be solved by a simple solution. What we see everywhere nowadays is people looking for simple solutions. Whether it's in political structures or religious structures, if you follow this belief, you will be right. And therefore we kill off the enemy. We give out the enemies, we imprison the enemies of the state and so on. These simple solutions can never bring happiness. We know from our own history that the notion of a final solution, of sorting things out, of coming to the end of history, these are fantasies. The waves of the ocean keep moving. How are we going to relate to it? This is the main point of the Dharma, that if you have depth, if you have space, if you have infinite awareness, everything can be included. If you have a very small pot, if you live in your ego self with all its hopes and fears and worries and anxieties, you get overwhelmed very easily. We know this. When we feel depressed or unloved or sad or lonely, we can't cope with very much. We want to say, go away, leave me alone, I don't want to see anyone. We know what it's like to become small, and if we're a bit lucky, we know what it's like to be a bit relaxed and big. And Dharma says, you are much bigger than you think you are. So taking refuge in Dharma is helpful. Then the Sangha is the group of people practicing the Dharma. That is to say, you have allies. We have allies, people who have lived in the past. We can read their books and their teachings. Also, the teachings that we get now are entirely dependent on the lineages, on the transmission. If people didn't make a transmission, it wouldn't be there. So we are connected with many people who we will never meet. We also can be involved in supporting each other in our Dharma practice. The wider sense of the Sangha is the fact of dependent co-origination. All things arise due to causes and circumstances. That is to say, whatever is manifesting and seems to be something existing in itself is held in place by the movement of many, many causal factors. These causal factors are invisible when we fixate on the object. So, recently His Holiness the Karmapa king here. He didn't come walking on his own feet. He was driven by someone. Without the driver, the Karmapa would not have arrived here. Without the airplane pilot, he wouldn't have got into Europe. Without other people cooking and preparing and tidying his clothes and taking his black hat out of the box, this whole thing wouldn't have happened. You say, it's the Karmapa. This is both true, because he has many, many good qualities, but it's also a completely ridiculous fantasy. Because the Karmapa is the whole Karmakaju Sangha. That is what it is. Without all of these people operating together, this one point would not be there. So this is like the Gestalt formation, isn't it? The figure and the ground. And the more you accentuate fixation on one point, everything else recedes into the background. But these background features are inseparable from what is figural. So the Sangha is everyone, because there's the Karmapa's mother and father. And the mother wouldn't be there without the grandmother, and the great-grandmother, and the great-grandfather, and so on. So you have this infinite web of everybody is involved, even the people who are bad. Because the people who are harmful drove the Karmapa out of Tibet. And we say, thank you so much. Because if he was still in Tibet, and Tibet was sealed in itself, we wouldn't have any access to these things. So our idea, good, bad, our selective attention, wanting this to be important, making something else not important, is a way of ignoring the facticity, the immediacy of the interconnectedness of all phenomena. And this is the widest sense of Sangha. That whenever we see one thing, we see everything. When we see the grass growing outside, it depends on people having taken care of the grass, of cutting it, of planting the grass, of taking out the weeds and so on. These people do that because they become interested in gardening, and they come to a Buddhist center because of this reason and this reason, and it just echoes out and out and out. Endless ripplings. So from that point of view, there are no strangers. There is nothing radically different from us. Even the things that we hate or dislike or strongly disagree with are part of our world. Because you would not know your strong opinion unless someone else contradicted it. The other person who you take to be your enemy is a mirror that lets you think, oh, this is my belief system. In that way, we are evoking our own topology, our own shaping through interaction with others. So taking, taking refuge in Buddha, Dharma, and Sangha is very big. It's about relating to the actuality of our lived existence shared with others and coming out of the bubble visions that run around in our head. So we start by reciting this short refuge prayer. We recite it 3 times. And we do it slowly in order to give us time both to reflect on the meaning, but also to allow the sound itself to show itself. That sound arises from silence, and merged with the sound is the meaning. Now we do it in Tibetan, which is meaningless to most people here, but is meaningful to some people. This is very important. Reciting what is meaningless to you but meaningful to someone else shows you the relative nature of meaning. Okay. rest. So, the next level of the general preparatory practices is opening to the Mahayana tradition. Maha means big, Yana means vehicle. It's big because we are small. We are quite limited usually in our interest. We are caught up in self-concern, wanting the best for ourselves, putting ourselves before others. In order to step out of this, there are two approaches to what is big. The first is the understanding of emptiness, which is the dissolving of the seeming separation and smallness of phenomena, including ourselves. And the second aspect is compassion, where we link our life, our luck, our fate, our future to that of all beings. So when we look around the room, we stabilize our sense of self by being able to name and understand and interpret everything that we see. That is to say, our sense of self is stabilized by our knowledge about the world, our capacity to name and identify the various phenomena that we see. We are reassured through that we know what is going on. In the Mahayana understanding, particularly developed through Nagarjuna's teaching, we come to see that there is no real truth in the seeming separate identity of phenomena. So in the famous Heart Sutra, it begins in the main part of the teaching saying, form is emptiness, emptiness is form. It means that, for example, if we look at the lamp, it's very easy for us to understand what a lamp is. We see that it's made out of metal, there's a glass bulb inside, and it's sending out some light at the moment. This is a lamp. Most of the time, that's the end of the story. On the basis of that knowledge, we either switch it on or off according to circumstances. At the bottom of the lamp, there's a little wire coming out. The little wire goes into the plug, and the plug goes into the electric supply system. The lamp without the electric supply system is useless. Be no point to it. So the lamp is not existing in itself. It's dependent on electricity. The lamp is also dependent on the floor, because the lamp is sitting on the floor. If a big tunnel suddenly arrived from Australia, the lamp would zoom down the tunnel and end up in Adelaide. So the fact that there is a floor is a very important part of the lamp. The lamp being here depends on the floor. It depends on people paying the electricity bill. It depends on many, many things which are outside the lamp. That is to say, the lampness of the lamp is not in the lamp. There is no essence to the lamp. If you like, the essence to the lamp is the electricity. That's it, the life or the vitality of the lamp. And that's coming from outside. We also want to have a light on because it's a little bit gloomy today. So our desire, our need, and the function of the lamp arise together. So when we see the lamp, it's a bit like seeing the Karmapa. You decontextualize the one special thing which seems to be there, but without the context, it wouldn't be there. Emptiness doesn't mean that there is nothing there at all. It means there is no essential internal definition of phenomena, that when we see the lamp, we see the floor. When we think lamp, the floor vanishes. It becomes the background, and the main thing is the lamp. But the lamp and the floor are there together. This lamp is always somewhere. You move it from this room to another, or at a certain point you throw it in the dump for recycling, it will always be somewhere. And even if it goes in the dump for recycling and it gets crushed down and then heated up and melted and made into something else, these constituents will always be somewhere with something happening to them. There is no lamp singular. Similarly, for ourselves, we say, I am me. We have the first person singular. But actually, I am we. Because we are multiple. We are multiple inside ourselves. And we have come into existence through the incorporation of factors around us. Firstly, you have your knowledge of language. Without having some degree of shared language, we wouldn't be able to be here together. Most of you are native German speakers. So you have learned English as a second language. You weren't born into a family speaking English mainly. You went to school and you learned it and gradually had interactions or reading books or movies or whatever. And that became something which was originally outside you, which now can operate inside you, and it is your skill, your quality, your capacity, but it wasn't yours from the beginning. Once you start to have competence in a language, it feels like you. But it's that which was other has become self. And it remains other, because if it was truly yourself, you would be speaking your own language. Which you wouldn't have, I'm having a nice time, but anyway, we don't know what it means. So we have shared language. That is to say, to communicate the most intimate aspects of yourself, you rely on something which is not yourself. It's the sharedness of language that lets us say to someone, I love you, or I get upset when you behave in that way, or I don't know if I can go on living anymore. People say these things deeply from the heart in a language which is theirs but not theirs. The intimacy, the specificity, the unique individuality of me being me can only manifest through what is common and shared. And the reason that it can be understood is because other people are moving in the same semiotic web, the same matrix of interpretation. And so we have resonance, we have empathic attunement, we pick up the feeling tone of what someone is saying, and we are able to respond. Sometimes with finesse, with fine attunement, and sometimes a bit crudely when we are self-preoccupied. So what is the essence of me? What is it that makes me, me? Our bodies develop through eating food and drinking. If we didn't eat and drink, we would die. If we didn't breathe in and out, we would die. When we breathe in the air, the world becomes me. Breathing is directly showing our non-separation. We are part of the world. Without breath, we would die. So without the other, there is no self. Buddhism suggests that the root of all our suffering is ignorance and attachment. Ignorance means ignoring the actuality of non-duality. That self and other arise together. There is no real difference between the two. Without this world, I would not exist. Without the support of other people. I came from London in a plane. I was driven here by somebody's car. The car was running because there was fuel going into it, which was produced by people in a factory, delivered by a driver with a big truck to the petrol station, and so on. Thousands and thousands and thousands of people are involved in our arriving here. There are the people who repair the roads after the winter. There are the police tracking for speeding drivers. There are an endless number of people involved in our arriving in this place. The food we eat for breakfast. There are people who bake the bread. There's the farmers bringing the milk. There's the yogurt and so on. We think how many people are part of our being who we are. So where is the center of my existence? Is it in some sense of me as an individual? Individual, as a word in English, means undivided or impossible to cut up. But we are multiple. We are not individual at all. We are a multiplicity of moods, feelings, sensations, habits, memories, and so on, operating in a world which is a multiplicity. So we talk of a universe, but there's no unification at all. There is infinite complexity of interaction, and our interactions with the world generate particular patterns. These are the patterns we call my personality, what I like and what I don't like. So at breakfast there are various kinds of food laid out, and different people make different choices. Some people eat only the fruit, others have some cheese and bread, others have porridge, some have everything. People go according to their likes and dislikes. Why do we have these likes and dislikes? Because of patterns that we have been exposed to. What might have been the tradition of breakfast in your family when you were growing up, what you've got used to, whether you believe that sugar is delicious or harmful to you, and so on. People have all kinds of notions which feed into their selectivity. Where is the true enduring substance in any of this? It's not there. The porridge is nice when it's hot, it's not so tasty when it's cold. It's just like that. So the beauty of the porridge is transitory. The beauty of the fruit is also transitory. If you leave it for some weeks, it's going to rot. It'll be covered in mold. Yeah.
So when you live in the wood and you live only from beers and from the things you find there, you have no an Austausch, no exchange with others. What is this?
If you live in the forest. Yes. This means that next life you'll be reborn as a squirrel. Very few people can live like this. And of course, for the hunter-gathering people, there's not many left in the world, but they are always on the move, because you have seasonal variation. The Australian Aborigines, the Bushmen in the Kalahari, they're moving around according to the seasons. Different plants are coming out, different kinds of berries. So they have to pay a lot of attention to what is going on. And if they're delayed, they're not there when the fruit is ripe. And that's a big tragedy. a long time ago, I was studying African history, and one of the very interesting things was the spread of the banana. Because as the banana was spreading out from Central Africa and going south, people could move, because here was a food that they could have. So very often, crops lead to people developing. The crop, whatever is growing in the soil, if a new crop comes in, the population can expand. So we are always being determined by our relation to the world. And if you live in a city, you're not so aware of that, because stuff in the shop seems to be just there. But if we go back to where it's coming from, it depends on the weather. The farmer's looking out all the time to see what's happening in the sky. When's a good time to plant, and especially in the autumn for the harvest, it's a really big worry for all the farmers. Especially now when they have these huge machines for taking in the corn and the grain. Costs a lot of money to hire it. If you do it too early, the grain's not ripe. If you do it too late, it's not good. But you're also renting this machine, and all the farmers are competing. So they're all trying to work out. It's like gambling. What week will I hire it for? How will I know? So this is the uncertainty of existence. But when you see the bread in the baker shop, it seems to be just there. So what emptiness is again and again pointing to, there is appearance, or in another language, there is experience. Something is happening for us, but that happeningness is not based on substance, on some inner essence. It's based on patterning. And patterning is the interactive movement of energy. So if you bake bread, you take the flour, you put it in a bowl, maybe you put some salt, you add water, and you start kneading it. And then you leave it for a bit. Then you might knead it again, depending on the kind of bread you're making. Then you put it in a baking tray or on a flat plate, and you cook it. That depends on what's the temperature of the oven that you need for this kind of bread. If it's rye, you're doing it at different temperature than if it's wheat. You keep it in the oven for different times. That is to say, you're working with circumstances. And due to these causes and conditions, the bread turns out well or not. This is the same with our lives. Some children grow up in a family with the wrong temperature. It's either too cold and they don't get the love and support they need, or it's too hot. There's too many demands on them. You have to do this, and they get overcooked. And then by the time they get to be 18, 19, they start to pop. So it's due to causes and conditions. Due to causes and conditions. So emptiness is simply indicating this whole world is dynamic. We are dynamic. Everything we see is dynamic. Now, it's easier to see this about ourselves because we walk and we talk. When you look at the lamp, it doesn't seem to be so dynamic. It seems to be just there. The lamp is always there as the lamp. This is a sequence of concepts. When we look and see what is there, what is revealed to us is the lamp today under these conditions. If there was more light in the room, this would look differently. If there was less light in the room, it would look differently. If we are very tired, we'd see it in a different way than if we're feeling very fresh. That is to say, the experience, which is the actuality of what is there, is not attended to because we fall asleep in the concept. The lamp is the lamp is the lamp. There is a true lamp there, the noun, and there are various adjectives and adverbs we can apply to that. It's a nice lamp, it's an ugly lamp, It's the same lamp as was here as last time. These are the ways in which we manifest our opinion about the lamp. The lamp is there. Whether you like it or you don't like it, it's the lamp. This is the world as revealed through concepts. But if we stay with perception, what we take to be the lamp is a sight of showing, a showing which displays itself under different conditions. Now we know this. If you've ever gone for an interview for a job and you have half an hour and they ask you these stupid questions and you have to try to impress them, you don't really know what they're looking for. And afterwards you think, oh shit, I should have said it this. Because how are you going to show someone else who you really are when you're not even sure what their criteria for evaluation are? We show ourselves in different ways. Some people are hopeless at interviews. They would be great in the job, but they just get too anxious in the interview. Then the interviewer might think, oh, this is a very anxious person. We don't want them. But they might actually be very competent. They just don't like being overexposed, having to give an account of themselves. So under different circumstances, we are different. We talk to different people. Here we're lucky to have this gorgeous little girl running around. And when people see her, their posture changes. Their face changes. You can see it. It's kind of normal. She is so charming. And you just bend down a little bit and your tone of your voice changes. This is normal. This is natural. We become different according to who we meet. Now, does that mean that this is simply an adjustment of who I really am? Or is it that we are a potential which is evoked according to circumstances, but which has no definable essence in it? This is what emptiness points to. The world is a rich, infinite potential to be evoked. And if we bring particular qualities into a situation, it will evoke particular patternings in that situation. But there is nothing really there. We cannot know what people are like. What we see in Nigeria at the moment in the north is huge battles between the Christians and the Muslims. And people start to develop more and more rigid ideas about people who belong to the other group. So the Muslims want to kill the Christians, and in revenge, the Christians often try to kill the Muslims. What is a Muslim? A Muslim is a person who goes to the mosque on Friday, who says these prayers, who has their boys circumcised, who arranges for their daughter's marriage at this age, and so on and so on. We know what they are like. We don't know anything about them, but we know what they are like. This is the imputation of an essence. When we have things like racism or anti-Semitism, it's based on the imputation that there is an essence. All Jewish people are like that. All black people are like that. This is a particular kind of knowledge. It is reassuring to me that I can make a universal pronouncement because I speak the truth. I know the truth. This helps the ego to feel powerful and competent in the world. But the actuality is there is no such thing as black people. It doesn't mean anything. There are people whose skin is black, but that doesn't mean that there is a group then of black people. There are many people who might follow Jewish family traditions or go to the synagogue and so on, but it doesn't mean that there are the Jewish people. Because what are the common factors in that? They might like different literature, different music. They might have happy marriages, unhappy marriages. They might be kind to their kids, be horrible to their kids. On the basis of knowing that somebody is Jewish or black, what can you predict in terms of their actuality? In terms of your fantasy, you can predict a lot. And we know in the history of the world, people have predicted and murdered on the basis of that, because it makes it simple. The ego is terrified of complexity, because this world is beyond computation. There are too many variables. This new government in Greece, very, very tricky. Off to Russia. We are Orthodox together. This is a very good little pressure on Madame Merkel, because it's scary. You think you've got someone in the corner, now Greece, you behave. And they go round the back. I have a big brother. Fuck, what do we do now? What do we do? All these strategists working with their computers, working out possible scenarios in the Pentagon and so on. If this happens, then that. If that happens, then that. It doesn't really work. You have the same thing going on in the stock exchange. People doing predictions of the futures for peanuts and so on. Where shall we put our money? It's beyond computation. So, what shall we do then? From the Buddhist point of view, step out of computation, because that is the basis of the ego's fantasy of world domination. I want to be in charge of my life. I am my own person. Some of you will have been in therapy groups where people come to this realization. I'm finding my own voice. Oh, and what are you speaking with your own voice? Speaking German? Yeah? Oh. Your own voice is puppeting someone else's language. What kind of autonomy is this? This is the illusion we get carried away in. We share. We are participants. And participation is the ground of our being. So this is the Mahayana vision. A big vision. We are connected with all beings, and therefore my welfare is the welfare of all. It's not that my welfare comes first, and then if I've got some excess, I give it to you. But your welfare is mine, because we share this world and we share other people's experiences. How other people are is my world. I don't have a private world, because as soon as I step out into the street, how other people go about their business affects how I am. And even in the environment that I live in, I didn't make the carpet, I didn't make the chairs, I didn't grow the tea, I don't have a cow to make the milk. Everything that I'm making use of has come from the other. This is amazing. There is no such thing as an autonomous individual. Authenticity is an illusion. In the sense that I'm being true to myself. What we can do is be aware of hypocrisy. Because part of our complexity is that we are polyvocal. We are a polyphony of different voices operating inside us. And if we see and accept the richness of our being, we also have to allow space for every aspect of ourselves, which means no voice is allowed to dominate other voices. So there are many modern forms of therapy which focus in this area. And essentially it means, for example, if somebody is very impulsive, some idea takes them over, maybe kind of hatred, and they want to attack people, or fear or rage or despair, in the moment that they are in that state, every other aspect of them goes into the background. And being encapsulated in that moment, a part of them is carrying the whole force of their existence. This, I can't bear it anymore. Somebody drinks half a bottle of whiskey and they kill themselves. They take an overdose. I can't bear it. There's nothing for me in this world. I hate myself. Every year, many, many thousands of people kill themselves. There's a lot of connection between alcohol and suicide. One of the things that alcohol does is make people unable to link their different voices. If you're sitting with somebody who's very drunk, it's not usually very interesting. It's interesting for them because they ramble on, because they're in this kind of tunnel vision. So if you go into that tunnel and an impulse of self-hatred or hatred of someone else arises, it's 100% on. And you stab someone, you break the bottle, you stick it in their face, or you take an overdose of pills. Because of a breakdown of communication. Because you took yourself to be one thing. Actually, we have many different things. People often do this. They say, fuck off, leave me alone, I don't want you, I don't care, I'm leaving. And then a few days later, oh, I'm so sorry, I didn't really mean it. So who was the person who said fuck off? This was one aspect, one small part of the person. Not even 100th, not even 1,000th of them. But in that one moment, the fullness of their energy said, I really mean it, I've had enough with you, you just fuck off, I don't want to see you again. And then you feel lonely. And you remember, actually, she's quite sweet. Oh, baby, I'm so sorry. The other person, I've had enough. No, you can't have enough. These are tragic stories because the part has become the whole. This is what happens when people go to war. The part becomes the whole. We saw it in former Yugoslavia. People who lived together had all sorts of connections, that is to say, had complex interrelation between people of different ethnic groups, different religious backgrounds. At a certain point it simplifies, I am this, and therefore you are my enemy. So emptiness is pointing to the fact of these formulations are entirely based on concepts invested with libido or prana, life energy. They are over-invested in encapsulations in which there is a forgetfulness of the other aspect of ourselves. This is really what samsara is. We abandon ourselves before we abandon other people. Because ourselves function in relation to other people. We are deeply, intimately connected with others and dependent on them. And if we attack other people, we are attacking part of what is supporting our own existence. In English, we say it's cutting off your nose to spite yourself. You attack yourself. When you attack other people, essentially you attack your own world, the shared field of co-emergent experience. So, the word emptiness is used again and again. It means no substantial essence, but ceaseless manifestation. So it's often formulated as unborn and unceasing. When we say all phenomena are unborn, and this includes ourselves, it means they haven't come into existence as something sealed in themselves. If we stop breathing, we die. So we're in the process of being born all through our lives. We are becoming anew moment by moment. We never arrive at being something. The idea that when a baby comes out of the mother's body, at last we see, oh, sweetie, it's you. Starting to grow. Why are you starting to grow? I remember when you were this size. Children don't like to hear that. They say, I am me, I am me. Because what is a person is a process, not a thing. There are no things. So ignorance leads to reification. That is to say, the perception of truly existing objects. When you have these objects, especially then the separation of self and other, I exist as me, you exist as you, then you have attachment. There is no attachment in non-duality. There is movement, there is interaction and so on, but no attachment. There has to be a thing which exists, which you can then grasp onto. Now I have something. Now what I have in my hand is a watch. The function of the watch is to keep moving. The most interesting thing about this watch is that the second hand is going round and round. If this watch was stable and reliable and always told exactly the same time, it wouldn't be very useful. It's the same with people. They are moving all the time. You can never catch another person. If you form a relationship with someone, you go into an alliance to try to harmonize and stabilize your being togetherness. But that means being open to the transformations that occur in the other person. You can't ask them to always be the same, because nobody can always be the same. People will transform. Sometimes they'll feel closer to you, sometimes they'll feel more distant. So if you want to be close to someone, the first thing you have to do is give them the space to be themselves. Other people are other. You will never know your own children. You will know aspects about them, you will have memories of them, but what it's like to be them, you can't know. And being around small children is amazing. Suddenly they're shooting off and you go, whoa, why, what? Okay. For them, there's some logic in it, some meaning. And we look and wonder, what is that? Same with big people. So, attachment and appropriation, this is the false move, because you're trying to stabilize that which is unstable. So, yesterday evening we were looking at these 3 marks of conditioned existence, especially impermanence. Everything is impermanent. At first, this can feel like something terrible. Oh my God, we're in the wrong place. Samsara is awful because everything's impermanent. May I be reborn in Nirvana where everything is always the same. You probably wouldn't like it. Because not only do external objects change, but our moods change as well. When you're a child, you hear sort of fairy tales and folk tales, and very often you have the story of the 3 wishes, where somebody finds a magic ring, often in the mouth of a fish, and then they have 3 wishes. Oh, I wish we lived in a palace and we had so much. Then I wish we had many supporters and children. Then they all start squabbling, and the final wish is always the same in every story. I wish we were back to where we were. It's a beautiful kind of story, isn't it? Because the only place we can be, really, is at home in ourselves. If we imagine that some fantasy object is going to complete us, we have a problem. So, Dzogchen means like the great completion. That is to say, life is already complete. it is complete in its complexity. But what we look for in samsara, what generates samsara, is that we want completion in simplicity. And you don't have completion in simplicity. In the summer, maybe you get to go to the seaside and you just watch the waves. The waves don't stop. And the patterns of the waves are changing all the time. Each wave is unique in itself. Just as each moment of our life is unique. The idea that we could homogenize it, control it, manage it, fix it, very difficult. Now that everybody's concerned with getting new forms of power generation, whether it's taking the light of the sun, or the wind, or the ocean. Now, the light of the sun, but we have clouds. The wind, but it's not always blowing. The sea, but sometimes it's a bit still. When you're working with things as they are, they're not so predictable. If you take out some coal, it's a bit more predictable. Working with life as it manifests itself means you have to keep moving. But I want to know where I am. I want to know what the deal is. If I'm going to be with you, I want to know that you will always love me. How could anyone say? So the basis of relationship is a lie. I love you. I'll always love you. I've been waiting for you all my life. As if this is the magic bus that's going to take you to paradise. But we have fluctuations of mood. So how come this sour-faced person is the one that I love? They've changed. You've changed. I want to return you to the shop. Do you have a sister? So this is what samsara is. It's the idea that phenomena could be reliable. That we take refuge in moving things and try to make them stable. This doesn't mean that there is nothing reliable. What is reliable is emptiness. Emptiness is not something you can grasp or get. It is something which you are. That we, moment by moment, are the manifestation of our potential. Since we were small, we have been thousands of people, millions of different people, with our hopes and fears and our moods. You know, if you can remember, maybe as a child you were sick for a bit and you had to lie in bed and it was really boring, and then maybe your dad would come home and give you some little present and you were really happy, and so on. All of these things that you were, and they're gone. And what are these memories? You can't hold them. And even in the moment, you couldn't grab it because it was always going. So the grabbing as a means of stabilizing my sense of self is a delusion. This is what leads us astray. What we have to do is turn ourselves towards an aesthetic appreciation by being present and enjoying manifestation, by offering ourselves to it, not with a not with a shopping list of what we want, but rather, how do I loosen myself so that I can be with what is occurring? The world is bigger than me. The world is what it is. Because of my limitations, I find being in the world, some of the time anyway, pretty difficult. I can try to change the world, not a very good direction. What about me? what is this over-definition of myself? What is this tightness that gives me the sense of, I have to hang on to this, when actually inside me is a lot more potential that could allow me to relate in different ways. So the ego functions as a false definition of the horizon of our potential. And emptiness is saying, this moment is gone, this moment is gone, what's coming? What's coming? So that as different thoughts and feelings arise inside us, maybe aspects of ourselves which we normally retroflect, we normally kind of bury inside ourselves or deflect, can manifest. People who are always quite pacific and sweet and kind could learn to be more aggressive. That might be very useful, very protective in life. People who are more defended and aggressive could learn to be more sweet and tolerant and put up with more. This would not be harmful. They would start to find, I have a big range. I have the Mahayana. I am the Mahayana. Because if you say, I am going to save all sentient beings, but in order for me to save them, they have to become the kind of people that I can save. So my restriction becomes the limit of the world. What do I have to do in order to make contact? So in the Bible we have this famous story of the Good Samaritan. Somebody who belongs to a particular group that has relations with other groups. And one day the Samaritan in his travels meets this other person who is sick, lying in the road, but he's not of the right group. So if the Samaritan stayed in his Samaritanness, it would be impossible to go to help that person. In the moment that the Samaritan crosses the road and says, hey, what's the matter? Can I help you? He is deconstructing Samaritanness and allowing new potential to manifest. That is to say, compassion is releasing him from the identity which has been generated inside his culture. This is a wonderful thing. This is why in the Mahayana tradition, they talk of wisdom and compassion being like the two wings of a bird. The wings have to move in harmony if the bird is going to fly. Wisdom feeds into compassion, and compassion feeds into wisdom. When you feel compassion, when you're touched and moved by someone else, you're taken out of yourself, and we're often surprised at ourselves. We find, oh, I didn't know I could do that. We've become forgetful. That often particularly happens to parents with children, that they find themselves doing things they could never have imagined before. So they are returned to themselves in a new way by self-forgetfulness. As it says in the tradition, you have to lose yourself to find yourself, because the self you have is not who you really are. Self-constructs, self-definitions, and especially our anxiety of wanting excuse me, to have the approval of other people. If I become somebody different, will you still like me? Will you approve of me? What is the deal? And this is, of course, very difficult in our culture now. Western civilization is becoming more and more risk-averse. It becomes frightened of risks. Parents don't want their children to go and play out in the street in case they're abducted. Children become frightened to go outside in case bad people take them away. Everybody has to be a professional and do very serious things all the time. Why? Why should we be serious? All traditional cultures have the trickster. The trickster is vital for the life of the nation. Just as you have carnival, which shows These formal structures that are set up are conventions. They have no truth in them. So when you have the carnival, everything is turned upside down and you start to see, oh, this is a contract, this is a deal. It is not inherently true. But in order to allow society to go on reasonable tram lines, we're going to accept this convention, but we hold in mind, this is an artificial structure. When you have professionalization, that's forgotten. It becomes the truth. If you're a social worker, this is how you must behave. These are the rules. And these kind of rules are very unhelpful. It's very important that people who are professionals are also vulgar. Vulgarity is very, very healing in this world. This Russian theorist Mikhail Bakhtin wrote a wonderful study of Rabelais. Rabelais was a monk in the, I think, 14th century who wrote about Gargantua and Pantagruel, about these huge beings with absolutely huge appetites, a bit like Obelix in the Asterix story. And the key thing about this story is it's completely scatological. There's a lot about shit. Walls made of shit, the bodily functions all the time, swearing, insulting, putting down. Why was a monk writing in this way? Because he could see the hypocrisy of the church. The facade, the frontal show is very smooth, but behind all sorts of deals are going on. We are all nice people, but we all have poop coming out our bum. We don't talk about our poop and we hide it in a little room. But the fact is, we eat in public and we shit in private. Maybe we should eat in private and shit in public. Because the vulgar returns you to something. It says, it's not smooth, it's not so nice. And if you say, smooth is good, not so nice, not good, then you're back with dualistic polarization. The fact that we shit is not negative. The fact that your armpits smell is not negative. It's something in certain cultures, depending on the climate, you have to manage. In Tibet, where the air was very dry and cold, people didn't wash very much, but they didn't smell so much. When you come down from the mountains into the heat of India, your body starts to smell, your clothes really start to stink, but they didn't up in the mountains. So, depending on the context, depending on the culture, different formations manifest. What are we afraid of? I want other people to like me. So what do you have to do in order to make people like you? This position is itself fascistic. And I'll explain why. Because in order for me to be confident that I can make you like me, I have to say everyone in this room has the same set of mental constructs, and they are knowable. So I am immediately attacking the fact that you have your own mind with your own opinions, your likes and dislikes. There are too many people here to please. The old saying is you can please some of the people some of the time, but you can't please all the people all the time. This is exactly a Buddhist idea. Due to dependent co-origination, people have different feelings, different orientations. So the first step of freedom is to accept you have your mind, you have your mind, you have your mind. Hello. I don't know what's in your mind. Therefore, I'm going to give up my ambition to control you. You are free to reveal or not reveal different aspects of yourself. I will work with what you reveal. This is exactly what we do if we're sitting in a room with someone in psychotherapy. We have to let the person reveal themselves. And they will reveal themselves in different ways according to whether they trust us or don't trust us as the relationship develops, or things that are happening outside. Even if you see someone for many years, every week, even several times a week, you will never know them. There will always be aspects of themselves that you don't know. So, to free yourself, first you have to free other people to be other. This is not the same as duality. We're not separating self and other as fixed things. Rather, we're saying, you are so rich, you have so many factors operating in you, and I have so many factors operating in me. Why am I trying to homogenize all of you and homogenize myself? I'm trying to simplify the world and simplify myself. Why? Because I want to know what's going on. I want to know what I have to do in order to be okay. I want you to like me and I don't want you to hate me. Possible. In that way, we externalize our vision, picking up signs so that we can manipulate ourselves to create a pattern which will be acceptable. The whole of life can go by in that way. Most people's lives are spent in that way, trying to manipulate circumstances to ensure their survival. What it means then is that when you go towards another person, you have an agenda. Your agenda is, how can I find out what you like in order to make sure that you won't become my enemy? When you go with an agenda, it's like going shopping with a shopping list. A shopping list is very useful because when you go in a big supermarket, it prevents you buying things you don't really need but look very interesting. So you just buy what's on your shopping list. Everything else is irrelevant. The shopping list makes you blind to the tempting possibilities of the bargains that the supermarket's offering. The same way, you go into the world with your shopping list, what you're looking for in the other person, what makes you happy, what makes you sad, and so on. This involves blanking out or ignoring many of the other factors that are there in that person. That is to say, we're forming other people according to our notion of who they should be, or who they could be, or who they are. This again is what is the meaning of emptiness. This is an illusion. People are not a thing. You cannot know another person. You can be with another person. You can be in a co-emergent unfolding, which is very open or sometimes a bit paranoid, a bit restricted. That's what's happening in that particular moment. But you can't actually know someone, which means we should be humble. And we should be willing to be surprised. And we should be willing to soften our assumptions about other people and work with what is there. And if we work with what is there, we have to be here. So being respectful of others returns us to being aware in the moment. Assuming things about others allows us to fall asleep inside our assumption, move towards the other with selected attention, with our own self-serving agenda. That's neither wisdom nor compassion. So again, what emptiness is indicating is that not knowing allows knowledge, whereas knowing fights against not knowing. Knowledge as substantial always becomes narrow and restrictive because you want to defend what you've got. Whereas not knowing, like the sky, allows all kinds of knowledge to arise, but as moments, like clouds or rainbows arising. Today you know this about that person. Today they look a bit sad, or they look very happy. Say, hey, what's happening for you? Oh, this is what... Tomorrow they may look different. Say, oh, what's the matter? Yesterday you were... Not necessary to say that. Today they are what they are. Why shouldn't they be sad today? Oh, but yesterday. We have built up this picture. And we're saying, you have now strayed from the image that I have developed in my mind about you. How dare you? Then if you can coerce, and some parents do that to their children, they coerce the child to always fit into the template of interpretation that they have. Schools often do that as well. And so rigidity is installed on the basis of power because it reassures us that I am building up my knowledge base. My knowledge now is predictive. And all the Dharma paths are moving away from prediction towards responsivity. Being here, having the felt sense of how you are, a new form of my response can arise if I don't get in the way of it. So in the higher tantras and in Dzogchen, it's often said that we should meditate sky to sky. That is to say, the mind is open like the sky, and the world is open like the sky. And movements will be moving in this great sky in an unimpeded way. But when we take on a particular shaping, a particular sense of who we are and what we can do, the sky is blocked. Then we're going cloud to cloud. This is my shape, what is your shape? And then we try to get some accommodation. That's much more laborious. That's why samsara is such a busy place. So, you can read books about emptiness and it can seem like some kind of a strange metaphysical notion, or it can be a bit scary. But essentially it's saying, life is movement. Stay on the beat. Stay on the beat. You will do fine if you're here. The thought that you would be better off being elsewhere, being in the past or in the future, is not true. If you want to be alive, be here, because here is where you are. And what is here? You have to see. You can't know before it arrives. When we gather here together, we don't know how it's going to be. I don't know what I'm going to say. I say something, I look around at your lovely faces, and some words bubble out of me. And that is human life, isn't it? It's just relational. Of course, I've learned things in the past, but I can't say what I'm going to say. How would I know? Otherwise, it would be a formal lecture. So it's about trusting it'll be okay. It'll be okay. If we're here, if we're not defending ourselves, if we see that the world is open, this is the flow of life. So in that way, wisdom and compassion go together. Compassion here doesn't mean that we are going to take care of other people. It means the unimpeded flow of the non-dual energy of connectivity. That is to say, when I'm here with you, we find ourselves in something. We find ourselves. So, although I'm the one that's speaking just now, I'm speaking in the we. That's why I'm looking around all the time, because I'm wanting to connect with people. Because it's we. This is a shared field. It's not from me inside some little James factory pumping stuff out. It's the energy of the field which is operating. And I am part of the energy of the field, and you are part of the energy of the field. It's not all up to me. This is the beauty of life, that other people, when we are connected, they are like the warm wind rising that keeps the eagle floating in the sky. But if it's all up to ourselves, we're more like a hummingbird going very, very fast. Okay, shall we take a break there and we come back and do some practice? Okay. Okay, so what we've been looking at is how we find our life inside systems that we are, as individuals or as people, we are systems niched within other systems, and also niched within us are subsystems, like endless pulsations of big and small. At this time in Western Europe, there's a reasonable amount of work available. You can make money, you can have a reasonable life. We also have, to a certain extent, a welfare state that provides money if life gets difficult. This culture offers us many, many opportunities, but it's also very seductive. When you read the accounts of yogis in the past, and particularly true in the accounts of Tibetan yoginis, who, because of gender bias in Tibetan Buddhism, often had a very difficult deal. And motif which arises again and again is the need to make a radical break from the family, from the culture, because women were so enmeshed inside cultural expectations that they should marry into a good family and produce children, particularly boy children, in order to continue the whole family matrix. It's a very enveloping set of cultural expectations. And in order to break free, radical steps, often leading to loneliness and isolation, often have to be made. That is to say, there has to be a disruption. This is difficult for us to imagine in many ways. The level of comfort that we are used to is, in the history of the world, something quite unimaginable. Central heating. Such a strange notion. When I was a child, we had coal fires in the house. And the thing you heard again and again is, close the door! Because you leave the door open and the heat goes out the room. No, it was very fragile and things had to be attended to. With central heating, people take it for granted. Comfort and ease. From China, you get endless amounts of cheap clothing. We get quite cheap food now in proportion to the amount of hours you have to work. So coziness, or this enveloping duvet of cultural seduction, is something quite difficult to resist in many ways. And in the book, he is writing it's not on the pages that you have, it's in the earlier pages. So here's a little section on abandoning worldly activities.
Which page is that on?
It's on the new edition, it's page 24. I mean, this is a useful book because many of the things are very helpful. And it's also part of my pension plan, so buy 10 copies. It says, it's necessary to abandon one's motherland, for if it's not abandoned, desire and anger will arise from attachment to it. So, this has to do with politics. You live in a place, things become important, maybe ecology or local government issues or the state of the roads or the state of the schools. If you're a parent, you can get involved in all sorts of outer protests about what happens in the kindergarten. You can also have expectations, if you're a grandparent, about what your children are doing with your grandchildren and why don't they do this and why that. All of this, in terms of liberation, is a waste of time. All of this, in relation to being a human being, taking your place in social production, is a very great thing to do. You can't have both. You can have both if you are very aware, but given that we're not very aware, you can't have both. Because we're tilted to one side, we're tilted towards social action. That is to say, we take these social signs as being very, very important. It's a disaster if this occurs. Since the beginning of the world, disaster has occurred. The Buddha, in his first teaching, said, there is the truth of suffering. But we are surprised that there is suffering. How could this happen? My child got pushed over in the kindergarten. I'm making a formal complaint. People do this nowadays. Children like to push each other. But I don't want my child to be pushed. Shoot them. Kill them today. It will be a kindness. They're going to get pushed. They're going to go to school and have teachers who they don't like and who don't like them. It's not possible for a school teacher to like all the kids. So you have energetic resonances with different people. So what he's saying here is, if you stay in your usual social situation, you will experience these waves of anger and desire. These are the fluctuations of social enmeshment. If you've taken a householder's life, you have responsibilities and you carry them through, but you have to be aware, oh, my children are special to me. So I am already biased. I have already cut the world up into my group and that group. And I say that what happens to my group is more important than what happens to that group. This is a necessary corollary or a necessary consequence or parallel process of egotistical investment. Egotistical investment looks like love. My children. My teacher, Sia Lama, always said there is no virtue in the family. If you take care of your children, this is not virtuous. He said, cows take care of their children. The mother sheep is being butted away by the little lamb trying to get milk. She doesn't protest. Taking care of your children is not virtue. It's just what you do. Virtue begins with the stranger. That's quite a radical idea. So much of our time and energy and money is about making the cozy world in which we feel good. It's stepping out. The gift begins when there is no return. Because with children, there's always some fantasy of return. That they're going to be kind, or we're going to have a nice summer holiday together, whatever. It's always a little bit like the boomerang. You put it out, but something's going to come back. So this is quite a radical idea of abandoning. So how do we abandon if we're in the middle of life? It's by keeping this Mahayana view. I'm going to work for the benefit of all beings. So with whatever I do, whether it's cleaning the table or ironing the kids' clothes if they've got a special thing at school, or remembering what needs to go in their school bag when they're small, I'm doing this on behalf of all sentient beings. May all sentient beings have a mother who cares for them. If you're cooking something nice, your kid's favorite meal, that could be something very small, but it can also be something very big. May all beings have fine, attuned care and concern for them. And you can imagine the Buddha sending rays of light to all sentient beings, so that the particularity of your life opens up a vision which is bigger than the setting, because otherwise you get wound into, what will I do about this situation? If you have children or friends or family who are very disturbed, maybe you have major physical problems or mental problems, it's very, very involving. The sense that something must be done. That's one thing. But they're also giving a gift, which is the gift of lostness. Yesterday we were looking at a precious human birth. Some people we will know don't have a precious human birth because they have particular physical constraints that make it difficult, or they get caught up in something. If you get caught up in anorexia, in a physical level, or even a kind of psychological anorexia where you deprive yourself of any of the resources that are in the world, this is tragic. But in that moment, we see, oh, in a land of plenty, people choose starvation. Self-denying, self-attacking behavior is part of the world. And then we can feel compassion for that, and compassion for all the beings in the world. So every situation, excuse me, every situation in our ordinary existence can be a reminder of the bigger picture. The big danger is to become sealed in the bubble of our own predictable fantasy. If one remains in one's own country, then many situations that hinder Dharma practice will arise, such as having too much work, business and so on, helping neighbors and relatives who are in trouble, subduing enemies and protecting friends, paying taxes and giving compulsory public service. With these activities, one will experience the misery of attachment and aversion, for it is difficult to practice the pure Dharma in one's own country. That is to say, our sense of self is held in place not just by our own internal processes, but by the reactions we have to other people. And if we want to be considered to be nice people, then we want to please the people around us so that they will like us. And this is very strong in families. So it's not that you should immediately renounce your family if you have obligations, but just to be aware, oh, this is the theater of the family. This is a particular ballet, a particular choreographed set of movements. So if I stay present and observe the movement, I don't need to stop it, but I need to see this is a gesture of relatedness. That's all it is. There's no outcome. So if we make a gesture of kindness here, we're doing it because there is a need. The extra thing is, and I want a good outcome. It's the desire for the outcome that keeps us over-investing in the situation. Children grow up and take on their own lives and go off in very different directions. When I was in my late teenage period, my father would look at me in disbelief. He could not imagine that all his care and attention had led to the production of me. Because I used to wear an old woman's fur coat and I had a lot of henna in my long hair. And he would say, but why would you do this? Because he wore a suit and a bowler hat. I would say, but why do you do that? He said, I do this in order to get the money that allows you to do that. Which base I had nothing to reply. But that's it. I became somebody different. All our children become somebody different. So from that sense, there's something about hospitality without a demand. One of the very beautiful things about coming to this place is the quality of hospitality. This is a Kajupa center, Karma Kaju center. That That is a very strong lineage in Tibetan Buddhism, and it's a very particular lineage. But when we come in the door, there is no missionary saying you have to do this, you have to do that. There is a very generous offering of a space. This is amazing. This is very unusual in Dharma centers. That there is a trust from the host side that we're going to be reasonable when we're here, and therefore the host relaxes. You don't experience actually the host at all, because the host is the space. This is the most beautiful form of hospitality. This term, the Dharma Dhatu, which is the ground space of all existence, I often translate as infinite hospitality, because real hospitality, like here, allows each person to be as they are. It's not saying, if you enter into my space, here is the rule book. It says, if you enter into my space, be at home. That is something very, very beautiful and unusual. And maybe that gives us the sense of how we can be in our lives. That whether it's taking care of parents or children, we have the two possibilities. One is to sit inside our knowledge of them, our memories and fantasies and so on. And the other is to see them as they are. This is an energy force or an energy pattern which has its own dynamic. We have, as the children develop, less and less power to influence how they are. And therefore the task becomes not trying to control them, but to work with what is there. Now, if we have a big expectation of how the children should be, we often end up in disappointment, because we had hoped that they would be other than they are. That, of course, as we know, becomes a big problem in families. The children are what they are, so how do you relate to them? But they shouldn't be doing that. Then all these old rules and expectations come in very strongly. So we go back to the issue of the map and the territory. The child is their own territory, and the map becomes less and less important. When the baby is just born, the map is incredibly important, because you have to have some notion as to what a baby requires, what temperature the bath should be, and how often they should be fed, and so on. As they get bigger, it's more, how do I work with this? And expectations don't help. So having the separation from the environment you can do externally, if that's your life situation, but you can also do it internally in your mind. And the second aspect of this is renunciation. Do we need the levels of comfort that we have? What are we trying to achieve in making our lives easy? So he says a little later, you should wear the mist as a hat. You should dress yourself in the skin of dogs. You should have no concern for what other people think of you. But this is a very challenging kind of notion. We live in a world which is unbelievably clean and tidy. Nobody is dirty anymore. When I was a kid, going to school on the bus, there were a lot of dirty people because they worked in factories. And they came home from the factory and their clothes were covered in the oil and whatever it was. Working men had dirty clothes. Nowadays, if you're in a factory, they have a shower room and a locker, and you change your clothes and you come out looking very smart. And that level of cleanliness then becomes a kind of cover-up for the impact of work, for differentiation. It also means that poverty is a kind of failure. Nobody should be poor. So to elect for poverty becomes a kind of madness. We know that the seminaries for the Catholic Church are collapsing all over Europe. Young people don't want to become priests, and they certainly don't want to become monks very often. Why would you choose poverty? There is so much to be enjoyed in the world. Why would you not go for plenty? Poverty, when it was part of life, having a religious poverty was a different choice of poverty. You had poverty of the peasant or poverty of the priest, about the same. But now it's a kind of madness. So we get tilted towards excess, having more than we need. We have so many clothes. We have so many things. And what do we do with these things? We have more things than we need. So there's something about accumulation, which of course is the capitalist principle, that there should be excess, a profit margin, and you use the profit to buy things. And consumerism is what keeps the whole economy going. So in Britain, when the economic collapse occurred, the government was saying, we have to spend our way out of this crisis. People were being encouraged to buy more so that people could produce more, and it becomes a self-fulfilling chaos. So this is something very different. It's saying, not that you have to renounce everything, but you can look and think, what am I working for? Do I do too much work? I have just retired from the National Health Service, where I worked for many, many years. And I enjoyed it, and maybe it was useful to some people, but it was also a particular kind of tunnel vision. It had its own logic, its own requirements of things to be done. And when you step out of it, you think, oh, it was meaningful in its context. That is to say, it is extrinsically meaningful, situationally, contingently meaningful. It was not intrinsically meaningful. And when I leave that situation, like an old photograph that's fading away, the value of what I was doing, and it's only 2 weeks ago, the value is already fading. You think, oh, that's what I used to do. So something that was very vibrant is just something. That's what I used to do, like I used to go to school. Oh. Life is like a balloon. We blow it up and it's big as long as we keep blowing. The air will come out. That's what it means. What are you putting your energy into? It's really a very good thing to review. And again, because we have our responsibilities and so on, it's not about renouncing life, but it's thinking, what are my goals? A job can give you money, but it also can give you status, power, meaning, a sense of value. Dharma is saying the meaning of life and the value that you have is not dependent on your occupation. So when I leave my job, my little job title, a little plastic strip, I took it off the door, I have it now in my kitchen, I look at it. It doesn't mean anything anymore. But before it meant, oh, the secretary would be very nice to me. And it's gone. So something, we can see the hooks for the ego in that kind of situation. It is as if I was that person. And functionally I was that person, but only due to causes and circumstances. When you step out of it, it bleeds away. It was an illusion. So this is the encouragement for each of us in whatever we do, to take the middle way. It's not that it's nothing at all, but on the other hand, it's also not the meaning of life in something special. The middle way says there is form and emptiness. There is this structure which has its function, taking care of families or earning money, whatever it would be. And it's a momentary construction. There is no essence in it. There is nothing to hang on to. So why am I doing it? Well, for general reasons. If you have kids, you have to work. You have to feed them and take care of them. How you do that is, whatever you do, it's looking for the profit. What is the excess that we're looking for? I want to feel good about myself. I want to feel that I'm doing okay. Okay. Dharma says, you have Buddha nature, awakening to your Buddha nature, working for the salvation of all sentient beings. This is what has fundamental value. Being rewarded at work because your boss likes what you did on the project, that's kind of irrelevant. It's there, and if it happens, that's fine. But if you start to want to get more pats on the head, more approval, you end up in some Pavlovian world where the bell rings and you're salivating because you want to be rewarded. You want to be applauded at a conference or seen to be somebody who's really vital to the work team. These are the ways in which we can get lost. So in the old days in Tibet, because people would give offerings to yogis in caves, they used to say, if the yogi is in the cave, the food will walk up the hill. Nowadays, that's not going to happen. So we have to generally take care of ourselves, but it's just being a little bit aware. What am I up to? What is the secondary gain? Because if it's an egoic secondary gain, it's going to get in the way of our wider picture. Everything I do is the arising of the energy of existence passing through me as me and dissolving and dissolving. And we're going to be looking at this more and more. And the more we allow the self-liberation of phenomena, there's no bag to catch anything. It's gone, it's gone. It was just this, and then it's gone. So in that way, you can be in the world, but without getting too glued into it. Okay. So in terms of compassion, on the outer level, compassion in the Mahayana system is looked at in three ways. The first is considered to be like preparing to go on a journey. So we say something like, may I work in this and all my future lives for the benefit of all beings, which is an aspiration. So it's an orientation of a good thought. Then secondly, you have the actual going on the journey, where you do the meditation practice and you include all beings in the practice, thinking of them at the beginning of the practice, holding them in mind while you're doing the practice, and then dedicating the merit to them at the end of the practice. But the third aspect of compassion is called the compassion which has no object. That is to say, I'm going to work for the liberation of all beings in the knowledge that there are no beings to be saved. So this is the integration of the emptiness and the compassion. When we look around the room, we see people, but as we've been looking, each person is a patterning, a shaping, without a substantial essence. There is nobody really there who needs saving. What we all need is to awaken to the ungraspable nature of existence. So, working for others starts with seeing the emptiness of our own situation. that we do not exist as a thing, that our potential manifests in patterns which are different moment by moment, and this is the case of all beings. Therefore, liberation is the integration of the pattern in the ground or the wave in the ocean. When we only see the wave, when we only see the pattern, we get caught up in the thingness of things because we're trying to work it out. But actually, emptiness or the sky shows the rainbow, shows the cloud. This is what all beings are. So the deep compassion is working for the benefit of beings who don't exist. And we do this by stopping projecting existence onto other people and onto ourselves. Because if you don't project existence onto other people, they won't exist. It doesn't mean that they're going to vanish like the mist in the morning in the mountains. They are here, but they are here as they always have been, which is patterns of shape and color, of movements of energy inside the space of the Dharma Dhatu. This is something quite amazing. When there's a small child, as we have here, it's very easy to project onto the child. She is charming, she is this, she is that, she is that. This child becomes like a sausage skin, and everybody is making their own little sausage girl, putting their own projections and fantasies into her. This is what we do. We make other people solid. Whatever other people are up to, whatever they're doing, we go towards them with the sense that there is somebody there. So at the heart of the deep Mahayana practice, which leads into Tantra and Dzogchen, is the idea of liberating all beings from the fantasy that there are beings to be liberated. That from the very beginning, everything has been pure, that is to say, appearance and emptiness, awareness and emptiness, clarity and emptiness. And as long as we're saying, oh, it's terrible what has happened to Mary, oh, I don't know what happened, what went wrong with John, and we feel real feelings, we are concretizing the situation. We are giving it a density, which then becomes in itself problematic. So pity is unhelpful, because we pity somebody who is in tragic circumstances. What there is a pattern, and that pattern will be able to move if there is the trust that movement is possible. And the more people are identified as having a particular diagnosis, and then everybody is very worried about them because they are like this, then it becomes very difficult, because we forget the potential. Okay, so we can do this practice of Tonglen now. This is a practice of giving and receiving. What do we give? We give light of hope and virtue and support, the light of awareness. Where does this come from? It arises from our own heart and spreads out to all beings. This is the Tong bit. Tong means to give. Len means to take. What do we take? We take the difficulties and confusions and ignorance of all beings. Now, if this difficulty and ignorance was real and solid, it would be truly toxic. But it's not. It's not toxic because it has no essence to it. It is a pattern. So, say somebody is angry. What is anger? It's a mobilization that comes through the body, through the emotion, often through the mouth, maybe even with the body. I don't like you, I hate you, I'm going to beat you. This is a sequence in time. It wasn't there. Something triggers it, now the anger is arising. the posture changes, the gesture changes, the tone of voice changes, the vocabulary changes, the breathing changes, you know, the hormonal system starting to be agitated and so on, for a while. This is a really angry person. Wrong. Anger arises from time to time in this person. Correct. What is this person? An empty pattern. I'm going to take their anger into me. What am I taking? I'm taking a pattern. If you have a radio, particularly one of these very old radios with old glass valves, you could pick up radio stations from all over the world. As you move the dial, you're hearing Moscow, then you're hearing Australia and Beijing and so on. There's a lot of stuff in the world. It's moving through the ether. We don't pick it up unless we've got a receptor. So what it is vibrations moving through the air, sound vibrations, electromagnetic messages and so on, which are picked up and transformed into sound. Oh. In the same way, all beings are vibratory qualities. These vibrations come towards us. The space of the heart is space. The vibration passes through the space and dissolves in space. If you take it as very solid, then you get caught up in it. One of my great pleasures in not knowing German is when I hear you guys blethering away together. It's nothing to do with me. I can see that you are very animated. I understand nothing. It's just vibration. Sound and emptiness. Once you start to know a language, the wheels start turning inside you, and then it brings up feelings and liking and disliking and so on. But essentially, it's just sound. The sound itself has no meaning. It has a potential for meaning, but no intrinsic meaning. Without the knowledge of that language, this is a sealed potential. When you know the language, you have the co-emergence of meaning. The meaning is not in the language alone. It's in the receptor. So, how we receive what is occurring depends on us. If we say, I don't like angry people, or I don't like jealous people, or I don't like people who are depressed and miserable, then we're saying the presence of that is strongly real and is hostile to me. So in our narrow personality, our own shaping, that shaping coming close to me is horrible. Emptiness means depression is a particular energetic vibration. It's, if you like, quite wet. It's like a swamp. It's earth and water together. It's a sinking feeling. It doesn't have heat and motility like the wind element. It usually doesn't have much space. And if you're with somebody who's very depressed, you can also lose your own energy. You sink into it. But the earth and the water are manifesting moment by moment. I don't want to get depressed because of hanging out with you. Who is the one who gets depressed? It's the vibratory resonance that goes with the depression. We have to turn the dial, not tune into it on the level of this is happening to me. The me receptor will get overwhelmed quickly. And the me receptor will have judgments. I like, I don't like. You cannot be me, yourself, and not have a reaction. That is a positioning of your energy. That's like the wave on the ocean. But this me has no substance to it. It's not a thing. So recognizing I have certain patterns, These patterns move through space and time. They are familiar to me, maybe even habitual to me, but they are movements of my mind. Everything about me is a movement in time and space. Who is aware of that? I am aware of it. Who are you in the moment that you're aware that you don't like being with depressed people? Are you depressed? No. I am aware that I don't like to be with depressed people. Who is the one that doesn't like to be depressed? This is an aspect of myself. I stand in relation to that aspect. Who am I? I'm just aware. I am aware I don't like depressed people. Is the one who is aware that you don't like depressed people depressed? No, it's just aware. If you say, I don't like depressed people, fuck off, leave me alone, you bring me down, go away, take your tears and your misery to someone else, then there is not much awareness. You're just in it. But you recognize, oh shit, what was I doing? I was really angry because I was afraid. In that recognition, you're no longer in the anger or the fear. The aspect of your awareness which is spacious is able to offer hospitality to the aspects of yourself that are limited. Does that make sense? And that's at the heart of the practice, to relax again and again into the hospitable space so that you don't have to strongly judge your own reactions. Of course you're going to have hopes and fears, right and wrong, but these are movements in time and space. These are patterns of energy. If you don't concretize them, if you don't believe in them, if you don't overinvest in them, they go free by themselves. So the basis of Tonglen is that in our heart, in the center of our being, is an infinite door to the infinite sky. So outside there is the infinity of all sentient beings. In our heart, it's like a magical doorway that opens into a huge empty sky behind us. Out of this infinite emptiness, rays of light shine out through our heart to all beings. So we keep offering love and light, may you be well, may you be happy, out to other beings. There is no end to that offering because there is no end to space. Space is the cornucopia, is the great wish-fulfilling cow. It's never empty, always giving more. We do this for some time, and then we reverse it. We start to invite all the limitations, all the sufferings of all sentient beings into our heart. But this heart is the heart of space. So you can imagine dull, heavy, grey clouds. You can imagine dark rivers of pollution and so on flowing not into you as a pot, but into the space of openness so that it dissolves in space. This is the challenge here. Because if you go into yourself, you start thinking, I'm going to be overwhelmed. I don't want this. I don't want this. That is a conceptual identification. I am a small, limited person. I can't cope with this. And if you sit in that concept, you start to feel, oh, this is horrible. But you just think, it's just flowing from space, through the space, into space. It's just the flow of experience. There is nothing to protect oneself against because this is a momentary presentation and it's gone. And it's gone. And then we go back to offering light out into the world, offering light out into the world. And then after some time, in your own time, we reverse it. So we do this practice. You can do it sitting, but generally we stand up to do it and we make a movement with our body so that as we're offering the light out, our hands are going out and unfolding, completely open gesture, out and unfolding. And then we reverse it and we're gathering in the negativity, bringing it into the heart and through the heart into space, bringing it in. And as we do this, we make the sound of ah in a continuous movement. Ah is a very important sound in Tibetan Buddhism because it represents the very first sound, the sound which is the basis of all language, the first sound that a baby is making, the sound often that people make when they die, the sound that people make when they're making love. Ah, it's just empty sound. So ah represents emptiness. It's the seed syllable or the core sound which is the essence of all the Prajnaparamita literature, the wisdom literature in Mahayana Buddhism. So when we're saying ah, it's expressive, it's energetic, but it has no specific content. So ah is supporting us. What is out there is empty, all beings that we give light to. What is out there is empty, all the faults and limitations and troubles and hatreds that sentient beings have. Ah is the space of our heart, the openness that welcomes and gives. And ah is also the space of reception into which everything is going. Are there any questions about this before we do it? Okay, let's have a go. And if you feel that it's too much, you can just stand in silence. You don't need to continue. Just be present in yourself. But we'll do it for a while, okay? So make sure you have some space that your arms can move in. So the arms are going out from the heart and round, and then when you change, they're gathering everything into the heart. And you can think in a concrete way of difficulties in the world, people in Africa and so on. You can think of the hell realms, the animal realms, animals going to the abattoir and so on. Okay, so in your own time. Generally speaking, when bad things happen to us, we become upset. We can feel like a victim, that this shouldn't be happening to me. The opposite polarity of that is to become heroic, to say, I can transcend my limitations, I can push beyond, I can do more. And in this practice of Tonglen, sometimes it's taught in a slightly heroic way. So it says, when I'm happy, I'll give all my happiness to others, and when I'm sad, I'll take all the sadness of all beings into me. The danger with that is that it's actually strengthening the egoic position. I am going to be a great hero who saves all sentient beings. But the heart of the Mahayana tradition is the integration or the co-belonging of wisdom, which is emptiness, and compassion. So when we are saying, in the heart is space, this is emptiness. And the compassion is inseparable from the emptiness. If you don't have the emptiness, and emptiness is infinite, you will have the self, which is finite. And things which are finite come to a limit, or they have a limit. So you help, and you help, and you help, and you help, and then you say, fuck off. This is normal in life, we know this. We are like a rubber band. We expand and we want to be good and we transcend. And then at a certain point, what about me? And there's a rejection of the other. So, although in the Buddhist tradition there are many, many stories of heroic activity and Milarepa and so on, generally speaking, certainly according to my teacher's instruction, we should be careful of this. Because to transcend yourself means to go beyond yourself, but if yourself is still there, twang, at a certain point you come back into it. It's about recognizing the emptiness of the self. Not that you should get rid of the self, but the self is an energetic formation. It is empty in itself already, it's always empty. And it has a certain remit or area of operation, because we have to have a capacity for discernment, for likes and dislikes. Otherwise, you would, when you went shopping, it would take you 10 hours. You would stand looking at the potatoes, 3 kinds of potato. This is a beautiful potato, this is a beautiful potato, this is a beautiful potato. I will have this potato now, but well, that potato is beautiful. How would you ever decide anything? You have to say, I want this potato. You could do that. But what about the apples and the tomatoes? There's a lot of stuff. So inevitably we make choices, but it's making the choice as a movement within emptiness. Remember, the Buddhist teaching is always the middle way, not going to the extremes. If you say, everything is pure, I won't make any choices, you would be useless. Chogyam Trungpa, in one of his books, writes about this. He says, you know, if the Buddha was in a situation where everything was so perfect he couldn't decide anything, we'd have to have hospitals with special Buddha wards, so that when people became enlightened, they will get 24-hour protection. To work in the world means that we make choices, but it's to not overinvest the choice that you make, not to make it too solid. So helping other people is good, but there's no profit. Because you help people doesn't make you a good person. Helping people is just a particular way of using the time and energy you have available. You do something and that's it. If people thank you or want to reward you, you have to let that dissolve as well. Otherwise you start to build up a sense of, I'm a good person. And then you look around and you say, oh, people are so selfish nowadays. So there is some kind of smug, some kind of self-affirmation that goes inside that. Impermanence is so precious as an understanding. Impermanence means this moment's finished. If we link this back with an understanding of karma, because this is so very important, karma is an action which generates a profit. It could be a negative profit, it could be like a debt, so it's more like a business transaction. Either it's generating positive things or negative things. And remember, the consequence is coming after the immediate effect. So, I steal your mobile phone, I steal your keys. I have got something, you don't know who's stolen it, but I have it and I can sell it or do something with it. The consequence comes much later. It's not what's happening in the immediate scenario. So the energy of this situation has a kind of ricochet or a vibration which continues through time and sets up patterns of turbulence. A bit like if you're in the bath and you splash your hand down, the waves go out from your hand to the wall of the bath and come back onto you. So that's really what karma is. It's just the movement of energy in that vibratory way. How do we have a clean transaction? So again, very briefly, I described these 4 aspects of karma. The first aspect of karma is called the foundation, which is reification, solidification, objectification. Means I am real, you are real, this is real. What are called in Mahayana Buddhism the 3 wheels. The subject is real, the object is real, and the connection between them is real. When these are operating together, you have the basis for karma. But the object is empty, the subject is empty, and what transacts between us is empty. If you have that, you don't have karma. Awakening into emptiness is the ending of karma. It's the dissolving of karma. This is, you will find, repeated again and again in the Buddhist texts. But once you start to see something as real, then you have an intention towards it. I want to help you or I want to harm you. This intention is the second stage. It's a conceptual direction towards the other. I like you, I don't like you. I want to be close to you, I don't want to be close to you. So from this conceptual formation, we have the third stage, which is the action. I'm now stealing from you. In that moment, I don't care about you, I care about your possession, which is now mine. So I'm radically shifting what is going on and pushing you as a person into the background, and I'm taking your possession into the foreground. The possession is important and you don't matter to me. That's a very powerful thing to do. You're taking the openness of the shared situation and you're saying this is special and this doesn't matter at all. So you are giving valency, giving value and worth and energetic power in different ways to different aspects of the field. Then the fourth aspect is the conclusion. I'm glad I've got your possession. You say, James, have you seen my mobile phone? No. In that moment, you don't matter to me. I've got what I want. And in that conclusion, there is a kind of solidification that occurs to the action. Because I've now committed myself, this is how it is. There is no going back, and I don't want to go back. If when you say, James, have you seen my phone? I say, oh yes, I borrowed it earlier, sorry. And you give it back and you feel a bit embarrassed. You're already softening it. If in the moment your hand goes out to take it, you think, shit, what am I doing? This softens it. When the thought arises, I'm going to steal that phone, I want that phone, you think, what? This is a thought, all kind of weirdness happens in my mind. Then again you're softening it. But the great softener, the great basis of space is to see everything is empty. How will my being be improved by the possession of his mobile phone? Not possible. What is being? What is the mind itself? Does it need mobile phones? Does it need new shoes? No. Our embodied being in the world with others can feel better or worse according to possessions and so on. So it's believing that my embodied existence is the truth about who I am. This is the limit of my existence. On the basis of this, I want your phone. I don't have a phone. I want your phone. Because I am me. But once we start to meditate, we become more suspicious of this. We start to watch these weird thoughts arising and passing in our mind. We think, whoa, all kind of weird stuff happens in my mind. I can't trust the content of my mind to be in charge of my existence. I'm like a drunken driver. So when an impulse arises, give it a bit of space and it goes. But if you merge into that impulse, it takes you into the activity, and then you have the karma. So karma is a thought invested with libido, or prana, or life energy. It's an over-invested thought. The thought by itself will go free or self-liberate. But once you attach yourself to it and you put your life energy into it, it takes on a life of its own and it catches you. The thought that catches you is the thought that you have empowered to catch you. Because the thought doesn't have any power to catch you. You can see that if you go shopping, you see a pair of shoes, you like the pair of shoes, you start thinking about that pair of shoes, you walk out of the shop, you walk back into the shop. You're looking at the pair of shoes. I already have 20 pairs of shoes, but I like the shoes. And the shoe is calling you. The shoe doesn't have a voice. Shoes don't call us. The shoe is the echo of your voice saying, I like that shoe. But you see how the locus of control or the site of agency gets projected or displaced into the object. I want that mobile phone. The mobile phone is not calling me, but it's as if I need to have it because it is special. Who is doing that specialness? Me. My mental energy invested in the object is now acting as the energized object seemingly pulling me. And this is very, very important in life because I am being caught by myself. So if I don't put the energy into the object remains neutral. So this is the real meaning of renunciation. It's not that we have to give up these incredible objects that are in the world. We have to observe that we are the ones who polish the world and make some things shiny and some things dull. I am attracted to the things that I make attractive to me. Because if, and this is the central point, if this object was truly, intrinsically, of itself, of ultimate value, everyone would want it. The football leagues would collapse because everybody would support the same team. It's not like that. You wouldn't have horse racing anymore. Everybody would say, no, that's only that horse should be running because it's the only good horse. So clearly, we make the object special. And this comes back to the idea of the absence of inherent self-nature. When we believe in something, when we take it to be very important, we treat it as if it was self-existing. The mobile phone is what I want, but the mobile phone is here because it belongs to someone. So by seeing the mobile phone as something existing in itself, I've taken out my scissors and cut it off from the lived context that it's actually operating in the sphere of someone else. I've decontextualized it so that it becomes a freestanding object as if it was just there, like thinking, oh, the lamp is just here, irrespective of the electricity supply or the person who bought it or the floor that it's sitting on. And now I can have my own personal relationship with the mobile phone because it's a thing existing in itself. But as we see through the Buddhist teachings, there is no thing existing in itself. Everything is part of this matrix of co-emergence. And therefore, in order to move towards stealing the mobile phone, I am tearing the world. I'm introducing a new duality that says, you go away and the phone comes towards me. This is good, that is bad. This is real, that is irrelevant. So this is why karma is so important for us to understand, because it lets us see our own psychological processes all the time, that we are involved in splitting and tearing the world and giving value. One of the functions of that is that you don't see what is there. Because if you're telling the world what its value is, how will the world be able to show you its value? For the world to show its value, you have to be passive and receptive. Wisdom in Buddhism is often aligned with the feminine, and it's aligned also in that imagery with the womb of the Great Mother. Now, the womb is both receptive and creative and productive. But the creativity of the womb arises from its reception. It's an interactive domain. So wisdom is when we receive, then you can respond. First you have to receive. But when you have an intention which doesn't receive the whole thing, so I don't think, oh, he has a nice mobile phone, that is what I receive. He is sitting there, there is his mobile phone, he has a nice mobile phone. If I receive that whole picture, then clearly it's his mobile phone. Why am I thinking about it? So the tear occurs when one aspect of the phenomenological field is highlighted and the rest recedes into the background. I am doing that. This is my activity. My activity makes gods and demons. This is the profound responsibility that we have to ourselves and to all other beings, is to recognize how powerful we are. Our own prejudices, our likes and dislikes are like a huge painting palette, and we're painting the world all the time, bright colors, dark colors, making things special and unimportant. This hides the nature of wisdom. So we do the meditation practice in order to be more calm, open through our senses, and receive, and receive, and receive. This is why we sit quietly when we practice, and we allow what is there to be there. And if it's there, we can see it. But if we're telling it what it is, if we say, I don't want this kind of thought, I want to have more of this kind of thought, going off on a daydream because it's pleasing to us, we've moved into the active mode in which we are making meaning, we are making value, and we're stuck as our small self. Because all we ever do is tell the same fucking stories to ourselves again and again and again. Our obsessions, our commitments to our own neurosis. The quick way to get out of neurosis is to be not interested in them. So last night we were looking at this Shine meditation, where we focus on the breath, and the thought comes in, and it's a very familiar thought, a very tempting thought, and it's irrelevant. It's knocking on the window. Let me in, let me in. No. Let me in. Where is the energy of the thought? Our energy, which we have put into these thought constructions in the past, and they return to us with all kinds of hooks. But the energy is actually in us. And when you don't respond, the energy will gradually dissipate. It will dissolve away. And the thought is just something. It's like when people who've been heavy drinkers give up drinking. And at first it's very difficult, because every time they pass a bar, there's a temptation. They go shopping and there's bottles of whiskey and so on. And the whiskey seems to be calling them. And if they manage to stay in the program, gradually, whiskey is something on the shelf. And the bridge between their desire, their hunger, their emptiness, their need, and the bottle of whiskey, that bridge starts to dissolve. The bottle of whiskey is now neutral, because their heart is not agitated. For somebody who's never been a drinker, the bottle of whiskey is, of course, neutral. The power of the bottle of whiskey was given by the person building up an appetite for whiskey, so that it became more and more important for them. It became their friend in the evening, their protection from their own sadness, or whatever the function was. That was their investment. The whiskey didn't have that power in itself. This is the same for every object in the world. And the central point in this is we are the makers of our world. So we're not just some kind of victim wandering through the world. We're not just some object among objects. We are the ones whose own creativity, whose incredible powers of imagination and energy gets invested in meager objects, so that the object becomes bigger than it is, either bigger in its fearful nature or not. For example, in the Middle East, now there is this group of people who are setting out to terrorize other people. They show pictures of people having their heads cut off. They rape and torture and demoralize other people, because they want to be big, and the quick way to be big is to make other people small. Then people become frightened of them. Oh my God, they're coming to our village, we better run. So we saw that last year, everybody's running and running and running, because what shall we do? And every time you run, the other gets bigger and bigger and bigger. This, of course, is what happens in life, psychologically as well. When you overinvest the object turns into a kind of pseudo-subject. The whiskey bottle seems to be calling you, and you're at the mercy of it. So, this is something we can observe again and again for ourselves. What is my prejudice, my prejudice? What is my positioning in myself, my likes, my dislikes? And when I project this out, how does it get in the way of me seeing things as they are? So we are quite a lot of people here. Each of us probably will find that talking with some people is easier than talking with some other people. What does that mean? What is it that gets in the way of me talking with other people? What positioning am I taking that opens a narrow door to the possibility of communication with someone else? So this is an opportunity when we have lunch and so on to try to communicate with someone that we might find difficult. And then you can observe for yourself. what is the construct that you have in your head about them? What is the construct you have about yourself? And how do these constructs get in the way of meeting? Because if it's right, we can open the heart and we're sky to sky. This is a very bad, dirty sky we've got. It's full of stuff. And the stuff is just opinions, habits, doubts about ourselves, worry that we might be boring, not quite understanding them. These are thought constructions. If you sit in the thought construct, you lose the person. Because the person is emptiness showing itself. We are all the children of emptiness. The open space of the mind, the Dharma Dhatu, is showing these infinite forms. And so when we meet someone, this is the energy of the Dharmakaya showing itself. You say, I'm not quite sure about this Dharma. Not the right kind of Dharmakaya for me. This is what we are up to. Who is limiting our life? We are doing it. So this is really the thing to be curious of. And then in the afternoon, we start to look into the Dzogchen section of this text. But we can only really experientially enter into that if we start being curious. What am I up to? How do I limit myself? How do I get stuck in particular thoughts and patterns and feelings? Are they truly given? Is this a definition of who I am? Or is this work that I'm doing, constructing myself again and again and again? Okay, so we have a break for lunch now. And then in the afternoon at 3, there's Jayachita in the room above the food, and we meet back here at 7:30. So within this Mahayana tradition, when we are doing anything at all, but particularly when we're doing Dharma practice, studying or meditating, we should always hold in mind all sentient beings. You can do that by thinking of the 6 realms of existence, the high God realms, the hells at the bottom, that are described in Indian cosmology. There are many texts which outline this, including this book that we have from the Butter Lamp Prayer. The first part of it is a translation of the Sutra of King Golden Hand, in which he makes a sacrifice of his own hand, setting it on fire as a butter lamp, and prays that the rays of light go out to bring happiness and freedom to all beings. And he has lots of descriptions of different kinds of beings in different realms. We can see when we walk outside all the many different insects and worms that there are. There are so many living forms which we can easily be forgetful of. So having that sense of the rich complexity of existence is very important, because of course, how are you going to help a fly? What can you do for a fly? Maybe not very much, but you can at least hold it in mind and be thoughtful of it. Because by embracing the Buddha nature of the fly, you shift your relationship with it. Instead of it becoming something that will come and shit on your food, it becomes a creature that has a life. And it's the whole idea of the bigness of the Mahayana is to embrace everything. That there are no enemies. There are people and creatures which behave in ways which can be upsetting to us because of our particular agenda. But that has to do with our situation. So you put out some food and you go for a walk and you come back and you find that there are flies crawling all over it. You think, oh, I'm not sure if I want to eat it now. But the flies are eating it. The problem is that you think it's my food. The flies think it's their food. Decentering ourselves in that way again and again is enormously important. The idea that we share the world. You go on holiday and you go to a nice warm place, and you're sitting in the evening looking out at the waves, and you have a glass of wine, and 3 mosquitoes are eating your blood. They're drinking away. You lift your glass, they come into your arm. Do you say, welcome, have a drink? Or do you say, these fucking things, why are they annoying me?
They're probably dead by then. We've probably slapped our arm and they're gone. Truthfully.
That would be the possibility. They are attacking me. That's one view, but that's my frame of reference. From their point of view, they are getting what they need. It's highly unlikely that it's going to kill you. Therefore, offering them something that they need, which is helpful for them, is not a big sacrifice. But it's disturbing because we live in environments in which every other living thing is pushed out. We don't usually have mice in our houses. You go and live in India, you have mice and rats and all kind of things. Cockroaches crawl on the wall, geckos and so on. You come to a house in Germany, you have none of that. It's a completely sterile environment.
So what do the Buddhists in India do about the cockroaches?
They make little races and gamble on them. And the rats live there. We share the space.
They never kill a rat.
I don't know what all Buddhists do.
You just say that mosquitoes are not dangerous, but most of us think they possibly could give you malaria or what's the other disease? You know, what's going on.
And what have you just described giving the mosquito?
Yeah.
Yeah, you give it death and it gives you some little bit of disease.
You know what I'm getting at.
You're getting at me.
It's just the dilemma. Even if we recognise that we are all in it together, that still there are things that, you know, culturally or for health reasons or whatever else, are we really going to let them live in our house with us? I've got mice, I've got slugs, you know, and moths, things like that, but generally you try and get rid of them. It's hard to say, welcome, come and live in my house. It really is. Those mice might well chew the electrics, cause a fire, and burn us all down, you know.
Then you have no house left, but you do have a kebabbed mouse for breakfast.
Addressing the problem of householders who want to be sharing the world, but we have this difference.
Well, the old anarchist slogan is property is theft. You put up a wall, you say inside and outside, my house, things I don't want stay out. We steal this space from the world. It's not given to us. So in the Tibetan tradition, if you're building a house, first of all you do some propitiation to the land gods, those who are the owners of the land, and you continue to be thoughtful about them. In the West we don't do that. We just buy a piece of land and build something. It's ours. And then we say everything else should stay out because it's mine. This is a particular way of thinking, which says, get out. Auslander, raus. It's exactly that principle. I don't want you in my house. I don't want you in my country. Because you make me upset. Because I want life on my terms. Which is why in the Mahayana tradition, we embrace all kinds of creatures. I remember once when I was living in Sia Lama's house, a snake came into my room. It was a very small room and it was under the bed. So I went out and I got a stick and I'm on the floor trying to get the snake out. And Sia Lama came round, he started shouting at me. He said, why don't you let the snake live there? What's wrong with the snake? The problem is you.
What did you do?
I did what I was told.
Slept on the bed with the snake underneath.
Yeah. Then after a while the snake went out again.
You actually went to sleep with the snake underneath.
Because in India, you know, if you stay in Himachal Pradesh, in a room you often have many scorpions coming in. You know what you're going to do? You can't kill all the scorpions. You have to accept this is there. I will only be safe if all the scorpions are dead. In Ireland, they have this myth that St. Patrick went to Ireland and chased out all the snakes. And so he's a great hero. Because as long as there are snakes, we might get bitten. As long as there are people who are terrorists and who might plant bombs, we should lock them all up. And unfortunately, we don't have Siberia. We don't have salt mines anymore. We have democracy and people who investigate the quality of our prisons. It's terrible. This is what we call fear. The object is my enemy. How can I protect myself against it? So the Mahayana vision is inclusion. Due to causes and circumstances, under these situations, I feel this living being is my enemy. And when I become paranoid, I'm only going to be safe if my enemy is dead. The logic of that is very clear, but it's terrible. So, praying for our enemies, being thoughtful of people. You know, the people who cut off people's heads are troubled souls. You have to be caught by a particularly intense idea when you want to slowly cut off someone else's head. What do we imagine is going on inside their body? The thought of that. It's so intense. This person is lost. So we should pray for those who are lost. And this is very challenging to us because we don't want connection with them. But the Mahayana point of view says it's exactly through connection that you become safer. And in our ordinary samsaric idea, it's through separation that we become safer. Get the dangerous people and lock them up in prison. Keep them away.
And yet we kill all the time. Whether we have the Mahayana vision or ordinary samsaric vision. There's killing. You can't place your foot on the ground without killing.
That's true.
Sentient beings. So it's part of it. This world.
Yeah, killing is part of our life. The thing would be is if you're going for a walk in the summer and you're standing on ants, why are you walking? It's quite a good question. And also you can pray for the animals you kill, and it's also accepting my life is based on the death of other things. Even if you're completely vegan, the preparation of the crops will involve the death of some insects and disturbance of their lives. Our existence is at the expense of other creatures. So it becomes even more fundamental to think, well, what is the purpose of my existence? Nowadays in England, many young people say the purpose of life is fun. I just want to have fun. Going out, partying. That's a very interesting idea. There is no depth, there is no meaning to life, there is no teleology, there is no deep intention, there's no soteriology, no possibility of awakening or liberation. It's just about passing time as pleasantly as possible. The Buddhist view is very different. We are about something, we are trying to do something. So from that point of view, all the time, if we include the sense of all sentient beings, we're exactly aware, dependent co-origination, on on the basis of my existence, other beings suffer. Therefore, I should be mindful and thoughtful about what I do and not waste time. And if you take the Bodhisattva vow to help all sentient beings, it means 24 hours a day, forever, other people's lives and yours are connected. Which means you can't just go into the bubble of yourself and say, I don't care, I've had enough. But I have had enough. I don't care. So then we have to observe, how do I get myself into a state where I don't care? I've exhausted myself. I haven't been measured. I have forgotten myself. I've ignored my own capacity in thinking about others. And then, like the elastic band, at a certain point, I say, leave me alone. But that's not the Bodhisattva vow. So that's why in the Mahayana tradition, they're saying, for as long as it takes, in millions of lifetimes, you get these huge numerical compilations in the Mahayana Buddhist text. For billions of lifetimes I will do this. That says very simply, this is not a sprint. This is not 100 meters. This is the longest marathon possible. You have to have pace. You have to have stamina and commitment. Okay, and okay, and okay. It's not about excitement and some kind of magical solution in one day. That you get in Tantra. In Dzogchen, they have magic. But in Mahayana Buddhism, it's long, slow, hard work. Which is why we practice all these different styles together. Because they interface and balance each other. Okay, so holding that in mind, let us turn to our text. Introducing the nature of the mind. Omani Pemi Hongri. It says, then the precious Lama also said, because this text of Chetsangpa was written down after his death by his students. And he gives a general introduction. At this time, we all have the freedoms and opportunities of precious human existence, which is so difficult to attain. If you want to gain the permanent result of Buddhahood, it's necessary to practice the precious holy Dharma. It is said that the methods of following the path of the holy Dharma are vast beyond comprehension. But for we who meditate, and this is the important thing, for people who actually meditate, the outer sutra commentaries and explanations and inner tantra commentaries and explanations are not so important. It's to say, there are many, many Buddhist books, there are many paths, there are many instructions. What is vital is to understand what is the function of each kind of practice and to see, because life is short, because you have many other demands, sitting and reading beautiful sutras will not do so much work for you. Only understanding your own mind. So he says, we need just one instruction spoken by the holy accomplished Guru by which we can understand our own mind to be the root of all samsara and nirvana. If this is really understood, then all the doctrines spoken by the Buddha, both sutra and tantra, and the doctrines and literature of the great saints are fully present within your own mind. So, he says, the Dharma is vast, beyond thought, so many different things, but there is just one essential point. What is your own nature? What is the nature of your mind? When we're sitting here together, we have many different thoughts. Some of these thoughts we can say are samsara thoughts. Some of these thoughts we can say are holy Dharma thoughts. But thoughts are thoughts. A good holy Dharma thought and a selfish, mean, stupid samsaric thought are equal as being just thoughts. The road to enlightenment, the door to enlightenment is not made of thoughts. So no matter how many good thoughts you have, it's like improving the furniture in your house. It's a more comfortable chair. It's a better quality of carpet, but it doesn't really transform the situation. It's just the outer form. Enlightenment is not a concept. Awakening is not a concept, and we are not concepts. We are full of concepts. We communicate through concepts, but the ground of our being is not a concept. So this is what is meaning. This is the one essential point. When that occurs, that is to say, when you understand your own mind, then what is called knowing one, freeing all comes. That is to say, we have many limitations inside us. We have many habits, we have many obsessions, many assumptions, many impulses. We think about our lives and we become troubled, that we get so confused and lost, and we're neurotic, and we cause trouble, and we still haven't worked out how to speak to our parents, and so on. Lots and lots of limitations are part of our existence. We can try to sort these things out, but the more clarity you get in one area, it starts to illuminate lack of clarity in other areas. Freud wrote a book called Psychoanalysis, or Analysis Terminable and Interminable. That is to say, there is analysis which has an end, and there is analysis which has no end. Because he was amazed. He went to America and he saw people are in therapy for years and years. Back in Vienna, people weren't doing that. It was quite short. Freud gave very short treatments to most of his patients. But he saw this is just going on and on. What is this? Because there is no end to being interested in talking about yourself. How fascinating I am. And my analyst, he's so interested, especially because I give him money to be interested. So there is no end to thinking. In the traditional example, it's like a tree. If you want to kill a tree, you can start to take off the leaves one by one. But by the time you take off the leaves on one side, they've grown back on the other. It's a very slow way. But if you cut the root of the tree, the deep root, the taproot, the tree dies. So this is the point. If you cut the root of ignorance, all of these problems and limitations that you have start to vanish. They start to dissolve by themselves. So rather than being lost in the detail, worrying about, that you're not as generous as you would like to be, and you get lazy and avoid doing the practice, and this and that and that, the list of your sins and faults is very big. But the real problem is you don't know who you are. Every time you look to find out who you are, you get lost in some thoughts, and they spiral off and spiral off. And the time actually to sit and really see what is there is gone. If the mind is not understood, then although you know many dharmas, such knowledge is vast, but with a hollow center. So it looks very shiny because you can quote all sorts of dharma scriptures, and you can say, oh, I met this lama and I had this initiation and that initiation and all the rest of it. You have a big dharma CD, but it doesn't mean anything at all, because you forget. You forget, because it's a concept. A thought arises in the mind, an experience occurs, and then it's gone. This is what happened. We have these moments of illumination or moments of clarity. And in the Zen tradition, they call it satori. You have some kind of momentary awakening, like a shooting star. All gone. So, if you want it to be permanent, it has to be in relation to that which is permanent. The Buddha says all compounded things, all created things, all things which are made, put together, are impermanent. When you read a book and you learn something from the book, this is a compounded thing. This is a created experience. Before you didn't know it, now you read the book, you memorize it, like you did to get through exams in school. Would you like to sit your school exams again today? Would you pass? Why not? You spend so much time looking at these fucking books. Huh? Then, gone. Ordinary learning vanishes. Dharma learning vanishes. This is not the main thing. That's why he says it's hollow. Because that kind of learning is embedded in the flow of experience. It's the waves on the surface. Only if you recognize the unchanging will the experience be unchanging. If your insight is into the changing, then it will be changing. You know all, but can't attain even one thing. This is the important thing. And this is why suffering is very important for us. Because when bad things happen in our life, then we understand whether we've really got something or whether it's just, in English they say, all talk and no trousers. Whether it's empty, it's just blah, blah, blah. When life is difficult and we feel lonely and sad and stupid and that we've wasted our time, if you recognize, a lot of thoughts in the mind today. Weird shit. Oh yeah, been here before, never mind. And you observe the mind in relation to the thought, then you are okay. But if you believe the negative thoughts and you start to cry tears and you feel useless and you think, I spent all this time and I haven't got anywhere, you haven't got anything. It's exactly true, you haven't got anywhere because you're looking at the wrong thing. You're looking at the thought as if it will show you itself. It doesn't. When you look at a flower, you don't see the ground. When you look at the ground, you see where the flower comes from. The ground or the base is where everything comes from. It's the source. If you see the source, everything makes sense because you can see it coming up. This is where ideas come from. But if you look at all the different kinds of flowers, you think, oh my goodness, they all come from such different places. But they're growing out of the same ground. So that's why it's very important to be able to recognize the ground of your own mind.
James, but how you can come to the unchangeable?
Yes.
How? Yeah. Well, the unchangeable is already there. The question is, how do I keep not being where I am? It's not somewhere else that you have to go to. It's where you are. So the question is more, how do I avoid not seeing what is here? It's a different phrasing of the question. Because in the general Dharma teachings, it's all about a path. And this eternal metaphor that people use, going on a journey. A journey goes from here to there. But Dzogchen is not about any kind of journey, because we are here, and here is where we need to be, because it's where we are, but we're not here. So this is a very paradoxical thing. How is it that I'm not where I am? But you are where you are. But I'm not where I am. But you are. That is to say, the boundary or the skin between samsara and nirvana is very, very thin. It's like a high quality condom. So, being here and being not here, they are not very, very far apart. What is it that keeps us not here when we are here is simply the thoughts of being somewhere else. But the thought of somewhere else is here. The thought is always in the mind. Where is my mind? I can't find my mind. Have you got a thought? Yeah. Then you have a mind. Oh, where is your mind? I don't know, I can't find it. It's very interesting. The thought and the mind, that's it. Oh, I never see the ocean, all these fucking waves, they get in the way. It's just like that. If there is a thought, if there is a sensation, if there is worry, anxiety, fear, there is the mind itself. It is the experiencer, or in the traditional example, it is the mirror that shows everything that is occurring. Without the mirror, there would be no reflection. We live in the world of reflections. If you have reflections, you have a mirror. But because we are intoxicated by the reflection, we don't see the mirror. But, this is where it's difficult, the reflection and the mirror exist in non-duality. It's not that there's one and then the other. When I would be out playing as a child and I would come in, my mother would say, I can't see your hands, go and wash them. You take the dirt off, now, oh, now I see your hands. Because the dirt and your hands are two different things. But the reflection and the mirror are not two different things. They are not one thing, but they are not two things. This is the meaning of not duality. Not one, not two, non-dual. Means they are inseparable but not homogenized. So when the thought arises in the mind is there, but not as something apart from the thought, but not the same as the thought. He's going to say this a few times. For that reason, it is necessary to understand just this mind itself. This means our mind. When we were first doing these kind of translations, sometimes we put mind with a capital M, like the big mind or the real mind. But actually we only have one mind. This mind, our mind today. There is no difference between the mind in samsara and the mind of awakening. The mind of samsara is the mind which is tilted towards thought and sensations and emotions. In the mind of awareness is tilted towards the mirror, but they are the same. The two are always there. So, if you wonder how the mind is to be understood, your very question, well, it is through clear knowledge of the three aspects of the ground, the path, and the result. Then he sets out the ground. Firstly, to consider how the ground abides. The ground means the ground out of which experience occurs. So this is the basis which is there before anything arises, but which is not displaced by the arising of phenomena. The natural condition of one's own mind. Natural condition is a term in Tibetan, neluk. Luk means a style or culture or the way something is. And ne means to stay. So it means the manner in which there is the continuity of being, if you like, or awareness. What What is this which continues without change? Essentially, that's what it means. The word condition is not great in English because you have hair conditioner. Condition is actually something quite temporary, but it's very difficult in European language to get a precise translation for many of these terms. So another way of saying it is how the actual situation or how one's mind actually is primordial. That's to say, it's there from the very beginning. It's not something which entered into time. It's not something which came after the beginning of the world, but it is the basis or the matrix or the sphere or the field within which everything unfolds. It is uncontrived. It means it's not made by anything. It's not made by itself, and it's not made by anything else. It's not put together. Our identity as people has been put together. When we were small, we would behave in certain ways, and our parents would try to correct us. Or in school, people would try to correct us. Or if you did sport, the teacher would show you how to hold the tennis racket. Whatever. We have been adjusted and shaped in order to take on forms which fit in some way in the culture. In that sense, as people, our shaping is shaped. Forces have acted on it. We are contrived. There's an artifice or an artificiality in how we are. But this state is uncontrived. It hasn't been acted on by anything else because it's not touched by anything else. Again, if we go back to the image of the mirror, no matter how many different reflections occur in the mirror is not altered or changed. The mirror is beyond adaptation. It doesn't alter itself in relation to what is occurring. But this is a very fundamental thing. We are very strongly influenced by what happens around us. Somebody smiles at us, we smile back. Somebody looks a bit serious, oh, what have I done wrong? We are reacting all the time, expanding or contracting according to what's around us. But the mind itself is not doing that. The mind is peaceful, calm. And it's effortlessly arising. That is to say, the experience which occurs in the mind shows itself without effort. It is the very, nature's not a good word, but it's the mind without effort is the showing of phenomena. The mirror without effort is the showing of reflections. The mirror doesn't get worn out by showing endless reflections. It doesn't get tired. It doesn't need a holiday. It doesn't need food. It just does it because that's what it does. So this term effortlessly arising, or in Tibetan hlundrup, or in Sanskrit sahaj, means that which is occurring just by itself. And it means it is inexhaustible. There is no end to this unfolding. On and on and on and on. Why doesn't it get exhausted? Because nothing is actually created. As a man, I don't know directly myself, but I understand from women, it's quite tiring to have a baby. Because when the baby's inside you, it's eating up quite a bit of the energy. The process of birth is quite tiring, and it's quite disturbing hormonally and so on afterwards. You give birth to something else. you are changed by that. But the mirror is not using any energy in giving a reflection. It doesn't have a kind of quota, a kind of limited number of reflections. In the yoga traditions, they often say that when you are born, you have a limited number of breaths. Therefore, it's helpful if you learn to breathe slowly and deeply. Otherwise, you die very young. But mirrors are not like that. Mirrors, you can have a mirror on a car and leave the car in the garage for 10 years. The mirror won't die. You take the car out driving every day and you do 500 kilometers every day. The mirror doesn't fall off in the total exhaustion. It doesn't run away. There is no limit to what the mirror can show, because it's not tiring. The mirror is, if you like, making reflections, but it's not making them out of themselves the way a mother makes a baby out of her own body. This is very important to see, that in that state it is inexhaustible, because it's not producing something else. This world is an illusion. When we realize the illusory nature of phenomena, it's not very tiring. It's when we fantasize that the world is made of solid objects, then you get the wear and tear. Friction occurs when two different things meet together and rub together. But rubbing nothing with nothing, no any friction. So it says, the mind, our mind, the basis of our being, is not made by the meditation of the Buddhas. It's not a construct. It's not a reward that you get for doing 1,000 years of meditation. It's not something you get for being an ethically good person. It's not created by good deeds, by any specific activity. And it's not affected by the stupidity of sentient beings. And this is very helpful for us. That is to say, no matter how much trouble we have created in our lives, no matter how disturbed and unpleasant we are as people, this is just stuff on the surface. It doesn't impute any true identity. If you kill someone, you commit the act of murder. You are then a murderer. I don't know in Germany, but in England, that continues with you till you die. If you steal something when you're a child, you go in the sweet shop and you take a bar of chocolate and you get caught, somebody says, "Oi, don't do it again." They don't say, "You are a thief." And every time you change your address, people follow you and say, "Ah, you're a thief, you took a bar of chocolate." That kind of crime vanishes. But some crimes, like murder and pedophilia, they seem to go with people everywhere they go. If somebody is caught in Britain anyway of a sexual crime towards children, they go on a register, and every time they move house, they have to go to the local police station and report. And if they try to get a job in a school or anything, they get blocked because the list is publicly available. So there, an action is taken to be the sign of some deep essence inside the person. This is a murderer. If you've killed once, you're likely to kill again. Is this true? We don't know. But we believe it to be true. Because we're trying to separate ourselves from that kind of person that does that thing. And what he's saying here is, no matter what kind of thoughts or feelings or sensations you've had, no matter what bad actions you've ever committed, these have been written in self-dissolving ink. As Patrul Rinpoche described, it's like writing on water. You did something bad. Here is the list of all your crimes. But it's just like writing on the surface of water. It dissolves. Because your crime is not the manifestation of some nasty essence inside you. It arises due to causes and conditions. People murder due to causes and conditions. Adults have sex with children due to causes and conditions. You can track in their own development the factors which are likely to lead to that. If it develops as a serious tendency, of course that person needs to be monitored in some way. But it doesn't mean that there is some true essence inside, because certain kinds of interventions can shift it a bit. This is very, very important. Strong definitions of ourselves and other people are always a lie. Prejudice is always false. So whatever limited qualities we have, it has not limited our Buddha nature or the actuality of the open awareness, which is the mind itself. And we'll start to see how this relates to meditation soon. The mind's original nature does not depend on causes and conditions. The fact that many of you here speak German arises from the cause and condition of being born in Germany, going to German schools and so on. Due to being born in a particular place at a particular time, you learn English or Polish or German or Russian or whatever, and then you can learn other things and life extends itself. We are not, although we might say this is a native speaker of German, and native is linked to nativity, to birth, no baby comes out of the mother's womb speaking German. This would be unbelievably surprising. So it's not actually native at all. It's something which is learned in the early period of life. All that we have is generated by causes and conditions. The skills that we have, being able to tie your shoelaces. Maybe you can vaguely remember how many times your mother had to show you how to tie your shoelaces, because you forget. And as a boy, I had to wear a tie to school. And then when we did sports, you have to take your tie off, but all the boys are trying to take the tie off their head like that, so they wouldn't have to tie the knot by themselves. But if you pulled it off too quickly, then you have to put it into some kind of knot. It's very difficult. Then you have to go to the teacher. Please, miss, could you do this? I don't know how to do my own tie. Because we're very small. We didn't know. Then you learn. All the things you learn. Constructed. Created. And as you get older, they will vanish. All washed away. Bye-bye. Going now. Bye-bye. Don't know anymore. This is what happens. Vanishing. But the mind itself is not vanishing, because the mind itself is not a construct. This is beyond intellectual understanding. You cannot intellectually comprehend something which has no origin, which is just there, because everything in our world is just there. What you can do is directly experience it. You can be it, you can relax into that state, but ideas about it don't take you very far, because it's not something that can be caught by an idea, because all our ideas relate to created things. We can think about how the lamp is made, where it comes from, who was the person who first invented the electric light, who invented the generation of electricity, and all many, many things you can learn about that. And all of that knowledge can be quite precise, historically, and so on. But knowledge of the mind is always trying to grasp through a perspex wall. You can't grab it with concepts. The concepts are there to help you lose your faith in grabbing. that we grasp knowledge. Now you can look up the internet, many things. You can take that information and you can compile all kinds of structures. We take hold of the world. But the practice is to let go of grasping. And then you see what is there when you're not active. So that's what it means. It's not created by anything. It is void. Void means emptiness, shunyata. It doesn't have any essence in it. You won't find it as a thing. So again, if you take the example of the mirror. When you look in the mirror, oh, you see your own reflection. Try to see the mirror itself. There's nothing to catch. Every time you look in the mirror, you see something which is not the mirror, and yet is the mirror's way of showing itself. The mirror shows itself through reflection, the reflection of something which is not the mirror, and yet which shows the mirror. In the same way with the mind, when you look into your mind, you find thoughts, feelings, sensations, memories, and so on. These are not the mind, and yet they are the showing of the energy or the display or the creativity of the mind. The mind is empty. This is why you can have so many experiences. Here I have a bottle of water. If I drink all the water, I will need to pee. This is just an ordinary fact. We can all understand this. You drink a lot, you have to pee, because the container, the bladder, is quite small. As you get older, the bladder needs to release itself more frequently. A limited container can only take so much. The void, the empty container, the container which has no limit, can take a lot. Since you woke up this morning, how many experiences have you had? 1, 2, 2 million, 10 million? You take a walk outside, you turn your head through an arc of 180 degrees. Trees, clouds, aeroplanes, church bells. You couldn't count all the things you see. You look at a tree, you see immediately all the branches. You couldn't count them. But they're there and you are experiencing them. This is because the mind is empty, that it is able to open and show everything. If the mind was very small, it wouldn't be able to do that. It would just get overwhelmed. So this is what void means here. It's without inherent self-substance. It means there is no definable or catchable essence in it. It's without any defining point of substance. That is to say, it's without any truth or fact. This is very strange. There is nothing there, and yet everything appears. If you look into the mirror, you can't find the mirror. There is no mirror in the mirror that you can establish. There is no mind in your mind that you can define as being this and that. And yet, ceaselessly, the mind is revealing experience. Some of that experience seems to be inside, in my body, my sensations, memories, thoughts. Some of it seems to be outside, other people in the room, the shape of the room, the colors, and so on. And it's free of all conceptual elaboration. Conceptual elaboration is a very important word. Sometimes it's called conceptual proliferation. It's in Tibetan it's tötral. And it means the capacity of the mind to generate thoughts which establish opposition. Essentially, it's based on binary opposition. Good, bad, right, wrong, big, small. There is only one thing, there are many different things, and so on. So once you enter into this as against that, you can say more about that and more about this. And the more the object increases and goes everywhere, the more the subject increases and goes everywhere. If you have, if you say, oh, I like flowers, then you can say, what kind of flowers? Roses. Okay, what kind? What's your favorite rose? This rose. Do you like the flowers? Do you like the leaves? You can go into more and more detail, and you get this endless elaboration. This is what our mind is doing all the time. This richness of the mind's fragmentation, which is like light shining into a crystal, like I have this crystal behind me here. When the light goes into it, many different colors come out. Diversification, multiplicity. The light coming out of the crystal is insubstantial. It is appearance and emptiness. But when you have conceptual elaboration, it is as if what is arising in the mind is truly existing and substantial, and then you can grasp it. So we can say, we are in Kamalashila. Oh, we know where we are in Kamalashila. But what is Kamalashila? It's a bunch of rooms. The rooms are empty until people go into them. Are the people Kamalashila? No, we take the people out of this building, and then we have the real Kamalashila. But if there's no people in it, it's not Kamalashila. So what is Kamalashila? It's a name. And organized around the name and the concept, there are certain activities. What is the main activity? Is it doing puja? Or is it having a kitchen? If there's no kitchen, the people don't want to do the puja. Is it the puja in the morning or the puja in the evening? And in that way, so many things are happening, but none is the sufficient cause. If you like, these are all secondary conditions, but the root cause or the basic cause is nothing you can find. In the same way, in the mind, our conceptual elaboration is something which is playing with our imagination. We imagine color, shapes, people, and we also imagine things about them. And through our imagination, we turn an appearance into a substance. When we encounter each other, we encounter appearances, shapes and colors and sounds. People speak to us. And we look at them, we see, oh, that's an eye, that's an ear. That's what we see. We impute, we project person into the shape. So this is what conceptual elaboration is. It's the mental process whereby we turn appearance into the appearance of substance. The Buddha is not saying everything is just a void, there is only emptiness. The emptiness is full of appearance, but it's the appearance of emptiness. It's not the appearance of individual substances. This is the central point. So conceptual elaboration is the mental turn or capacity or orientation which generates for us the sense that the world is full of separate real entities. It's the solidifying mental faculty. It's not that there are real solid things, but we, through our way of conceptualization, create for ourselves the illusion that there are real things, including ourselves. So it's a very important term. At the beginning, mind itself is without source, and so is void. That is to say, it doesn't come from anywhere, and so has no basis in itself. In the middle, it's without resting place, and so is void. At the end, it has no destination, and so is void. Everything in this room comes from someplace. We all came out of our mother's body. The flooring came from a factory. The carpets came from a factory. The sound recording equipment comes from factories. You can track back everything in this room to some site of production. But the mind itself doesn't come from anywhere. It just is. This is why in the tantric tradition and also in Dzogchen it's referred to as Vajra or Dorji. That's to say indestructible. This building here could be destroyed. If you bring in a big wrecking machine, they can smash the walls and everything will fall down. But how would you destroy emptiness? There is nothing to be destroyed. Nothing has been born. It doesn't exist anywhere as a thing, and therefore it doesn't end. It has no beginning and no end. This is your own mind. Our thoughts begin and end. They come into existence and then vanish from existence, but the mind itself doesn't do that. In the course of the day, we have had many experiences. All of these experiences have vanished. Now imagine if one of these experiences was so strong that it took the experiencer with it. Well, you can try that. For your experience, put on the table in front of you a bottle of vodka. Take the bottle of vodka and glug it straight down. You will vanish and the experiencer will vanish and you will wake up saying, fuck, what was that? That is a possible experience. But even when you were unconscious with the alcohol, the experiencer is still there. If you have a mirror and you put a cloth over it, the mirror still has the capacity to reflect. I don't know if they did it in Germany, but 150 years ago in Britain, if somebody died, they would put cloths over the mirrors because there was some kind of fear about mirrors and ghosts hiding in mirrors. I don't know if you had that folk belief here. So when there is no mirror, there is no reflection. But the capacity of the mirror to reflect is still there.
It's reflecting the cloth.
Pardon?
It's reflecting the cloth, only nobody can see it.
Exactly. So that is the situation of the mind. It's not something which you can grasp. And this is what makes the big problem for us in the meditation. And why in the Nyingmapa view, we spend a lot of time trying to be clear about these descriptions. Because when you meditate, there are many false roads to take. It's like if you go out walking in the hills and you have no map, and you think, oh, I'll get over the hill this way, and you go up the valley, and you come to a big cliff. You think, oh, fuck. Now you have to walk back down the valley, round, and find another way up to go over the mountain. It's very tiring if you don't know the path, because there are many wrong turnings to take. So if you keep following your thoughts, imagining that your thoughts will lead you to illumination, it's a big dead end. You won't find your mind as a thing. You have spent your whole life looking for things. You are an expert at finding things. this knowledge is useless for our purpose. Completely useless. Early retirement. But we have the habit of relying on our capacity to find things. It is the guarantor of our identity. It gives us the sense of being intelligent, of knowing what to do. So we do more of the same. We do more of the same. Why? Because we know how to do it. Doing something different would be more challenging, especially if that doing something different involved a complete paradigm shift, a complete alteration in your frame of reference. So it's much easier to go into the tunnel vision and do what you do, which is to say you go looking for something. And you will find many, many things, but they will not be the mind. They will be thoughts, feelings, sensations, memories, and so on. We know this. You can spend a long time in meditation always finding the sort of thing that actually you're looking for. When it says the mind doesn't exist, it means don't look for it, but look for it. Look for it by being it. And this is the central thing. Looking is only possible if you have separation. You put your hand on your nose and you can't see anything. You put your hand further away, you start to see something. Separation allows us to see. Separation is duality. When you have duality, you can see clearly. The problem of samsara is duality. So you need to collapse it. But now I don't see anything, so I feel stupid. So I push it back again. Now I look at it and I can tell you what I'm seeing, and I feel more intelligent. I'm so intelligent I've made myself doubly stupid. Yeah? It's quite straightforward. How to see without looking. It's, in ordinary language, it's like being. You can enter into that state, and you enter into that state by not allowing the energy of the state to spiral on itself. So our mind is empty and full simultaneously. We are tilted or gestured onto the side of the fullness, which is the fullness of the flow of experience, thoughts, sensations, and so on. We're mesmerized, we're intoxicated by this, and there is no end to it. The party's never going to be over. It's 4 a.m, but someone's just bought in a new crate of beer, and hey, that's a big liter of vodka. The party goes on. There's no end to thinking. How do you relax into the mind? It's by seeing, oh, thoughts are not the way. So we practice letting go of thoughts. So this basic meditation we did, the Shine, is a very helpful basis where you learn to not follow the thought. Very difficult to see your mind if you don't work on your absolute addiction to thoughts. Thoughts are the building block of your existence. They are the building blocks of your personality. If you go to work, you are being paid, even if it's physical work, you are being paid to think. If you're digging a hole in the road, you have to know how to hold a shovel. If you're a carpenter, you have to know lots of things about the pressure to use on the plane. You are being paid to link your perception and your conception. This is what we get money for. If you are a mother and you're not able to think about the care of your child, the state will take that child away. Performatively, our value in the world with other people depends on our thinking and feeling, our memories, our capacity to make plans. This is not the enemy, This is really useful, but it's in the house of compassion about relating to other people. It's not in the house of wisdom. If wisdom is recognizing emptiness, recognizing the void nature of the mind, it means tilting the gaze away from reliance on these manifesting phenomena to see the ground. What is the basis of this? That means letting go of the fixation on what is manifesting, not to clear it away forever, that would be impossible, but to see it without it holding our attention, so that the mental phenomena become translucent. You see through them. So, for example, in the tantric tradition, when we visualize a mandala or a deity, we see that they have bodies of light. They are there, but they are made of light. You can see through the body of the deity. They're not a solid creature. In the same way, a thought arises, it has no substance to it. Memories have no substance, like rainbows in the sky. When you start to see through them, they don't cause any trouble. You don't have to stop mental production. There is space for it because it's not disturbing anything. The reflection isn't disturbing the mirror itself. Mind's essence cannot be grasped as this or that, and so it is void. That is to say, the essence of the mind is that there is no essence. You can make brandy is an essence distilled out of wine and the byproducts of fermentation of wine, the grape seeds and skins and so on. You can squeeze a lemon and you get lemon juice, which you can say is the essence of the lemon. You have essential oils where you can take many flowers of geranium and so on and refine them, distill them. There's many ways of producing essential oils. And you smell that. And the smell is so intense. It's like the presence of 1,000 flowers. If you have attar of roses, it's incredible richness of smell of roses. This is a condensation. But the mind has no essence like that. There isn't any deep form which will arise from concentration, and there isn't any seed inside it. Its essence is empty. There is nothing there. Then, this voidness is not an empty annihilation, for mind's natural clarity is pure and all-pervading. Mind's natural clarity means, although the ground of existence is nothing at all, existence keeps manifesting. That is to say, the flow of experience is unblocked. We see, we hear through the senses. When you lie down and you close your eyes, all kinds of memories and thoughts arise. The clarity of the mind is the showing. The moments of the clarity of the mind are the experience which are arising. So we have here the three basic aspects of the mind looked at in Dzogchen. We have its actual nature, or ngowo, which is empty. We have the clarity of the mind, or the rangjin, the complexion, the showing. And then you have the specific moment by moment experience, which could be a sensation in the body, or suddenly you hear a car outside, or you feel you have to have a pee. Some experience seems to fill the space, and then it's gone. So, empty, illuminating clarity, and precise moment of experience. These three are inseparable. So although we say the mind is empty, it's also full. What is it full of? Experience which is always dissolving. On the level of experience, you can't catch it. The clarity of the mind illuminates a field of rainbows. You can't catch it. in the mind's ground itself is empty. You can't catch it. There is nothing there, and yet everything is here. What is here? Now, if you go into your conceptual elaboration, clunk, 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 you fill it with concrete injections, and it all gets very solid. It's this, it's that. We say this. The energy of thought is the basis of the substantialization of the field of experience. There is no substance, but the mind is making the substance. This is the key thing. The empty thought makes something strongly real. Some of you may have had the benefit and the blessing of having seen the movie Dumbo. Do you remember Dumbo? You never saw Dumbo. They didn't have it in. About the elephant. Yeah, Dumbo. Yo. Very good movie. Very important in Western culture. Dumbo is very cute. You think? Dumbo is very nice. We like Dumbo. Dumbo doesn't exist. Oh no, exactly. It's incredible. You know, if you're with small children and you see these soft toys that they have, and you see a little piece of cloth and there's a face, a little sheep's face. Oh, you want to pick it up? Oh, sweetie. Oh, little mousey thing. Little mousey, hello. This is a piece of cloth. But we see a mouse. It's that simple. Our mind creates all these cartoon figures. And then we believe in them. When you go to the cinema, you see the fruits of thought production. You're taken in by it. You believe it. You see Spider-Man. Come on, Spidey! Whoa! There's nothing there. Colored light is playing on the screen. But we enter into it. We believe in it. We catch it, and it catches us. You're taken in by the character. There is nothing there. But you can cry. You look at the sad. Oh, it's really sad. I hope we are all able to cry at the movies. It's very important. Then you get angry. How could they do that? They don't do anything. I remember when I was a child going to the theater with my mum. And something was happening on the stage, and I stood up and I started shouting because she pulling me down. It's amazing, that kind of experience. It's great to go to the pantomime, these children's plays, and they go, wow, because it's so real. And it's not real, it's just actors. This is how you understand conceptual elaboration. Our mind is making these things solid and strongly real. And then, of course, it impacts us. All kind of emotions come. This is our life. We know what this is. So we need to observe this moment by moment, that the flow of experience is intense. It has impact. It has different tastes and flavors, and simultaneously is completely empty. Amazing. Beyond thought. And now for a cup of tea. Okay, so now we do the meditation connected with this. Which is to focus on toleration or allowance or non-involvement in what is occurring. If you imagine that your mind is an open space like a public park or the marketplace in a big town, all kinds of things happen there. Cars go by, people come in the morning and set up stalls, there may be cooking or preparing things. and then the market closes and it's all put away. And the space of the market square allows all of that to occur. It is without prejudice. Space is not concerned with the content of what is occurring because it's not affected by the content of what is occurring. The market inspectors will come to see that people have paid the fee to rent the stall and that they have health and safety if they're selling food and so on. But the space of the marketplace itself is not at all biased in any direction, nor is it affected. So, when we do the meditation, the simplest way of doing it is just to release into the out-breath, and here we are. And we're here with whatever is going on. Some of what is going on is sensation in the body. Some of what is going on are memories and thoughts. We're meditating with our eyes open. We're not looking around at things, but we're just relaxing in the space in front of us. So there are appearances, maybe the church bells ring, or a car goes by, or somebody moves, or somebody coughs. There is appearance or manifestation coming and going. As space, we allow it to happen. A thought comes, my shoulder's not good. So now we have a thought of identification. If you follow that thought, not only do you have maybe some associated thoughts about my shoulder, but it sets up the kind of relocation of yourself, not as space, but of situatedness. I'm in my body having thoughts about this. At that point, you just release into a slow out-breath, and there's more flow of experience. Whenever you contract into being somebody somewhere, relax, don't try to change it, just relax and open and observe. This configuration, I'm here, stay with it. What happens? Buddha said, everything is impermanent. Till now, I don't know anybody who has disproved this. So if this is correct, if you just stay open, it will change. Trusting impermanence is very important, because if impermanence is correct, all of these phenomena will go by themselves. You don't have to act. And this is the key turning point, where you go from being an active, engaged manager of your existence to relaxing into being present with what is there. And what is there is embodied sensation, memories, and so on, all of which are temporary arisings. So this is the heart of the meditation, doing less, experiencing more. Releasing and being present. Releasing and being present. Releasing doesn't mean pushing away, it just means, oh, here you are. Okay? So we just do this, sitting peacefully as an open space, hospitable to everything. So at first with this kind of practice, you don't want to do it for too long, because you want to avoid making effort. As we've been looking, we are very caught up in pattern formation. And we often approach our existence the way a doctor would a patient. We interrogate, we ask questions, and we elicit signs and symptoms. And out of that, we come to some kind of diagnosis, some kind of formulation or conclusion about what is going on. So we are stringing together the phenomena of the world in terms of an interpretive structure. And the interpretive narrative is like the thread running through a mala or a rosary. In Tantra, we're trying to replace that narrative thread with the thread of the practice. In particular, all that we see is the form of the deity, all that we hear is mantra, and all thoughts and sensations are the minds of the deity, and so on. It's another kind of linking. In Dzogchen, it's slightly different, because everything which occurs, we're trying to leave it just where it is. We're not trying to make any new patterns at all, which means we are staying with the rawness of phenomena. We're not cooking them or preparing them into anything else. Of course, this is quite difficult for us, because we tend to go into these loops of construction. This is the conceptual elaboration we looked at earlier. So again and again, when you get into a loop of activity building up some storyline, just relax a bit in the out-breath and stay open and allow the flow of experience. Sometimes experience repeats itself like a bat that's flown into the room and is banging, trying to find its way out. It's sort of insisting, this is real, this is real. And that's very seductive. But again, just being with that, and eventually that thought or sensation goes. Just, it's gone. What did it mean? It didn't mean anything. From this point of view, experience is meaningless. That is to say, it's looking excuse me, at the difference between intrinsic meaning or intrinsic value and constructed value. Something appears, it is what it is, and then it's gone. That was its value, was the appearance, was that showing. It's not a means to an end. It's not leading us to any big picture, any general conclusion. It's just that. And then something else is there. And then something else is there. This is what keeps you present in life. For example, if you were skiing or on a mountain bike going down a hill, you have to stay present in what is going on. If you start to reflect on what is occurring, you're likely to have an accident, because the reflection splits you from the situation, and instead of your body being directly attuned to what is unfolding, you've created a triangulation. There's the evolving surface of the hill that you're moving down. There's the movement of your body in relation to it. And now this third point has arisen. You're thinking about what is going on. This is not adding any value at all. In fact, it's devaluing the experience, because you're extrapolated, you're removed out of the lived situation. I think I used this example one time here before of in the last Olympic Games, in the 100 meters, there was a very interesting commentary, because the man who won it, a guy called Bolt, it's a very quick race with these guys. They're very, very, very fast. And in the person whose commentary I heard, they had slowed the film down and they were looking. And all the runners are starting together. So for the first 5 seconds, they're very, very close together. And then he edges just ever so slightly ahead. And the two runners on either side, they turn slightly and they look at him. And then he's way ahead. Because they are triangulated. He was just on one point. In that flow or in that zone, he's uninterrupted. But they interrupted themselves by doing comparing and contrasting. Oh shit, where am I? And once that mental elaboration starts, you're displaced from the immediacy of being part of the unfolding. And that's a very, very important experience. And just the same thing is happening in the meditation. As soon as you go into commentary, it feels as if you're doing something useful. And under certain circumstances, in fact, under most circumstances in life, being able to give a commentary is very important. If you remember when you're in school, you go into secondary school and you have to write an essay on a novel or a poem or a play, and you have to say not only why you liked it, but why you, not only that you liked it, but why you liked it. You have to describe not just what the characters are doing, but why you think they were doing these different things. And you get a lot of marks for giving deeper levels of interpretation. So we get trained to find something that's going on underneath the surface. When poor people submit themselves to certain kinds of psychoanalytic training, they spend endless hours trying to find some hidden secret underneath the surface, some subtext to what is going on. And you get membership of your training organization if you can successfully do that. But that is all elaboration. That's all the insertion of meaning, additional meaning into the situation. In Dzogchen, we're trying to stay just with the freshness of what is there. The simple task is being present as it's unfolding and allowing the flow to continue and be uninterrupted. So let's do the practice again. So we have a break now for food and meet together again at 8 o'clock. But when we're in the dining room eating and so on, you don't have to be silent or interrupt talking, but just try to keep a sense of the space and see the interactions and movement in the space. When you're eating food, if you're cutting or using a spoon, this is the continuous flow of experience, and just try to stay open with that without running any commentary in your head. One of the qualities of human beings is the wish for success, the wish to achieve something. We see that the way people want to sail across the Atlantic. Then they want to sail across the Atlantic single-handed. Then they want to sail around the world single-handed. Climb Mount Everest and so on. And they get a sense of achievement. I have done something special. I have transcended some limit in me. Which is to say, I will find myself by going somewhere else and doing something else. I will test myself against the high mountain, or people who go to the Arctic and walk for hundreds and hundreds of kilometers in the snow and the wind in order to arrive at the North Pole. And then they go home again. But they can say, I have been there, I did that. Now, we probably, or perhaps we don't have so much drive as that, but we are caught up in a similar structure because the, the advantage of looking at these exceptional cases is that they illustrate the structure that we're all caught up in, wanting to achieve something, which is a kind of mark, a mark of I existed, I was here. We know that when they started to excavate the Pompeii and remove the excess of rubble and so on from the volcano, what did they find on the walls but Roman graffiti? People have been making marks that they've been there for a very long time. If you go walking in the mountains in Ladakh, you can see prehistoric carvings on the rocks, the familiar carvings of deer and so on, that are probably 3,000, 4,000, 5,000 years old. Making a mark, leaving a mark. Now, if you take this tendency, you can apply it to Dharma. You say, I want to save all sentient beings. I will become a bodhisattva. I have an important task to do. Now my life is meaningful. And in fact, in the traditional long version of taking the bodhisattva vow, it says exactly that. Now my life has become meaningful because I now have this special mission. Then you have the various kind of meditation. I am going to focus my attention on my breath. I am going to recite 100,000 of these mantras. I'm going to do 100,000 prostrations. I'm going to walk to Mount Kailash. I am going to do. And then I will become somebody who did. And then you go to see the Lama and he says, have you done your Nundro? And you say, yes, I have done my Nundro. Oh, you are one of us. There is a lot of that. You have become worthy to be on the inside. You have shown that you can do this. Now, Dzogchen is going in exactly the opposite direction. Can you do nothing? Can you really do nothing? Can you do nothing so that there is not a trace of your existence? Can you allow your world to dissolve again and again and again? It's very different. Not leaving a mark, not leaving a trace, not achieving anything. The ground nature is space. You are space. A lot of things happen in space. What did you do today? Nothing. A lot happened, but you didn't do anything. Even when you do something, who is the doer of the deed? Energy is the doer of the deed. Whose energy is it? Mine. But I didn't do it. The energy is naturally occurring or self-arising. This is Hlundru, the effortless display out of emptiness. Out of emptiness, yet within emptiness, unborn. The ceaseless flow of unborn experience. There is no validation inside that. There is absolutely no ego gain. Do we want to have ego gain? No, we say we want to destroy the ego. But people, especially in Dharma, can become very pompous and inflated around the various things that they've done. In Tibet, this was of course very common as well. There are people who grow their hair long and have a big jata on their head. I am a yogi who has renounced the world, but look at me. It's true. Imagine you can be a yogi like that without any narcissistic gain? Not at all. Not at all.
So there are still very traditional forms of Dzogchen.
I beg your pardon?
There are still very traditional forms of Dzogchen in the West where the practitioner is not able to do the different forms of practice, like Chetsangpa, for example, without Nindro praxis completed.
Yeah.
And then next entry praxis, which will after 2 or 3 years at least make him able to practice Chetsangpa. Would you consider as a nonsense? I don't really know. I don't find that those forms of entry practice or empowerment are really important for us, but it seems to be a lot of importance on it in some schools of Dzogchen.
Well, if you have some very expensive wallpaper and you want to decorate your room, before you put the wallpaper on the wall, you might want to prepare it. Now, there is some old wallpaper there. So you think, oh, I'll just stick the new wallpaper on the old wallpaper. But gradually some damp is coming through, something is there, and the new wallpaper is ruined. So this is the idea behind doing the preliminary practice, is to try to strip it down so that you come to see yourself in action. If you're doing, say for example, you do 100,000 recitations of the long and short mantras of Vajrasattva for a purification practice, what are you purifying? You're purifying the ego. The ego is always impure. So it says in the Dzogchen text, if you have a piece of coal and you wash it 1,000 times, it won't become white. So how can you purify the ego? You can't. Because the ego may be circumstantially reasonably okay, but it is always structurally faulted. Because the ego is that aspect of ourself which is cut off from its ground or is not aware of its own ground. And therefore it's going to get lost. As long as you're living in your ego, some little hook will get you going. And no matter how much you rub it, this bit is not going to increase. This is the traditional Dzogchen view. But freedom is very scary. Somehow we are mistrustful. We are mistrustful. For example, I was with some people in England recently, and they were discussing how when they were young, they would run around in the streets and they would climb in the park and climb over the fence into the park in the evening and do all kinds of things. But now they have children of their own. They want to know what the children are doing. They don't like the children to go out by themselves. And they say, isn't it strange? When I was young, my parents let me be free. But I don't want my children to be free. Because they couldn't contain their own anxiety. And this is very normal. People make more rules for the next generation. More rules and more rules. You have to do this, then you have to do that, then you have to do that. Why? Because it will be good for you. Now, who knows what will be good for you? Who knows your mind? My teacher used to say, if anybody says they know what your mind is like, they are mad. Because you yourself sit in your meditation cushion and you have the experience of your mind. In the morning, you don't know what your mind will be like in the evening. And I don't know what's going to happen in your mind. I don't even know what's going to happen in my mind. So, from that basis, being able to say definitely to someone else, if you do this, this will help you. If you are a car engineer and you know what model of engine it is, you can say, this kind of spare part, not the regular one, but it'll work. Because you understand this is an engine, it has particular specifications, and the spare part has certain specifications, and they will fit. Human beings are not like that. Mechanical thinking is not just something in the West. Also, you have hierarchy, and you have outside groups and inside groups. Who needs to do what? What do I need it for? What is the problem? If you went to the doctor and you said, there's something wrong with me, they said, antibiotics. Then you get a little bit suspicious. Maybe they have a lot of antibiotics. Maybe they have some shares in an antibiotics manufacturing company. Why do you need antibiotics? First of all, you do the examination. What is your condition? So in the traditional system in India, you had the Guru Kul, which means the Guru circle. The Guru is living in the forest, and he has some students. And they live in a little shack, and they go to the river, and they get the water, and they get the wood for the fire, and so on. And the teacher sees what they do. Are they lazy? Are they hardworking? Do they gossip all the time? What do they do? And then they get a sense of what has to be done. First of all, we have to see what is possible. This is the main thing. Now, we don't have that opportunity together. So the key thing is that we look at our own mind and we see what is my limitation. If I'm very easily distracted, probably I need to do more basic shine, because that's a very good way of learning to focus your mind. You can also do it through praying to Padmasambhava or to Tara. There are many different methods, but the methods are for a purpose. If you don't know what the problem is, you can't apply antidotes. The Mahayana path, the Hinayana path, and the Tantric path are all paths of antidotes. So until you know what your problem is, don't take the medicine. So my teacher Siya Lama, he always said, start at the top of the mountain, and if you fall off the mountain, roll down it, and when you come to a stop, start there again. But everyone should start at the top of the mountain, because if you start at the bottom of the mountain, you'll be dead before you're halfway up. Because there are so many practices you can do. In the tantric system, there are thousands of practices you can do. And if you have to do 100,000 for every syllable in the mantra, some of the mantras are very long. So you're going to do 5 million mantras. And then you have the next god and the next god. Because you have the outer yidam, the inner yidam, the secret yidam. And so on and so forth. And if you're a busy person, you will never get to the place where you look at your own mind. And there's nothing wrong with these practices. But essentially, these are practices of energy. And in Dzogchen as well, there are many, many different practices for shifting energy. Postural practices, breathing practices, visualizations, sound practices, and so on. Of course, if you go out in the country and you want to see the beautiful dawn in the mountain, like in India, people go early in the morning to see Kanchenjunga rising. But very often it's very misty. So they are waiting and the sun is rising and they don't see anything. So in the same way, you're looking for your own mind, but this big karmic fog arises inside you and you sit and nothing much seems to happen. Then now you know, I have a problem. My mind is very foggy and very dull. There are different ways of dealing with that. And tomorrow, we're going to go into the part of this text which is talking about meditation problems, and it will become very clear what is the mainstream Dzogchen simple method of dealing with that. Because, as with the example of the tree, you can focus on the leaves or the root. The root is always in the ground. So we want to get to the ground. To cut the root of the ego, you find that the ego is inseparable from the ground. The ego is the energy of the ground. It's not self-existing. So in order to do that, you stay with the ground. That is the principal practice. And all the practices about energy are ways of helping people to stay with the ground. But actually, it's by hanging out with the ground that you come to know what the ground is. Again and again and again. Because the energy practices, there's no end to them. You know, there are millions and millions and millions of pages of Buddhist texts in Tibetan language. And of course, many have been lost, but saved. There are millions of them. Millions. Coming out, coming out. Siar Lama's first incarnation has 12 volumes of text. I just got them very recently. And his uncle Gompa Wongya has 3 big volumes of text. A lot of words, a lot of practices. These are mainly practices. Who's going to have the time to do them? Are they necessary? Why did they do them? Why have all these practices? Why not? For him, it was his pleasure. He was a terton. He discovered all these treasures of Padmasambhava. Are they important? Yes. Do I have to do them? Siar Lama would always say, if you like. If you like. But how will I know? I don't know. That is to say, if you want to practice this, stand on your own feet and have your own mind. Because if you're a little baby, don't practice Dzogchen. Have a Dharma lullaby. Oh, mane peme. But your mind, you're sitting with your mind and you're getting lost. Who are you going to blame? Who's going to rescue you? Where's the cavalry? You sit, you get lost, back again. You get lost, back again. You get lost, back again. It gets clearer because you are there with yourself. The first thing you have to find out is how you cheat yourself. Tibetans have a word for this. It's ransen. It means how you deceive yourself. And the only way to find out how you deceive yourself is to look at your lying, cheating nature. Your laziness, your cover-up, your avoidance, your willingness to fall asleep in some belief or daydream. You are there and you cheat yourself. And you do it and do it, and then you get bored of it, you get tired of it, and gradually it gets clearer. So that is the main practice. You can do all the extra practices, but if you're not staying present and getting lost, and staying present and getting lost, it's difficult really to see what is there. I think that's at the heart of it. So why people encourage the students to do many preliminaries? Usually it's a lineage thing. It's normal. You can't go to university if you haven't finished primary school. But actually some children of 11 go to Oxford because they are brilliant at mathematics and they let them in. They're 11 years of age. They do, within 1 year, they get their BA. Very smart.
But isn't it also the ego that says, oh, I'm the 11 years old that can go to...
Yeah. And then?
It's tricky.
And then what happens when you sit and practice? Then you find already you're 50 years of age and you know nothing.
Yeah, but if I don't try the non-dual, for example, then I cannot find out if it's good for me or not, because then if I really finish them,
yeah,
then I can see. Then I can feel.
There's nothing wrong with doing the non-dual.
Okay, I don't need to do it. But how can I find out?
Exactly, you can try. What you can try depends on how much time you have. When are you going to die? so
I'm doing it, and I feel it's a change.
Yeah. No. Nobody's going to say that doing it is bad. It's not bad. It depends on how much time you have available.
Yeah, and I'm quite tricky also to avoid this and go for the lazy. I don't know. I'm not sure.
Yeah. Well, according to the text, do what your teacher says. Yeah. That's the basic thing. If the teacher says, do 1,000,000 prostrations, do 1,000,000 prostrations. Because the teacher may be able to see something about you. In the end, faith is the most important thing, because whether the teacher sees something or not, if the student sees something in the teacher, that's the main thing. So faith is the big, it's like one of these Russian bolts that cuts through the ice. Faith will cut through anything. But the question is it necessary? Nothing is necessary, because from the very beginning the mind is there. All that is required is not to interrupt the mind. So Dzogchen itself says, do less. Tantra says, do more. These are different paths, they're not the same thing. They go to the same result, but they go in different directions.
Apart from it being a preliminary practice, it's also said that a lot of high masters like Dzogchen Rinpoche or Dzogchen, they continued doing non-dual, or the practices, not the non-dual, but the practices all their life.
Why?
Do something.
They had to do something. Also, if you're teaching something regularly, you have to be doing it, otherwise you're in bad faith. The basic thing is each individual has their own particular karmic matrix. And the essence of Dzogchen is haute couture. It has to be perfectly fitted for you. And the thing is that only you can really fit it for yourself. You get the instruction, but as you apply it, you have your little pile of needles and you do a little tuck. Not so bad. You sit in the morning, you sit in the evening, you sit all night, you wake up at 2 o'clock in the morning, you try many different ways. When does it work best for me? Nundro is not haute couture. It is pret-à-porter. It is Primark. Okay, maybe we should do some practice. Too much talking will make us mad. Okay, so now we do just some open sitting, but we do it in the style of the Laminalger. The function of the teacher is to be a point of reference in which that which doesn't appear to be present is made present. So when we do Laminalger, we imagine the presence of the teacher and the lineage of all the teachers, of all the enlightened ones. present in front of us. And by linking with their presence, a bridge of light, a rainbow bridge, is opened up in which lost and found come into connection. So, as many of you will know, our simple way of doing it is in the space in front of us, about 2 arms lengths, we imagine a white letter R in the Tibetan style or capital A style, surrounded by 5 colored light. The letter R, as we looked earlier, is emptiness, or the Dharmakaya, or the Dharmadhatu, the space of within which we find Rigpa, awareness. The 5 colored light represents the purity of the 5 lights, which manifest as the 5 elements, as the 5 wisdoms, the purification of the 5 poisons, the 5 skandhas, and so on. This is the heart essence of all the Buddhas. We are aware of this, and we make the sound of Ah 3 times, releasing the tensions in body, voice, and mind into the sound of Ah, and our gaze is fixed on this letter Ah. Then, when we finish making the sound, the ball of light and the Ah dissolves in space, and we sit sky to sky, the non-separation of what was the object and the subject as the movement of energy in space. And then in that space, whatever occurs, just allow it to be there. If you get caught in any moment, just stay present on the point of being caught. Don't merge into the formation. Don't try to keep the formation at a distance. Present with whatever is there. Okay.
So, what are the 5 colors?
Pardon?
What colors you choose?
I beg your pardon?
What 5 colors?
That's white, red, blue, yellow, and green. Okay. And now we recite the dedication of merit that's on your sheet. Go on, dear, you do not urgent mama journey. No chicha marupa. Dei Okay, so now we do the meditation connected with this. which is to focus on toleration or allowance or non-involvement in what is occurring. If you imagine that your mind is an open space like a public park or the marketplace in a big town, all kinds of things happen there. Cars go by, people come in the morning and set up stalls, there may be cooking or preparing things, and then the market closes and it's all put away. And the space of the market square allows all of that to occur. It is without prejudice. Space is not concerned with the content of what is occurring because it's not affected by the content of what is occurring. The market inspectors will come to see that people have paid the fee to rent the stall and that they have health and safety if they're selling food and so on. But the space of the marketplace itself is not at all biased in any direction, nor is it affected. So, when we do the meditation, the simplest way of doing it is just to release into the out-breath, and here we are. And we're here with whatever is going on. Some of what is going on is sensation in the body. Some of what is going on are memories and thoughts. We're meditating with our eyes open. We're not looking around at things, but we're just relaxing in the space in front of us. So, there are appearances, maybe the church bells ring, or a car goes by, or somebody moves, or somebody coughs. There is appearance or manifestation coming and going. As space, we allow it to happen. A thought comes, my shoulder's not good. So now we have a thought of identification. If you follow that thought, not only do you have maybe some associated thoughts about my shoulder, but it sets up the kind of relocation of yourself, not as space, but of situatedness. I'm in my body having thoughts about this. At that point, you just release into a slow out-breath, and there's more flow of experience. Whenever you contract into being somebody somewhere, relax, don't try to change it, just relax and open and observe. This configuration, I'm here, stay with it. What happens? Buddha said, everything is impermanent. Till now, I don't know anybody who has disproved this. So if this is correct, if you just stay open, it will change. Trusting impermanence is very important, because if impermanence is correct, all of these phenomena will go by themselves. You don't have to act. And this is the key turning point, where you go from being an active, engaged manager of your existence to relaxing into being present with what is there. And what is there is embodied sensation, memories, and so on, all of which are temporary arisings. So this is the heart of the meditation, doing less, experiencing more. Releasing and being present. Releasing and being present. Releasing doesn't mean pushing away, it just means, oh, here you are. Okay? So we just do this, sitting peacefully as an open space, hospitable to everything. So at first with this kind of practice, you don't want to do it for too long because you want to avoid making effort. As we've been looking, we are very caught up in pattern formation. And we often approach our existence the way a doctor would a patient. We interrogate, we ask questions, and we elicit signs and symptoms. And out of that we come to some kind of diagnosis, some kind of formulation or conclusion about what is going on. So we are stringing together the phenomena of the world in terms of an interpretive structure. And the interpretive narrative is like the thread running through a mala or a rosary. In Tantra, we're trying to replace that narrative thread with the thread of the practice. In particular, all that we see is the form of the deity, all that we hear is mantra, and all thoughts and sensations are the minds of the deity, and so on. It's another kind of linking. In Dzogchen, it's slightly different, because everything which occurs, we're trying to leave it just where it is. We're not trying to make any new patterns at all, which means we are staying with the rawness of phenomena. We're not cooking them or preparing them into anything else. Of course, this is quite difficult for us, because we tend to go into these loops of construction. This is the conceptual elaboration we looked at earlier. So again and again, when you get into a loop of activity building up some storyline, just relax a bit in the out-breath and stay open and allow the flow of experience. Sometimes experience repeats itself like a bat that's flown into the room and is banging, trying to find its way out. It's sort of insisting, this is real, this is real. And that's very seductive. But again, just being with that, and eventually that thought or sensation goes. Just is gone. What did it mean? It didn't mean anything. From this point of view, experience is meaningless. That is to say, it's looking at the difference between intrinsic meaning or intrinsic value and constructed value. Something appears, it is what it is, and then it's gone. That was its value, was the appearance, was that showing. It's not a means to an end. It's not leading us to any big picture, any general conclusion. It's just that. And then something else is there, and then something else is there. This is what keeps you present in life. For example, if you were skiing or on a mountain bike going down a hill, you have to stay present in what is going on. If you start to reflect on what is occurring, you're likely to have an accident, because the reflection splits you from the situation, and instead of your body being directly attuned to what is unfolding, you've created a triangulation. There's the evolving surface of the hill that you're moving down, there's the movement of your body in relation to it, and now this third point has arisen. You're thinking about what is going on. This is not adding any value at all. In fact, it's devaluing the experience, because you're extrapolated, you're removed out of the lived situation. I think I used this example one time here before of in the last Olympic Games. in the 100 meters, there was a very interesting commentary, because the man who won it, a guy called Bolt, it's a very quick race with these guys. They're very, very, very fast. And in the person whose commentary I heard, they had slowed the film down and they were looking. And all the runners are starting together. So for the first 5 seconds, they're very, very close together. And then he edges just ever so slightly ahead. And the 2 runners on either side, they turn slightly and they look at him. And then he's way ahead. Because they are triangulated. He was just on one point. In that flow or in that zone, he's uninterrupted. But they interrupted themselves by doing comparing and contrasting. Oh shit, where am I? And once that mental elaboration starts, you're displaced from the immediacy of being part of the unfolding. And that's a very, very important experience. And just the same thing is happening in the meditation. As soon as you go into commentary, it feels as if you're doing something useful. And under certain circumstances, in fact, under most circumstances in life, being able to give a commentary is very important. If you remember when you're in school, you go into secondary school, and you have to write an essay on a novel or a poem or a play, and you have to say not only why you liked it, but why you, not only that you liked it, but why you liked it. You have to describe not just what the characters are doing, but why you think they were doing these different things. And you get a lot of marks for giving deeper levels of interpretation. So we get trained to find something that's going on underneath the surface. When poor people submit themselves to certain kinds of psychoanalytic training, they spend endless hours trying to find some hidden secret underneath the surface, some subtext to what is going on. And you get membership of your training organization if you can successfully do that. But that is all elaboration. That's all the insertion of meaning, additional meaning into the situation. In Dzogchen, we're trying to stay just with the freshness of what is there. The simple task is being present as it's unfolding and allowing the flow to continue and be uninterrupted. So let's do the practice again. Okay. So now we do just some open sitting, but we do it in the style of the Laminalger. The function of the teacher is to be a point of reference in which that which doesn't appear to be present is made present. So when we do Laminalger, we imagine the presence of the teacher and the lineage of all the teachers, of all the enlightened ones present in front of us. And by linking with their presence, a bridge of light, a rainbow bridge, is opened up in which lost and found come into connection. So, as many of you will know, our simple way of doing it is in the space in front of us, about 2 arms lengths, we imagine a white letter R in the Tibetan style or capital A style, surrounded by 5 colored light. The letter R, as we looked earlier, is emptiness, or the Dharmakaya, or the Dharmadhatu, the space of within which we find Rigpa awareness. The 5 colored light represents the purity of the 5 lights, which manifest as the 5 elements, as the 5 wisdoms, the purification of the 5 poisons, the 5 skandhas, and so on. This is the heart essence of all the Buddhas. We are aware of this, and we make the sound of Ah 3 times, releasing the tensions in body, voice, and mind into the sound of Ah, and our gaze is fixed on this letter Ah. Then, when we finish making the sound, the ball of light and the Ah dissolves in space, and we sit sky to sky, the non-separation of what was the object and the subject as the movement of energy in space. And then in that space, whatever occurs, I just allow it to be there. If you get caught in any moment, just stay present on the point of being caught. Don't merge into the formation. Don't try to keep the formation at a distance. Present with whatever is there. Okay.
So, what are the 5 colors?
Pardon?
What colors you choose?
I beg your pardon?
What 5 colors?
That's white, red, blue, yellow, and green. Okay. And now we recite the dedication of merit that's on your sheet. Go on in your döda ujen lama trujane Roa chicha marupa Dei sala kripa